Parliament is resumed. Please be seated.
Raising of matters of privileges.
None?
Government business.
No more?
Adjournment.
Before we adjourn, as I indicated earlier, it has long been the convention in this Honorable House for members to be given the opportunity to say a few words. In some cases, last words. In other cases, hopeful words. So I'm entirely in the House's hands. As the Premier and Deputy Premier are not here, there is no protocol to be followed. So please rise when you're ready, and please don't pretend that you don't want to speak, because you all want to. The Father of the House.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very, very much. Mr. Speaker, on November 14th, 1984, I was elected to the Honorable Legislative Assembly. So this is the 10th time I'm rising on such an occasion. As in November 14, 2024, I had served 40 years, winning 10 consecutive terms, being the first elected member of West Bay from 1988 to 2013, but went on to win my West Bay West constituency from 2017 and 2021. So 40 years and 3 months I have served the people of West Bay and these islands. Served them from being a member, Mr. Speaker. I recall after the 84 elections, the late Messrs. Jim Borden, the national hero, and Mr. Haig Borden nominated me for a seat on the Executive Council. But I had watched the proceedings in this House for 2 terms before that. So I know I never had no chance. All that was to split our vote and give others a chance of being elected because we had the majority. So I knew, but neither did I want to serve. I wanted to learn, sit on the back bench, move motions, learn the procedures, and be involved with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association to meet people, to gain experience, to go places, to learn what not to do, and what could be done for best serving Cayman. Truth be told, Mr. Speaker, if I could do so again, I would do so. While I've had some disappointments and challenges in this journey, to say the least, the lies that have been told, the schemes that have been made up. But he that diggeth a pit shall fall in it, and whom God favors, no man can disfavor. I have served my people and been true to them And for this opportunity, I give thanks to an almighty God. I give thanks to the people of West Bay, and indeed my family and close confidants throughout this country. Mr. Speaker, much has been said over the years about Cayman going in the wrong direction. And yes, while there are things that impact us negatively as a growing, developing small state, there is much to be thankful for in these islands. I would not want to live anywhere else but here in Grand Cayman, with a visit to Cayman Brac, a visit to other places like Jamaica, but staying right here in Grand Cayman and West Bay. There would be no other place I would rather be. Mr. Speaker, in my own district, much has been gained in these 40 years. I hear them, nothing has been done, but I heard that when I entered government in 1984. The truth is, there were no football fields, one, and that had more ballad in it, is high as this table where I'm at now, and more rock stones in it, and one cricket pitch where they knocked that down. There were no pensions for the people. Working conditions were poor. We were still under the master and servants law, the truck law, which was made for slaves. That's what we've been governed by in 1984. And I said, enough is enough. I'll get back to that, though, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I consider where we were on education and training back then, I think the Bankers Association were giving one scholarship per annum. The biggest and best training people could get was to go and work with cable and wireless, because the truth is they were training people. They were training their workers, and people had an opportunity. But the rest of the island and government, well, it depended on, as I often say, who your family to, who your mama is, who your papa is, who they voted for. Yes. Although we had made some strides, from the 40s to then, to 84, we had made strides. But it was still lacking. But look at where we have come from and where we are. Everyone can go to high school. Think of it. Can go to primary school, free. Free lunches today, how much millions we're spending? Some people say, don't need to do it. Yes, we do need to do it. Hard to know that people that can afford it probably don't appreciate what we're doing. But the fact is we have to do it for everybody. You can't just pick and choose as such. We went from the Cayman Islands High School and upgraded, and I remember one year, I believe we had 3 changes of the education system. I know it because my son was doing his O-levels and A-levels. His A-levels in physics. Couldn't get anywhere. A-level in physics. Back then. And that was between 84 and 88. And we moved they had the secondary modern school, a system that was biased and backwards. Some people say we got some good thing. We had some good teachers, like the man from East End who was good in woodworks and said we should be going in this direction, teaching those sorts of things. He's now passed away. I remember Teacher McHale and the late Mrs. Theoline McCoy. They were the champions to try to change the system so that from the secondary modern school, the children had an opportunity to go to the high school, and not a few. But alas for me, they called my mother up before we got back from the Christmas holidays when I was just about to turn 14. No space left. He can't come back. No space left. And we fixed it. Governments of the day then and governments afterwards, since then, and some that I've been a part of and some that I have led, have built more primary schools and high schools, much as we all campaign about the high schools and stuff. And yeah, there are things lacking. But look at where we are. Look at the scholarships now. Back then, as I said, you couldn't get a scholarship. And then if you apply yourselves, you can get a scholarship to do what you want today. Yes, I was part of it being fixed. And I fixed also that if you didn't get the marks to qualify for a scholarship, we gave you to go to a school to improve your marks and then able to go to the university of your choice once you improved your marks. And they say that we're going backwards? No, we got problems that we have to fix. As I said yesterday, we have to find the balance. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are improvements to be made to systems. We know the difficulties. And it's not all about the systems, you know. It's sometimes the people, as I said, you put in place on these boards, they don't know the situation. They don't appreciate what some parents are being. Remember what I said about the so-called leader that say that if he could pay, a multimillionaire could pay to send his children to school, then others should be able to do so, or everybody should be able to do so, purportedly leading a party today. No, I do not have to call no names at this point. I don't. But I think we all know who we're talking about. At least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them on that side would have heard the same thing. Don't scun up on the face. And I heard it. We talked it in cabinet, talked it in caucus, who it was. So I don't know. It's not you, it's not him, whichever one is leading. I don't know which one I'm leading, but it's not one of you. Yes. Yes. I'm trying to be nice, Mr. Speaker. I'm trying to be nice. In fact, I'm going to have to leave because I have to get to the hospital to do some things for my wife there. No, we have come. What we as Caymanians have failed to do is to promote it ourselves. We're satisfied to do it. I know I am. I don't believe in getting on the social media and the radio shows, and not even election time. I tell them I don't need to. People know who I am. People know what I do. Even if some of it is lies. Plenty of it. The scandal lies. Yeah, lies. We need to encourage, not to discourage, not to, as my colleague from Georgetown West says, be bad-minded. We don't need that. That can't build a country. It can't help our children. It can't help our grandchildren. It's not going to help our prodigy. No. Don't divide, because we divide. There are those who knows about divide and conquer, and they will do it. Don't row over fire ants while elephants are trampling us. Think of those issues that are big, that we can conquer, that we can do something about, because we can do it. If we stop being jealous and wondering, I'm not going to support this one, because if I support him, he get elected, I get elected, he may get a chance to be in cabinet over me. First be elected by the people, and then you make up your mind. And if you're not in the group, just see if the group will bring you in, and you work with them all the same. Perhaps that's the way I'll have to go. I don't know. I like the alliances. I like the party system. We need to encourage, not discourage, our young people, because in education, there is opportunity from the primary level, and there's improvements. We have libraries in schools, so many facilities that people like us didn't have. And I'm talking about 64 years ago. When I started school, primary school, we didn't have anything like that. You went to school barefoot too. Good thing I didn't have far to walk. By then we had an asphalt road, and it was hot at times, barefoot. They didn't have air conditioning to study in and electricity to study in. And those of us in this august chambers ought to be thankful to Almighty God that you had the ability, or you had parents that could do it, because some of us did not have it, did not have the required food for lunch. Got to the point where you had half pack of saltine crackers and about a sparkling soda, and that was good till you get home. And you might have had a stew dinner, might have. Mama was working, so didn't have that every time. Although she used to get up 4 o'clock in the morning, cook breakfast, and go, do some washing, then go to her work, come back 3 o'clock, go to another job. And we talk about having it hard. They never saw it. They don't know where we come from. So it's easy for them to cry down with the help of our opponents. I know it's about me. With the help of my opponents, they have said all manner of evil and continue to do so. It didn't stop the people from electing me, and I'll tell you why. We have the opportunity for school, high school, college, and university. Further higher education in colleges and universities in various countries. I never forget, Mr. Speaker, my aunt worked for a couple, family that owns what we used to call Krakenbush House, opposite Strand, where I think Mr. Joe Imperado now owns. She worked for that. My mother worked at Pan Command House. Mr. Eberhard, his wife were managers, and they had a Mr. Thompson, Captain Thompson, who had an apartment there. My aunt used to take me on weekends to rake up the beach. And the owner, Mr. Littleton, said, "McKee, what do you want to do?" So I told him what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a teacher. First, I wanted to go to sea. But my mother said, "You're not going no sea because they're going to throw you overboard for your mouth." And I couldn't get a chance to be a teacher, didn't get a chance to be a lawyer. I told him this. He said, I'm next trip back, that was mid-year, and he coming back for Christmas, winter. I'm going to bring you a typewriter, and I want you to learn how to type. This is not electricity. We didn't have a computer then. It's a manual typewriter. I think I still have it. He did. But more than that, Mr. Littleton, Mr. Eberhardt, and Captain Thompson, they had just started, a short while before that, the community college at the high school. I didn't have no car. Got a ride up sometime. One of them would take me from work up there. But I had to get a ride back, walk from high school down to Delworths at night. That's where the community college was. And so they sent me to the community college. They paid for it. And that's why I value other people, those that come to help. I think Captain Thompson just died at 90-something years old. I didn't realize he was still in Cayman, but one of his beautiful daughters married to one of my friends, in fact, here in Cayman. So we had an opportunity and then we came in, and in 1986, Benson was part of our manifesto in 84 to build a new community college. And we built it, opened it, and look at it today. Look at the opportunity that we have in our people. Many, thank God, are taken, but much more I say about that, what I say about a children's choir. National Children's Choir, we could have 1,000 children in there with 84,000 people. Do we have it? They're not taking their chance. They're not taking the opportunity. They're not taking the opportunity. So, Mr. Speaker, I could go on for my 2 hours, but I don't intend to do that, Mr. Speaker. I don't. Mr. Speaker, someone said I was sleeping the other day. I wasn't sleeping. I was listening to a good speech, and I closed my eyes as I do in here to shut out the noise and the distractions around me. I was listening to a good speech from the Premier. I wasn't sleeping. But they went on to say that I didn't have the respect for national heroes. An event that I started in 2003, our quincentennial year, where I continued, because I had started before that, to recognize our people as nation builders. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Look at where we have come from. Most of the national heroes I put in place, my administration. And then our own Caymanian medals, where in the first round, the inauguration of the medals, where at least 100 persons received a medal, I think it was in 2011, at least. And putting our national song into law. If I didn't respect our national heroes, would I have done all of that? Would I have done all that to recognize all of the things that they did? Mr. Speaker, it's easy, and I say that in this House. We should be nationalists, but you don't do it to the point where it becomes destructive. And I think I am a sensible nationalist because we cannot be otherwise. Then they went on to ask why people elect me. Well, they wasn't on the first one. Of course, all of my opposition says that, why do I get elected? I get elected because I have accomplished much for these entire islands, and I don't hear it much in here because I know the games people play. But I know the things I had to do, the things you had to fight, the systems we had to put in place. The people that we had to fight that didn't want the things that was necessary for Caymanian and Caymanian workers. Like the labor law, as I said earlier. You know the fight I had for that? On pensions? Oh, you were going to destroy the country. Huh. Oh, yes. But those things, one of my first motions was to get the labor law. Next one was to get the pensions. And all two of them need reworking, and those are the things that I say we now have to sit down and fix it. And whomever is here, whether I'm here or not, we have to fix those things to improve and ensure Caymanians that we are for them, and try to get away from the division and the polarization that is creeping into this country. I ain't, as the old people say, going to father that. No. The young people don't know. And I went to London. After Hurricane Ivan, after they invited me there, myself and the present Premier and the Financial Secretary then, still is today. When we went to London, what did they say? What are you here for? Although they had invited us. That idiot of Bill Rammel, Minister for the Overseas Territories, that's what he was. No, Mr. Speaker, you can be nice to that extent, but not me. He was no honorable man then. He said, you are not Cayman, is not a Montserrat. Meaning, Montserrat had their earthquake, meaning that Cayman was well off and we could defend ourselves. What they did? You know what they done? The young people don't know this, and some of you don't know this. They told the Secretary of State in the United States, you take care of Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, and we will take care of Cayman. Their intention was to let us rot. Come here with 50 water tablets and 10 horse blankets. Them, they don't know the fight that we had when Hurricane Ivan struck. Put a plan before the governor, Mr. Speaker, for Marsh McLennan to do some of what hazard management is doing now. A plan. We had to pay for it. We would have had to pay for it, put it before another donkey, governor that we had, Dunwoody. And what he done? Knocked it out, threw it out of the cabinet. And wasn't long after that that Hurricane Ivan hit us. But we had the plan. Didn't want us to be prepared. That's all I can say it was. Young people don't know that. They don't know, because some of them wasn't even born, that in 1 week time, we had Georgetown up and running. Why? Because our business had been taken overseas, and if we hadn't scrambled and got it done, it would have stayed there. That was the advice. And so we scrambled in Georgetown, got their electricity, and businesses were running. Oh, I took a lot of beating saying I was doing everything for West Bay. Oh, yeah? Done also. I didn't do enough, or perhaps I might have won the whole election instead of just winning West Bay, but no. They don't know that when I went in 2010 and they thought they had us where they wanted us by the short hairs, they said, see here, you go back to your people and tell them this. Put in income tax, put in property tax, and VAT, value-added tax. And if people don't know what that means, it means that they would pay a tax on every item and every bill that you have. That's what value-added tax is. I told him, not today, Bobo, but I carried the letter back. Called them down at the Hyatt, the Ritz, over 600 of them. This is what it's all about. Where would we have been today, young people? Where we would all have been today if I hadn't fought the Foreign and Commonwealth Office against those atrocious systems, I call them. So the people support me because I brought motions to protect them. I fought the evil forces to protect them. I fought to give them a labor law when our own labor people here and business people here didn't want it. I fought to give them the pensions. And Mr. Speaker, don't they know? Don't they know that nothing comes easy? My mother told me that long time. There's not such a case as something for nothing. You work, nobody can just up and give it to you so. You get a benefactor maybe, but you got to work for it. And it's not going to come overnight. But there is in this attitude of immediate gratification, and they want it now. Honorable members, I tell you, be careful of what these so-called new people is promising and telling people. I've seen it. It's not good. It's not good. Mr. Speaker, I can say the same thing about the gains made here because they're made for the Cayman Islands. But look at what has been done for Cayman Brac. Not just by us, but all these years. When doubtful people were saying, no, the airport, not the jet, not this, not that, not the next thing. Leaders took the lead and made it happen. Look at it. The member for Cayman Brac West and Cayman Brac East, who's now our premier. I know the work and I know the fights they had. And I know before them too, others, because I served with Captain Mabry and Captain Charles. They battled the position because there was this feeling that, Cayman Brac don't need this and Cayman Brac don't need that. And them that won't go up and that won't spend millions of dollars, they could have done it before too. They could have helped people before. They're doing it on the cusp of an election. While people suffered before for the want of a nice place to go. Yeah, going now though. Look at the infrastructure projects are everywhere in Cayman Brac. Road repairs. Thank God we started when I was a member of the board. Water expansion. And that was all the way up, which I know both members, and I know especially, I have served her a long time, how she had been fighting over the years to get it up to Spot Bay. And the major district administration upgrades. Let's not forget the hospital project. Look at how that has made a difference. When I was Minister of Health, and I was only 1 year, and I told the governor, next year you take this from me here, because the hospital administrator won't be the doctor won't be the hospital administrator, the nurse won't be the doctor, and the cleaner won't to be the nurse. So I said, health ministry, not made for me. So we stopped. But look, we got a new hospital, and we didn't have to build it in a swamp. We got a new hospital. And that new hospital, I think Cayman Brac members and people will say was a game changer for healthcare access in the Brac. Schools have been repaired, affordable housing is in progress, and both public and private investment continues to pour in Cayman Brac. But so here too. In my constituency, well, the first one I put in place, 162 people got out of that scheme. That was going to destroy the industry, economy. 162 people between 92 and 96 through the government guaranteed scheme. Government scheme in after that and broadened it and made it more helpful. But since that, 62 houses was built by us in my constituency. It was all West Bay then. Recently, though, my minister put 19 in Lighthouse Gardens. And we assisted private sector to build. We should be still doing more of that. And we, as a government, need to look at our systems. And I know the minister now, and myself as parliamentary secretary, with even just 2 months, can shake it up a bit. Because I do not believe in this thing. We can't do that. We can't do that. Remember the Auditor General? What about the Auditor General? If I am doing good and you can't say that I'm stealing, mind you, they would say that, but they would never can never prove it, because they can come and knock on my door any day and they can find a huge mortgage. What about them? Do the job that you know your people want you to do. Do not worry about these systems that UK itself is breaking down. Didn't the Prime Minister say, got 1,000 pages or something like that, he's cutting out the planning so that they can get their work done and stop the people that are the stoppers? Stop the stoppers. Yeah, that's what UK is saying. And we are here putting on more and pouring it on. Good governance. Better governance. Better governance for who? So that they can get a tap on their back and go up the French Riviera and sit and sun their buns when they leave here? Huh? No. Do not allow these systems to grow where we cannot do things for our people. We could get so much done before because we didn't allow the systems to overburden us. That's why they could do so much. Mind you, of course, they call investigations on me. What they found? We went to London to see the Queen. What did they find? So, Mr. Speaker, here, and I'm closing. Here what makes it even more impressive, what this administration and governments in the past has done. Yours too, Mr. Speaker. Yours too. The current government is smaller than ever. And perhaps, maybe that's all we need. Less. And get more done. Instead, there are more people to fight more. Yet, it's accomplishing more than the critics care to admit. Because despite limited resources, the Premier has delivered cost of living adjustments for people and our civil service and year-end bonuses and salary increases, providing real financial relief for people. And just today is another increase promised by our Deputy Premier through the caucus and the cabinet for our seniors, seamen, and others. Mr. Speaker, why the hesitation to call this what it is? It is success. We got things to fix, but that's success. It's helping people. And in our system of governance and our systems that we have to live by, the kind of economy we got, the free economy. We don't have price controls. People want it. You hear them talking about it. They don't know how difficult it is. Or you can just do it. No, we just cannot just do it. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Some would rather, Mr. Speaker, play politics and acknowledge reality. The fact remains the Cayman Islands has made economic gains, but there is work to be done. Cost of living increase to be curtailed. Social development to advance. And generally to improve the lives of our people. That's what I'm about. And if I stand before a nomination desk on the 30th of March, I think it is, then that's what I will promise the people. to fight. Nomination I'm talking about, not elections. No, April is election, the 30th, right? But what? 3rd of March. Oh, no, my son's birthday. That's a good day to get nominated on. And what I will promise the people is those things. Can we do it? Can I do it by myself? No. But what I promise them is, if elected, I am going to work with a team with a manifesto similar to mine. And I will look at others to see who's there that will speak out for us and be objective, not be vindictive, and to think of others. That's why I'm running, because I didn't have anyone that I could put there. Nobody came forward that I could put there that I thought would serve the people. The people, not for the salary, because they're looking at that, but for the good of the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the many people around me who has assisted my journey. Many people in the public service I must thank, that I have had the privilege to work with and depend to help my people, because that's how we get things done. Whether some of them like us or not, we know some of them don't like us. Like I said, I don't have to sleep with them, I don't have to eat with them, I don't stay with them. As long as they do their work, I will respect them. I hope they will respect me. But I want to name some publicly, Mr. Speaker, because what I'm about to say is true. Ms. Lizette from the HSA. There's not one time that I called that lady that she didn't answer, whether she was off on vacation, whether she was off on weekends, or whether it was time for her to go home, or whether she was already home. That woman answered and tried to help. Most instances, she could help fix the situation. Miss Tammy Hurlston, she is a champion that we need to be proud of from NAU. You know the cussing that she takes and her staff takes from our people when they can't just have their way, and they put their own meaning and their assumptions about what is taking place. She works hard, and she could be off island, she could be home, holidays, she's going to answer and she's going to try to help. The chief officers, especially Mr. Wesley Howell, who's presently one of my chief officers, knows how to get things done, capable, willing, wants to know how he can fix the problem. Mr. Eric Bush, in the Ministry of Agriculture, and other ministries, of course, under my Minister E. Banks. Mr. Mari E. Banks, probably one of the youngest ones, and Ms. Nellie Poche. All of them my current CEOs, as I'm the parliamentary officer. They work. They work, and their staff work to get things done. We make laws to make it difficult for them, and then we expect them to get it done. We have to shift some of the laws. We have to amend some of them if you are going to help your people, because you have tried something, it's not working. There should not be a case, Mr. Speaker, where you come across a needed situation. Amputees, I'll use one. And if everything is not A and B, the law says they can't do it. The minister should have discretion. Take it to cabinet, take it to caucus, and deal with the issue. Laws that we pass, not helping. Chief officers, Ms. Echenike and Mr. Welcome, they work. You ask them, They try to fix the situation because they know you're serving people. Mrs. Well, she's left the chamber now, but Mrs. Gloria Macfield Nixon, who is the chief officer of the portfolio of the civil service, I can't say anything other than when I asked Gloria to check on a matter and to look at it to see what can be done. Again, if the laws are not right, the civil servants are not going to put their foot forward. You can believe that. But I have found her willing to work and to help our people. The deputy governor is the same, and the present AG is the same, and he's ever careful. He don't want to go no court. Not our AG. But they're willing to tell you, and then it's up to you. But our laws, our regulations that we put in place is hampering us from getting the things done, Mr. Speaker. The bureaucracy, too much of it, is hampering us from serving our people in good time, especially sometimes you get something done, but it takes too long. We are dealing with people's lives, and that's what I want to say, Mr. Speaker. Brian Chinyi from the NRA, the staff of this parliament, cabinet staff, Mrs. Paulinda Mendoza Williams. Last but not least, Ms. Liz, the Ministry of Culture, and the staff, Ms. Exit Panton, out of the Ministry of Minister Ebank's ministry, the Ministry of All Things. Mr. Demar Nash and Dr. Pert of the Agriculture Ministry. These people work. They are willing. They have knowledge. But our laws and our regulations hamper us in far too many stages. Last but not least, two things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear you say you will not be offering yourself. Times have changed. I know when it was this time, so you was off and you're one foot that leaves the other door, ready to go. And now you're saying you're not offering yourself for re-election. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that me and you found ourselves on different political sides, we still could get together and do what was best for the country. And I think both of us showed that in 2017 with me taking the chair and you going into a further term for Premier. We got plenty done. And I hope, and I can say this, and I think you will say the same thing, that we have found ourselves in a good relationship, respectful of where you come from and what you want done. And that's what I tell people. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. As I said, I'm not keen to know that yourself is moving on, because we do need people that have long-term experience. And last, again, is my colleagues. Well, I'll have more time to rub with them, I guess, because while House will dissolve, government will still be in place till this election is called, and even up to a week after the election. So, but I want to encourage our members to pull together and stand firm and stop talking when somebody else is talking and listen. I want to thank the Minister, the Premier, for her long service, her advice. She's a very calculated woman, you can believe that. And she needs to run again. She needs to seek an extra term, because it's not good, come on, it's not good for people of experience, everybody mostly that have the experience, to believe in the older ones. I know what the younger ones are saying, and I know some of the older ones that don't want to see us I know what they're saying. Oh, they need to go. Yeah. Well, that goes without saying. But, Mr. Speaker, they have served. You have served. My minister, the 2 ministers, 3 ministers that I work with now in the 4 ministries, the deputy premier has come a long way. I remember him, you know. He was close to telling all, but he didn't tell all. I don't know which program I graduated him from. When I was Minister of Social Development. And the work he's trying to do to get the tourism industry back on track, especially our cruise sector, which is suffering. Don't need to go through that again. And the Minister of Agriculture, Planning, etc., the youngest one, I believe, the work he has done. Time if he come, ask me to do something a little bit more, though, you know. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Culture, where his heart is in his ministry and his culture, I think they are working hard to fix the issues that affect Caymanians and that will improve Cayman. I have enjoyed working with members on both sides. I was sorry to see my colleague, the member from Georgetown West, shift up in that northeast corner by himself. Or southeast corner by himself. But I know of his intelligence and his will to get the things done. I don't know how much they will say about me afterwards, but I think I'll put on record some of what I think was important for me to remind myself when I start to write, and hopefully for others to appreciate where we've been, where we've come from, what we can do as a country. We're small, we're little, but we're Talawa. Thank you very much. And God bless us. God bless the Cayman Islands. We look forward as we go about our nocturnal duties at night. Campaigning, I mean. Let me make that clear, Mr. Speaker. Campaigning, I mean. Wish them all well. Think no evil of anyone. God bless you all.
Does any other member wish to speak? All right, don't do this to me this evening. Does any other member wish to speak? The honorable member for Georgetown South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise for the final time, and I don't want to cry. In this honorable house, with a heart full of gratitude, pride, and an unshakable hope for the future of these beautiful Cayman Islands. This is not a moment of farewell. It is a moment of reflection and of passing the torch to my successor, who will carry us into a brighter tomorrow. Over the years, my journey in public service has not just been about policies or politics. It has been about my people. It has been about the power of Caymanians to rise above challenges. Serving you all has taught me invaluable lessons, and today I want to share some of those lessons, which I hope will serve as a guide for those who come after me. Sometimes you can't predict the path in life that God has in store for you. I never planned to be in representation and politics. My journey of getting here was perhaps my destiny, but I will share my journey so that others may see how one thing sometimes leads to the next, eventually manifesting in your calling. My journey began when I had the privilege of working at the law firm of Truman Bodden and Company from the late 70s to the mid-80s, gaining invaluable exposure to politics while assisting with tasks for the then Minister of Education, Mr. Truman Bodden, who allocated his time between his law practice and at the Government Administration Building. Then I got the opportunity to work part-time at the Elections Office for my brother, Kearney Gomez, the then Supervisor for Elections. As a longtime supporter of the Honourable D. Kirk Tibbetts, I attended political meetings where I began to see and understand some of the intricacies of political leadership. I recall attending political meetings with my children, who were toddlers at the time. And from those days, my family and I always supported the Honourable D. Kirk Tibbetts and whichever team he was with at the time. After the coup in November 2001, where the Honourable D. Kirk Tibbetts was forced to step down as leader, a group of key people, namely the Honourable D. Kirk Tibbetts, Honourable Edna Moyle, Mr. Anthony Eden, Mr. Arden McLean, Ms. Lucille Seymour, and your good self, Mr. Speaker, formed the People's Progressive Movement in 2002. It was when the party was established that I became an active member, and we held our inaugural conference in September of 2002. And I, along with several members of the party, organized a very successful event with the Premier of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Honourable Ralph Gonsalves, who is still the Premier today, being our guest speaker. Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Speaker, I worked tirelessly for the party, for the PPM party, and was appointed to serve as General Secretary of the PPM and on its executive until 2017, continuing as an elected member thereafter. In 2005, after the PPM won the government, the Honourable D. Kirk Tibbetts called me, saying he wasn't too thrilled about hiring a political assistant, but was told he had to, since the previous leader of government business had one. He asked if I could find someone. That night, I mulled it over, discussed it with my family, and called him back the next day, saying, "Kitty, I found someone." Naturally, he asked, "Is it someone I can work with?" I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Well, I'm thinking of stepping away from financial services. How about me?" He was thrilled. And I was just as excited to jump into this new adventure. Opportunities show up when you are ready for them. And I was ready to dive into a life of public service. Mr. Speaker, I was elected as a Member of Parliament for Georgetown South in 2017, after being asked to consider running just one day before nomination. At first, it wasn't because we thought I could win. It was to fill a gap. It was to fill that spot because the person that was supposed to be, had put her name up to run in Georgetown South wasn't able to, and we were left with that one spot empty. But I have never been the type of person, Mr. Speaker, that just does something for the sake of it. So, with an energetic team behind me, mainly women, as well as the Honourable D. Kirk Tibbetts, we hit the ground hard for 6 weeks. And after the ballots were counted, we emerged victorious. And I was on my way to becoming a member of this Honourable House. Since then, I have played critical roles across 2 parliamentary terms. Mr. Speaker, serving as councillor, now called Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Education, now our Honourable Premier. And later in that term, I also served as councillor to the then Minister of Finance, Mr. Roy Matt-Taggart. Thank you, Honourable Premier, and Mr. Matt-Taggart, for affording me that opportunity to serve under your very capable leadership. Those were 4 memorable years, and I learned so much from both of you. I would also like to thank both ministry teams for their support during that time. Acting as temporary minister periodically under both of you allowed me to attend cabinet meetings and make meaningful contributions, while also exposing me to public speaking and carrying the message to the people, the work that was being done on their behalf. Serving on the Public Accounts Committee and the Standards in Public Life Committee gave me a front row seat to the inner workings of government. I had the honour of chairing the Youth Parliament Organising Committee and was appointed Deputy Speaker later that term. I also served on the Education Council for a few years, which was also very rewarding for me. At the constituency level, I was able to mobilize the necessary resources and teams to actually get things done, instead of just talking about getting them done. I pride myself on delivering results, and I'm proud of the many achievements I was able to implement. Some of these included renaming Humber Avenue to Claude Hill Road. That's the road adjacent to the Government Administration Building. Thanks to the Honourable Premier for assisting me with that. And that was early in my term in 2021. No, in 2017, sorry. Launching neighbourhood watch programs in 10 areas of Georgetown South. Installing major drainage systems in Windsor Park and revitalized its pond and park infrastructure. Leading the renaming of South Sound Beach to Consuelos Beach. And again, thank you, Honourable Premier, and Premier, you, Mr. Speaker, as Premier at that time. Facilitating the installation of a pedestrian crossing at Smith Barcadere. And I also co-sponsored with my colleague and the MP for Georgetown West free Wi-Fi in the park in Windsor Park. That's to name just a few of my achievements during my time from 2017 to 21. But Mr. Speaker, the one regret I have is not being successful in having the double yellow lines on Hawkins Drive removed on one side of that road. But my constituents know that I tried my endeavor best to the extent of a parliamentary question coming to this honorable House. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, there were forces that were fighting against me, evil forces, and the failure, hence the failure to address and accomplish that one task. Mr. Speaker, up until this past Sunday, I received a call from a constituent who was so stressed that I had to go and visit her to calm her down as a result of an incident that occurred on that same road. But today, I implore the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure one more time before I demit this office, if he would be so kind, Mr. Speaker, as to work with the NRA team to remove those double yellow lines just on the one side of that road. I would forever be grateful to him. And I could leave this office feeling that I've accomplished that one task that I have left undone as a result of whatever forces. At the national level, Mr. Speaker, I represented the Cayman Islands at CPA conferences and workshops. I assisted young parliamentarians in their debates. I acted as temporary speaker at a few meetings of Parliament, and one that I will never forget was when the extremely controversial Domestic Partnership Bill was debated. And as you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that debate lasted 2.5 days and was extremely emotive. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Attorney General for his support and guidance during that meeting. What a stressful time it was, Mr. Speaker, sitting in that chair that you now occupy and having to preside over that debate. Mr. Speaker, I must acknowledge that it was challenging to transition from government to opposition in 2021, especially because you know what needs to be done, but have to remain patient while hoping that others will get it done. Admittedly, Mr. Speaker, none of this could have been possible without the support of my party colleagues, my fellow members of this honourable House, the various administrative teams that I have been able to work with throughout the years, and of course the people of Georgetown South. Mr. Speaker, I will always remain loyal to the People's Progressive Movement and to the people of the Cayman Islands. Even as I step away from representational politics, if there is one message that I would want the younger generation to take away from this, is that loyalty is a necessary ingredient for success. The ability to trust the people around you without having to watch your back or wonder if they're going to change their mind the next day or go in a different direction. Sure, Mr. Speaker, there may be times when we hold different views, but our politics must mature to the point where we can sit at a table and discuss these views, with the only outcome being a resolution in the interest of the people we serve. Mr. Speaker, I would like to share 3 key lessons that I have learned throughout this entire experience. First, there is power in unified effort. Over the years, I have witnessed firsthand the power of collective effort. the ability of communities to come together to rise above challenges. Time and time again, I have seen the brilliance of Caymanians shine brightest when we stand together. From rebuilding after storms to navigating the uncertainties of a global pandemic, our resilience is unmatched. Let this serve as a reminder that our strength lies not in what divides us, but in what binds us together. A shared love for our islands and an unwavering determination to leave them better for future generations. Second, never underestimate the power of innovation and determination. Caymanians are among the most resourceful and creative people in the world. Whether it's pioneering in financial services, excelling in education or sport, or transforming our communities, we have proven that the size of our islands does not limit the size of our dreams. My time serving this country has shown me the extraordinary potential of our people. Colleagues, let us continue to create opportunities that nurture that potential and inspire the next generation to think bigger, aim higher, and reach further. And third, Mr. Speaker, leadership is service. True leadership is not about titles or power. It is about empowering others, listening with humility, and acting with integrity. It is about recognizing that every decision we make today shapes the legacy we leave tomorrow. As I prepare to step aside, I urge my colleagues in this honorable House and across these islands to embrace the profound responsibility of leadership. Remember, the most important title of us all, title all of us will ever hold, is that of the servant to the people. Mr. Speaker, our journey as a people has not always been easy. We have faced trials that tested our resolve. But time and time again, we have risen. It is this indomitable Caymanian spirit that gives me confidence in our future. I see it in the eyes of our children, Mr. Speaker. I see it in the eyes of my 16-year-old granddaughter. Wow, is she ever strong-willed. I see it in the dedication of our civil servants. I see it in the passion of our entrepreneurs, and I see it in the compassion of our communities. To my constituents, you have given me the honor of representing you, the privilege of hearing your stories, and the trust to carry your voices to this honorable House. Together, we have faced challenges and celebrated triumphs. I am proud of the progress we have made, and I leave this role knowing that the spirit of Georgetown South will continue to thrive. I could not leave without publicly thanking some of the key people who have been a part of this fulfilling journey. My children, Erica, Alex, and Cliff, and my beloved grandchildren, Ariana and Sierra, for their understanding and support despite missing many family moments. You never gave me a hard time once, and you understood that sacrifice was part of the job in order to be able to truly make a difference. My siblings and extended family, for your patience during my absence at family gatherings. Special mention to my brother Chet for your readiness to help with the heavy lifting, literally and figuratively. To the civil servants, both from my first term on the 5th floor of the Government Administration Building, and various departments such as NRA, NAU, now known as the Department of Financial Assistance, HSA, and Cineco, to name a few, for your steadfast guidance and assistance over these last 8 years. To the parliamentary staff, the clerk, and her awesome team, thank you for your hard work, your passion, and your commitment, not just to this institution, but to all of us parliamentarians. It was indeed a pleasure and a privilege working with each and every one of you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. My fellow parliamentarians, past and present, for your shared commitment and effort to make the Cayman Islands a better place. To the Honourable Premier, thank you for your long, long service. You've been a faithful servant to the people of the Cayman Islands. You'll be greatly missed. To my official opposition leaders, thank you for your support, guidance, and friendship over these past 8 years. To the member for Georgetown West, we were a team. You're my sidekick, and you believed in me. We shared a constituency office and worked together on many projects, events, and programs, and had great times together. Thank you for your confidence in me and trusting my judgment. Mr. Speaker, you and I go back a long way. From growing up in Crew Road and being a part of the PPM family for the past 23 years. And I was truly honored to have you as my Premier for my first term, and I will never forget the amazing work you did to protect us, the people of these islands, during the COVID-19 pandemic. You and your team worked tirelessly. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Dwayne Seymour and the Honourable Samuel Bulgin, our Attorney General, for all of your support and commitment, along with our former Governor Roper during that time. As you well know, Mr. Speaker, those were stressful days and nights, but thank God, we are resilient people and we fared well. I would also like to thank you for always being there for me in the good times and the bad. It is indeed most appreciated. Now I turn to my other good friend, the Honourable D. Kurt Tibbetts, who is like a brother to me. He's also my mentor, advisor, and was my personal campaign manager. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your unwavering guidance, support, and someone that I could call on any time for political advice and for so many other things. Thank you, Katie. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my personal assistant, Vicky Ferrero, affectionately known to me as Suli, who has stood by me through the many challenges that I faced over these 8 years, and who defended me and had my back every step of the way, and celebrated with me during my many victories as well. Thank you again, Suli, for your tenacity, your love, and your support. You're loved and appreciated, and you will always be considered a part of my family. I would also like to thank Jalissa, the assistant to the member for Georgetown West, for all of her assistance in our shared constituency office. Also thanks to Sharon in the main PPM office and Lynette at the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's office. And of course, nothing would be possible without our all-powerful and loving God we serve. Thank you for keeping me healthy and strong and for never failing me. To my beloved constituents of Georgetown South, And this is when I get all emotional, Mr. Speaker. I wish to express my profound gratitude for your trust, your love, and your confidence in me. Oh, gosh. Oh, dear. And your support throughout my 2 terms. I am leaving you in good hands and will be working with my successor to ensure you get the best representation possible. So you won't miss me too much, I hope. And I'm only a phone call away. Good leadership is about succession planning, and I will walk hand in hand to ensure a smooth transition to your new representative. To my colleagues, I leave you with this charge. Lead boldly, lead wisely, and lead with the people at heart. Cayman deserves nothing less. And to the people of the Cayman Islands, my faith in you is never ending. We are a small nation and we are mighty. We are diverse yet deeply connected. We are rich not just in resources, but in spirit, culture, and ambition. The best days of the Cayman Islands are still ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, politics at its best is about people. But it is also about knowing when it's time to step aside, to give space for new ideas, new voices, and new energy to shape the course of our nation. As I step into the next chapter of my life, I do so with profound gratitude for this journey and a heart full of hope for what lies ahead. Let us continue to walk this path together, lifting each other up and striving always for a Cayman Islands that is more united, more innovative, and more compassionate. May God bless you all, and may God bless these beautiful Cayman Islands that we all have the privilege of calling home. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That's a tough act to follow. The Honourable Member for Cayman Brac, West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for my last time to express thanks to this parliamentary time that I've had. As I will not be seeking another term, I would like to spend some time sharing a few highlights from the last 20 years of service to my community, Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, and the country as a whole. Today, as I stand before you, I find myself reflecting on the 20 years that have spanned 5 terms in the Parliament of this country. I'm good. Thanks. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the people of these beautiful islands, and I'm deeply grateful for the trust and support they have shown me over these years. First, let me thank the good Lord for his provision and protection during my terms in Parliament. I'd like to thank my dedicated committee in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, and some here in Grand Cayman, but especially my personal assistant, Ms. Liz Walton Thompson, who for 20 years has been not working 5 days a week, but as we all know in here, working 7 days a week. They've been instrumental in finding out the needs in the individual neighborhoods that they live in and they work in, and communicating them on a regular basis that we could strategize and look at how we could deal with the needs of the individuals and the community. Also, the unwavering commitment from my wife, family, and friends, as I've spent much my time and energy with constituents and parliamentary responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, very importantly, I want to thank the Cayman Brac and Little Cayman constituents for expressing their faith in me to sit in their parliamentary seat for 20-plus years, with 87% of the vote in the last election. Mr. Speaker, we all need to be sure and remember this is not our seat that we're here in. This is the seat of the people you represent, and it's an honor to sit in this seat and represent them, and there's a responsibility that comes along with it. Certainly we might be judged only once every 4 years, but they will certainly let you know if they want you back in their seat. Mr. Speaker, from my first election in 2005 to this day, I've dedicated myself to advocating for the needs, as we talk, and the aspirations of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. My roles, first as an MLA, an MP, the deputy leader of the opposition, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, the minister, district administration, tourism and transport, and the deputy premier of this country, have provided me with opportunities to contribute to the growth and development of our islands. I must take this time to say a special thanks to you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for your support, your advice, your friendship, and the confidence you showed in me, leaving me as the acting premier of this country weeks at a time as you had to travel with your responsibilities to go abroad. And somewhere along the line, I think you had something to do with my receiving an OBE from the King. I'm proud of the strides we've made together, particularly in the tourism industry and the infrastructure development of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, as well as the country as a whole. As a community leader, I've always believed in the potential of our islands, and it was fulfilling to see our opportunities for sustainable development evolve. My heart has always been with the people and the needs within my community, my constituency, and have supported many youth-related activities through boys and girls sports, the work in installing the certified football field, track, a new 25-meter competition swimming pool, multi-purpose hall, as well as programs like Junior Achievers, public speaking competitions, and the like. I'm a founding member of the National Trust and a contributing member of the Veterans and Seamen Society of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. I've always committed my full support for improved roads, improved health care, improved air service via Cayman Airways for Cayman Brac and Little Cayman and abroad, increased funding to improve fire and police services, and the funding for district administration and public works. Mr. Speaker, I have to stop here, and I have to give an example of working with my colleague who I have been 20 years side by side in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. She as well, the Premier, will be retiring. But what I just outlined is an example that I believe the country needs to look at, as far as it didn't matter whether I was the minister responsible for district admin or she was the minister. The projects that she started and I found, I worked on. And the projects that I started, she found, she worked on. And that's the reason, Mr. Speaker, that the member from West Bay West could stand here and talk about the infrastructure, because neither of us would have done it without being together and working for the people to get their projects and their needs answered. Mr. Speaker, I also support educational facilities, and I've given full support to the new school that is led by the Premier and has been pushed, and it's her tenacity that has moved this forward as quickly as it is. And my prayer is that it'll continue to move forward, and there would be a finished school as quickly as possible, because our youth in Cayman Brac, Little Cayman, deserve the very best. And hats off to her for the push that she's had with it. Mr. Speaker, as we look and think of what we have accomplished in this country, it's absolutely correct to say that there's a lot more to be done. But we must recognize that the leadership of this country over, we talked today of 28 years, 24 years, 20 years, 8 years, 8 years. The people that are sitting here today that have years in, you must understand the success that is guided from the top up and look at how we enjoy our islands. We have the highest standard of education in the region, not by accident, by leadership and work. We have the highest standard of health care in the region, not by accident, but by investment and hard work and leadership. We have the highest level of social benefits. I heard the minister responsible, who's just taken over the portfolio, talk about his challenges and how he wanted to move it forward. It's the right thing to do, Mr. Minister. And it will continue because, as we say, it has to be worked on. But it is, to our knowledge, the best that is available now and will continue to get better. We have a modern standard of living that nobody can question. That's why people want to understand why we're so successful and why so many people want to move here and live here and enjoy our standard of living. For Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, we looked at it and wanted to leave it in a sustainable way, a way forward. I'm happy to report that we have affordable homes Premier has championed and will be coming out shortly to join the other affordable homes that are there. We have solar electricity for both Cayman Brac and Little Cayman that are being worked on presently. Imagine when we're off-grid 2 islands in this Caribbean region, what that'll mean. We have a marina that's being looked at right now with the investor already committing to the funds needed and working Department of Environment to get the permissions to go forward. Think about a $60 million public sector project with schools side by side with a $50 million private sector project for jobs and for sustainable development of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, with the addition of a new plane for Little Cayman, with expansion thoughts of what has to be moved forward with both airports. The future is bright for the sister islands, and the future is bright because of hard work and the leadership that it's had. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, of what we have been able to do, and I'm proud of how we will leave the opportunities for the individuals and our citizens and our constituents that are there. These have been some of the most rewarding aspects of my political career, and I leave Cayman Brac and Little Cayman poised to move forward in a sustainable way. As I retire from my parliamentary duties, I do so with a heart full of gratitude and memories that I will treasure. My purpose was to move our islands forward so they would be in a better position than when I began. I am thankful for the friendships, the challenges, and the accomplishments that have defined my career and my time here in Parliament. It was always the spirit of our people that inspired me to work every day, and I'm excited for the future of the opportunities it still holds for our islands. May God bless each one of you, and may you continue to bless our beloved islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Cayman-Brac West and Little Cayman. And thank you, too, for your steadfast support as my deputy. Not once, but twice, 2 terms. And then when I told you you needed to be the next leader, you said, thanks, but no thanks. I've seen what the leader has to do. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for West Bay North.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say thanks to the God Almighty above. To quote Pastor Gary Haylock, thank you, Sarge. Appreciate it. Let me quote Pastor Gary Haylock. He said, God puts us here. To the staff here at Parliament, thank you. Another thank you, the first time I stood in here, the Honorable Arden McLean said, let no one else in here chart your course as an elected member. Mr. Anthony Eden said, always follow your conscience and do not bend your principles. Winston Connolly came and left, but I found him to be a man of his word, and he was one of the people who I knew in here that when he said something, it was good. Captain Eugene told me, do not waste no whole lot of talk, repeating other people and talking all that stuff. Go out and do good. You've been doing good for a long time, just continue. I listened to all of them. Then, the very first time I sat in this house, something that will not make you all forget, the Tyleps. And I made the mistake, like what the member from Georgetown West said, and they said you mustn't poke the bear. I poked you, Mr. Speaker. And I said, Mr. Tibbetts, you know you're the real leader. And when you got back up to speak to close off, you lit into me, not too hard. And then you showed me the thing you had on your desk. You remember that? Don't start a fight, something like that. That's right. You showed it to me, and I learned my lesson. I didn't pick any fights, but I certainly didn't shun from them. So the great people of West Bay North, thank you. Ben. Thank you all for the great honor of representing you all. I am honored and will forever be grateful To my family, thank you, thank you. The late nights, inconvenience of having not privacy, coming outside and seeing people sitting down at the dining room table, my constituents, other constituents, sometimes things not even to do with politics. Nights that you had to hide people from an abusive marriage or a child being molested, things that you don't put on Facebook, which is something that I don't do. There are some people who've always encouraged me. There's some people who've always helped. My close friend, and it cost me a lot, and he will forever be my friend, David Watler. Woody Foster and Ulysses. Every time I've taken someone for a job, they try their best. If I need help with something, they help me. Health City. I've taken so many people with no card or nothing and helped them. Winner's Circle. The amount of young people that have gone to get shoes. Just pick them up, and every time I go, Chris would say, give me a $25, give me the shoes cost sometimes a lot. Funky Times, the amount of laptops that I've sent young people there to pick up. And sometimes it'll be 2, 3, Chris said, Mark would call and said, you know, you haven't paid for it, you know. But you know I'm coming. Churchill's, someone will die, and I would say, Churchill, they want this, put on my bill. Never a question. Alti at A.L. Thompson's. And one of my favorite, who looks at a big, big picture, Frankie Flowers. Then there is Michael Johnson, otherwise known as Chris, at National Concrete. Not only from National Concrete, but out of his own pocket, a forklift here, his own personal heavy equipment to help. I started this journey in 1980, Mr. Speaker. Miss Olive Miller, the late, great Miss Olive Miller, showed up at the high school and selected 4 people, Kim, Catherine, Tommy, and myself. Tommy E. Banks, whose mother was an MLA, Miss Esther E. Banks. And Tommy, to this day, is still helping in the community. But like myself, we're from the school. We don't advertise it. It's not something that we do. We just help people. It was my first taste, the NCSS summer camp. It was my first taste of doing something like this, and it felt good, working with young people. Who was in that group? Deputy Chief Officer Leda Nicholson. Martha and May McField, the twins. Those were just some of the people I can remember at this moment. It got me into it. So along the way, Special Olympics was started when Mr. Skinner called me and said, let's start Special Olympics. And Dodie E. Banks, Julie K. Wells. There was a Canadian lady named, I cannot remember her name, Mrs. Marion. And what I remember most about her was, whenever there was a trip to go on, she said, I was in Special Olympics Canada. I don't have to travel. Make someone else travel. That don't happen too often these days. That's why half of these people claim they like the sports they're in. They just want there to travel. Then along the way, one day, along came my children. And all of a sudden, I was in the PTA, along with people like Collie Powery, Lorraine E. Banks, Carol Smith, just some of those I can remember. And that PTA was exciting because we were the first primary school in this country to be AC'd. All the money raised by us, and it wasn't easy. The red tape started from then, and the late, great Thomas Jefferson had to take Truman off my back because they did not want that school AC'd. We even had a fund set up that was going to pay for the bill. We went out and we raised the money ourselves. So much so that when I left as PTA president, there was over $200,000 in the account. We were the first school. We were doing free breakfast from then. Laptops, we did it as well. Back then. Sports Day, Festival of the Arts, before the powers that be watered it down. because we were so good, we were beating everybody. And I say we are talking about all those little poor children in those schools was beating everybody. Parents never had to go in their pocket for 5 cents. The PTA took care of everything. You know what we even did, Mr. Speaker? That PTA, even at the end of every school year, we were able to watch and identify the teachers that went way beyond the call of duty, and we would give them a little check on the side. I mean, there was one teacher in particular who went home for the summer, and when she came back, her car had been painted, fixed up, and everything because of the extra effort she put in with the children, never asking for anything. That's how advanced that PTA was. Along the way, then one day I got Mr. Floyd Bush, Arnold Haney, and myself got a call from Dion Brandon and John Kelly, and then started a great club called Future. Along the way, the Athletic Association was revitalized and brought up to par. The Cricket Association, along with the great man Jimmy Powell, spending all his money. The Olympic Committee became Kimanian, and many, many more. Too much here to mention. Mr. Speaker, I was working with civil aviation at air traffic control, and Mr. Winston Skinner showed up, and he asked me a question: what's your favorite sport? Mr. Speaker, it took me, I'm thinking, he says, okay, I got my answer. Every sport is my favorite sport, whichever one I'm watching. And he said to me, leave this is not your calling. He says, let's go build the sports office. Took a big pay cut and went and started the sports office. First me and Mr. Skinner, then we convinced Andy Kisco Miles to leave the fire service, and then more today. We were doing every school, in every district, every sport, all those years by ourselves. And I did Sundays with the Adventist Church. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot has been done. Starting a PE program at Truth for Youth, starting the PE program at Wesleyan, of which the member across there, Ms. Catherine Wilkes, was part of it. Been a good and happy road. Not much in funds, but a lot of love. Wouldn't change it for the world. My short time, I think I've done reasonably well. Never playing politics. Always doing what was the right thing. Not pleasing people because I would not follow certain people. Always, once again, doing what's the right thing. The thank yous were always appreciated. But one of the things of my life that I always appreciate is getting a call from Mrs. Shirley Kidd and saying, you and Floyd Bush finally got your wish. In 1981, I got a call from Floyd Bush. He says, I know you think you're something big now because you graduated and you're playing for all this big club football and for the country, but he says, come, we got a lot of children at West Bay Primary we got to start to work with. And we started down there in 1981. He had just come home from sea. And we worked. And every year you have sports day and you have different competitions. We would tell them, Mr. Crawford, everybody, we need 4 houses. Operating with 3 houses is not nice. Years later, I can remember the spot. At that time, there was no Estella Tibbetts Highway. It was only the front road. And we were passing the entrance to the yacht club. She got a call and she said, you got your wish. I said, what is that? She said, we're putting in a 4th house. And I said, God, I know Mr. Floyd will be happy. Is it Ebanks? Because at West Bay got Hunter, Smith, and Borden. She said, Ebanks? She said, no. We're naming it after yourself and Floyd. We're naming it the Bush House. What an honor, Mr. Speaker. To be so young and have someone say that to you. Mr. Speaker, I thought I had reached the pinnacle. I pulled over, Got a little emotional, but I was happy. We had the fourth house. But Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these things, no matter what you do, someone said it earlier on, there's always those that try to find something negative, whether perceived, made up, or whatever. But in this line of work that we all here have been asked to put in here, it comes with it. A perfect example is apple orchid, whatever it's called in West Bay. Apple what? Apple blossom. I've heard Catherine E. Banks, former Speaker of this House, every week when she was Speaker, she would call and said, Minister, please make sure you push apple blossom. Apple blossom. When she came down and sacrificed to try to keep the government on the way, every caucus and cabinet, she fought for apple blossom. But yet I would bump into some of my people who they're in her area, but they believe in me, and they would be, putting her down for apple blossom. And I had to keep telling them, you all don't know what you're talking. She is fighting every week the system, like what the minister from West Bay West spoke about, the red tape that you have to go through to get things done. And God forbid, if you have a chief officer or other people in your ministry that don't believe in your policy or don't like you, it is not easy, Mr. Speaker. It is not easy. Mr. Speaker, they said, you all go in there for the money. You all go in there for the pension. Mr. Speaker, I gave away every month $2,500 in food vouchers. That's why when election time comes, it's nothing strange. I do it all year round. We had so much people, not only in West Bay North, but other sections, that I had to alternate them. You get something this month, you get something that month. There were so many people I couldn't give them all something big. And I had to tell some of them, you're getting one little bit. If I gave you all of it, they wouldn't get anything. If I gave you them everything, you wouldn't get it. And most of them time they understood. And Mr. Speaker, the proud thing is, I learned this game, some of the things I learned in this game early, I made sure everything was out of my personal pocket. Because a lot of them in here are being helped by outside forces. And those outside forces don't mean Kimmanuel, or they don't mean Kimmanians. That's why I can tell you, I can list off 2 people that the compass don't like, and it's me and the present premier. They don't like the 2 of us. When you hear of people that would FOI, but where she buy her clothes or how much it cost her clothes, that show you the depth that they will go when they don't like you. Mr. Speaker, I have done my best. I have come from a sporting background. And when you play defense or goalkeeper, as you did as a goalkeeper, and as the member from Northside did as a goalkeeper, you know it's a thankless job. You'll stop the opponent 10, 15 times, and a forward will score 1 goal, and he gets all the credit, and he's the man of the match and player of the match. That's the goalkeeper in defense. Mr. Speaker, I remember the present premier saying she can only remember one other time someone doing something similar. When I gave up my ministry because I did not want an early election call. Mr. Speaker, and to give up the Speaker of the House that Ms. Catherine Ebanks did as well. That's what it's all about. That's team play. And if anybody that was in that present government says anything different about me, that I wasn't a team player, they cannot tell you I had sidebar meetings. I had none of the above. I wasn't cutting for no power. I wasn't cutting for no money. I just wanted to succeed. Mr. Speaker, I had 2 compliments paid to me in the last month or so. One was from Winston Conley, a former MP here, MLA here, and he said, Byrne is misunderstood because he does not know how to bend. He says the things that a lot of people think, but no one must ever question his passion for his country or the passion for his people. That was one. The second one was by Minister J.E. Banks. He said, I thought I was Kimanian. But he said, boy, you're Kimanian bad. I will hold those two very dear. I want to thank some of the boards that I had when I was there. Neil Murray, one of the greatest women in his country, Dr. Ruth Lynn Pomaris, a lady that very few people know, but is sharp as a razor edge blade, Natasha Levy, one of my favorite people because he's ripped me apart, but he's always done it to my face, and he's honest, Johan Moxham, Shakina Bush, who's my biggest critic, but my biggest supporter. And who could be so blessed that they can tell the world that I had Michael Holden sitting on my sports commission, one of the greatest men that I'm lucky to have known. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, like what Ms. Barbara said, there's some things that you regret you couldn't get done. One of them, like I said the other, we got the pool in place, the five-a-side court in West Bay that was torn down, is being built back right now, if we can ever get what is set aside for it. And 2 parks. But one of my greatest regrets is that my baby, and that's the sports office, I was not able to advance it because, like I said yesterday, when people like Ronald Forbes is good enough, smart enough, intelligent enough, qualified enough to apply for the sports office and not get the job, but he can run a $1 billion project. But yet, the powers that be hired a man that never studied sports, never played sports, nothing to do with sports, but all of a sudden is director of sports. And we expect sports to go forward. Not the individual's fault, it's those who hired him. And they can make every excuse in the world, there's none in the world, because I cannot hire someone coming out to law school to be the Attorney General. But sports people don't understand. just to show you how, when you plan properly, we hired a throws coach. A lot of people saying why. Well, do you know the history of the Cayman Islands? We've had more women collect medals at Carifta in throws than most other events. But you see, that's not a glamour event. That's the 100 and the 200s, all that people see. But now, coming off of hiring Mr. Stanley, we now have Kalia Hay, ranked #1 in the world. Now we have Gabrielle Linton, the daughter of one of our national athletes, ranked #1 in the world in shot put. And they're not 14 yet. Okay? They're not 14 yet, but in under 16 or 15, they're #1 in the world. That's when you understand what you're doing. A lot of people didn't like the fact. In fact, even people within the association that should be rejoicing are not happy because the coach does his thing, getting results. And where did we start? In the primary schools. And all of a sudden, I want to say thanks to Mark Ray, who what most people don't understand, he's a former Carifta medalist himself in a field events, for allowing one of my staff to go in there to work with these young children. And the results have shown they're all improved across the board by 20% just by putting the right coach in the right place at the right time. If you could get an Arsenal coach now, we'd be good. Mr. Speaker, egos is a bad thing. And that's why the sports office has been held back. Who was there before, knew nothing about sports, and hired people that knew less. And we could not wasted a lot of time and money. And I was not able to get that fixed. Temporary fix, I understand, is there, but we can't interfere, no matter how we know we're right. But, and no matter when you ask, because it's not their idea, things are not done. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today next to my having some awesome children. And when you know what goes through in their lives, my daughter took a big pay cut, left after getting engineering on football scholarship at Florida International University, switched and decided she wanted to become a teacher. $110,000 a year to probably $36,000 at that time. There was two of them that did it that came off with the most successful women's national team, or the most successful team this country's ever had in football. The captain, Shakina Bush, and the vice captain, Krishan Welcome, who was making upward of 150 to 200, I'm sure, at the biggest law firm in this country, left and became two school teachers. I hope one of these days people will sit down and ask them as two young Caymanian women, and they were both recognized as good teachers. But of course, one of them had the misfortune of belonging to Bernie Bush. And what made it worse, she became School Teacher of the Year. Apple award she received. All of a sudden, the victimization began by the little sawed-off Napoleon thing from somewhere up in Wales or England. It must have been Roper's twin. But Mr. Speaker, when the lawyer walked in, the meeting took 13 minutes. And because my daughter insisted that she was being victimized, nothing was found that she did anything wrong. All of the facts, all of the evidence showed otherwise. They wouldn't put nothing on his record. And even though they said they took it off of her, that there was nothing, she was innocent, guilty, what they put her through, that's Kimanian for you. Then look at my son, captain at 21 years old, captain at 21 on the Express. And you know who loved him to death? The man, see his hands up? The man that just spoke. Put him on the jet as well. Captain on the Express, flying the jet. Then in comes the Saab, and all of a sudden, he was not good enough to fly the Saab. Picked up and left the country, and 6 months later, he was good enough to fly the biggest plane in the world. First Kimanian to do so. And at the age of 29, became captain on that same big 380-800. But wasn't good enough to fly a little Saab. That's our country for you. And this must change. Look at what's happened to Darren McLean. Too many cases of young Kimanians that are good. We move the goalposts, and especially when our masters say so. Mr. Speaker, we better start to think about us first. The double standard that has gone on in the civil service, and they don't like to hear this, but I got the evidence. That's one thing I love. In the private sector, and Kimanians are fed up. We keep burying our head in the sand, but I guess what? You all gonna have to face the music because the younger ones are not putting up with it. Mr. Clive Vernon Glidden, Lilias Clarinda Ebanks Glidden. I was born in their house and never left. Never spent much time with my biological mother, so that was my mother and my father. Mr. Clive, or the chief as I called him, taught me something. His best friend was Mr. Calvin Anderson. And apparently they came home from World War II on the same boat or something, but anyhow, the two of them never parted ways. He always said, God first, country, then family. Some people did never understood that, but I understood why. He said, look at these Jamaicans that are here. Do you think anyone loves the country any more than them? But they're here. Why? Things are not good in their country. And it's a beautiful country. It was his favorite place beside Kiman. He said, if your country is doing good, your family will do good. Just make sure you instill ambition and make sure you help them get an education. I have lived by that motto, and I want to thank my family for putting up with that, because it's not easy. I tell people, then people ask me about my children, and I said, what stands out? From the time they were small, they said, Daddy, I need this. And Mr. Speaker, I would say, I don't have the money. And up would walk a next child and say, I need a pair. I look at you simple, and I said, let's go get a pair of shoes. My children never were upset and never were jealous. It's as if they understood that child needed it. They didn't need, they only wanted. They grew with that. And I'm happy to see that my oldest has also grown to adopt that motto. In spite of all the success she's had, it is God, country, family, and then herself. Luckily, the only family she has is me, and you don't have to worry about me. I'll survive. And her mother. But some people like Miguel Smith, Mitchell Rollin Ebanks, they have stuck with me from the beginning. They've been out there, their work, loyal. And what I've had from those is they always tell me the truth. which is very important. Not to tell you what you want to hear. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's time to call it that. Thank you all. I've been honored. I've been here 3 terms, and my name has never been associated with any corruption or nothing. I started off, Chris, not for sale, not for rent, and I stayed true to the end. The head of Barkas is such a hot item, nothing can't happen again. And those, once again, in caucus, in cabinet, can tell the world, if they say so, it's something different, they are liars. You said not to use that word in here. But I have constantly said our young people are saying they're not coming back home. What are we doing about it? And I've always said the head of Barkas must not be touched. It will not be touched. When I was thrown under the bus, people thought it was a low point. No. When people like Woody Foster put their hands around my shoulder and said, we're proud of you. Kenneth and Andre stood with me. I wanted to be kicked out completely because the country needed a martyr anyway. Because when I was able to show the corruption, and it was there, they switched it the sharp way. All of a sudden, the chief officer resigned because of me. When 4 weeks before that, he had written his resignation because his wife had inherited a company and they were going to the United States. Never resigned because me, resigned a long time. But that's the magic of the top echelons. But then the compass came after me. Once again, that backfired. 2 affidavits signed by 2 people said what was said, I never said. But it is what it is. But there's a saying, Mr. Speaker, and someone sent it to me around that time, and I have saved it, and I have saved it. And I remember the time that I read the one here, have you come here and find it here? And Mr. Anthony Eden asked me for a copy of it. I saved that, and this one here, Mr. Speaker. This one I will keep forever. And it says, people can destroy your image, damage your personality, create rumors about you, but they can never take away your good deeds. Because no matter how they describe you, you will always be admired by those who know you best. I have done good. My country is here. Thank you all very much.
Honorable member, the number is now 6. So we're not going to need no election. The honorable member for Georgetown West. Before you begin, may I ask the Honorable Premier to move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that we may continue beyond the hour of 4:30, which we are well beyond now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move that we suspend Standing Order 10-2 so that the Parliament can continue beyond 4:30 p.m.
The question is that Standing Order 10-2 be suspended in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of 4:30. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Accordingly, Standing Order 10-2 is suspended. The Honourable Member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the weak continue to forgive and support the wicked, the wicked will continue to be wicked. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a short statement. Well, before I start that, the member from Georgetown South, Barbara, I think you've made the wrong decision. After listening to you today, I think you need to reconsider. No, okay. I'll be nice. I'll change my whatever. No, I'll be nice for real. Mr. Speaker, I was raised by my parents to love God, love my country, and love my family. And I have always done so. And I also appreciate anyone who will do the same, love God, love their country, no matter where they're from, and love their family. I pride myself on being an honest, caring, and loyal person, and that includes my time involved in politics. One of the greatest things, Mr. Speaker, is over these 8 years, is anywhere that we have a caucus or we have any meetings to sit and listen to you, we be talking, and then all of a sudden, some quote you're going to say, and I'm going to quote one of them that you always say, and I mean, it's with me too, and I love it. You always say, you may love Cayman as much as I do, but you do not love Cayman more than I do. Mr. Speaker, I got involved in politics before the 1984 elections. Christopher, our brother from another mother, Tommy, and myself started to support and campaign Dr. the Honorable Linford Pearson. We were actively involved in all elections from then until the most recent election. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, I agreed to put myself forward as a candidate on behalf of the PPM, representing the constituency of Georgetown West. I put myself forward with the intention to do my best to make Cayman a better place and to improve the lives of my constituents and all Caymanians. And I have spent the last 8 years working towards this goal to the best of my ability and as part of the PPM family. It deeply saddens me, Mr. Speaker, to say this, but I feel that I cannot put myself forward for the upcoming elections. In my view, it would be unfair and dishonest to the people of Georgetown West and the Cayman Islands, as I believe if I were to be honored and re-elected, I will not have the time, the will, the commitment, and the energy needed to continue to represent them honestly and properly in Parliament and within the constituency. Before I go any further, I just want to say that, and I want to ensure the constituency of Georgetown West, that we've been talking with someone who will take my place as a PPM candidate for Georgetown West. But as PPM are introducing new members on, at a periodic period, we will just wait now until our leader, Joey, and the PPM unveils who we have. I want to apologize to the people who I feel I'm disappointed with my decision, but I have to follow my heart and be honest with whatever decision I make. Mr. Speaker, as in most things, I compare my experiences with sport, and I was very honored every time I was selected to represent the Cayman national team in any international tournament. But I have never been more honored and proud than when I was elected by the constituents of Georgetown West to represent them in Parliament in 2017 and then again in 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have been fully committed and loyal to the PPM for over 20 years, and I will continue to do so wherever and however I can help, because in my opinion, the PPM is the best way forward for the Cayman Islands. For 8 years, the PPM formed a government and provided a PPM premier, and during all of this time, they gave our country a solid and unified government without a hint of corruption or scandal. And Mr. Speaker, I just have to add, in those 8 years, and in fact, before that, the government, anytime PPM were in charge, the government never fell apart. Mr. Speaker, the PPM was not thrown together through envy and jealousy, but built on love of country. Over the years, the PPM has proven that honesty, experience, and loyalty is the only way forward in the best interests of the Cayman Islands. There are so many people that I would want to thank, but I'm going to have to cut the list down and just thank the ones that's possible. In the beginning, there was Dr. Honorable Linford Pearson, who, as I previously said, we campaigned for and supported for over 18 years. For many of those years, we also supported the Honorable Norman Bodden, who was loved by everyone. I give special thanks to the Honorable D. Kurt Tibbetts and to you, Mr. Speaker, Sir Alden McLaughlin, both of whom gave me the confidence to take this bold step and gave me the best advice always. I want to thank all my PPM colleagues who gave me guidance and support over the 18 years I've been in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I know that, I have all my colleagues, PPM colleagues, and those who support me within the PPM, but I just have to thank two ministers who were with me in the first 4 years, 2017 to 21, who asked me to be their counselor and parliamentary secretary for the 4 years. I was deeply honored to be the parliamentary secretary, which, it was counselor in those days, but it's the parliamentary secretary now, for sports in the Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly's ministry, and for tourism and transport in the Honorable Mose Kirkconnell ministry. This is an experience I lived for 4 years that I will always treasure and will never forget. I learned so much under, this says Miss Julian Mose, but I learned so much under the Honorable Juliana and the Honorable Mose. Thank you, Premier, Mr. Speaker, for you. Anytime I was involved in the government, in Parliament, having you with us made me feel so confident. Mr. Speaker, I sat for 4 years as a backbench member of the ruling government with you as Premier and with great colleagues, and it was a pleasure for me. But I have to make mention of two members who always had encouraging words and advice for me, either by texting, calling, or in person, even when Parliament was not sitting. I would get reminders, check your constituents. Did you remember to do this? How is things going? That advice came from the member from Georgetown West, the Honorable John Seymour, and Georgetown East, and it's West, and the Honorable McKeever Bush from West Bay West. These little acts truly meant a lot to me. Mr. Speaker, the member for Georgetown South, Deputy Opposition Leader, the Honorable Barbara Connolly, and I shared a constituency office, and I'm proud to say we shared our personal assistants. Solida Ferrero was officially Barbara's PA, and Jalissa Ramon is my PA, but we definitely worked 100% together, And I want to thank Jalissa and Salida for the great and tireless work you both did for Barbara and myself, but also for the people of Georgetown South and Georgetown West. I also want to thank my first PA, Denise Miller, for all she did to help me and the people of Georgetown West. Mr. Speaker, I have to give special thanks to Barbara for everything, the way she guided me over these 8 years and sharing the office with me. And I remember just a couple of months ago when we were sitting in caucus, we were trying to figure out who would be running again and who was stepping aside. And we went round the office and we went round the table and you spoke, and then Barbara said that she wasn't running, and then it came to me, and I said, well, I wasn't running either. You said, I'll never forget, you goes, yeah, I know that was coming, because you follow Barbara in everything she does. But thank you, Barbara. Political mother, yeah. Mr. Speaker, when I decided to run in 2017, I had two persons who nominated me, Ms. K.E. Banks and Mr. Niels Godfrey, and I thank both of them for blessing me with their confidence and trust to nominate me. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, Mr. Niels Godfrey nominated me again, and I deeply want to thank him for the trust he has had in me, and there are no words adequate to deeply express my gratitude for Mr. Niels. I was also nominated in 2021 by a very special lady, Miss Valney McLaughlin, and I truly thank Miss Valney for all the love and kindness she has shown me, not only in the last 4 years, but for many years previously. Mr. Speaker, I cannot end without thanking the staff in the ministries of the Honourable Juliana O'Connor Connolly and the Honourable Mosca Connell between 2017 and 2021, especially Gina Matthews and the great Ventisha Connolly. They made my life much easier and more comfortable as I learned the ropes. I thank the staff of the Legislative Assembly, which is now Parliament, over the 8 years, who looked out for and helped all elected members in every way possible. Mr. Speaker, these 8 years are an experience I will treasure forever. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have to thank every member of my family. They have supported me in every decision I have made, even when I first decided to run for election, which really surprised most of them. But they have all been there for me and gave me encouragement along the way. And I have special thanks for my daughter, Delicia, who has supported me always. My only regret is that my parents, Derek and Margaret White, were not here to witness when I was first elected in these last years. With that, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the time, and God bless the Cayman Islands. Thank you.
Well, honourable member for Georgetown West, our brother Tom is gone on, so me and you will have to carry the flag once we get out of here. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Made these notes this morning, Mr. Speaker. I had not realized it would be during happy hour. I would have made them a lot shorter. Mr. Speaker, I do not plan to go anywhere. I do want to thank the people of Georgetown North for entrusting me for the past almost 4 years. And I'll confirm that I, with their blessings and their vote, look forward to representing them for the next 4 years after the elections of April 30th. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say that I have thoroughly enjoyed the job as leader of the opposition. But I will say that it is not a job that I aspire to return to. Mr. Speaker, Seneca once said, "Every new beginning comes from other beginnings' ends." So I have to say a few words about my colleagues who have just given their final speeches here in these hallowed halls. To David, I always call him the power of two, because when we got David, we got Christopher. And when I went to speak to them about a few matters, some that I weren't sure how they were going to react to, I said, "David, I can handle you being mad at me, but I can't handle Christopher being mad at me." So I need both of you here as we discuss this. But David, your love for this country is indisputable. And I know, as you have said, that you will continue to be an integral part of the PPM family. And I will look forward to continuing to work with you and Christopher, and also play my role in remembering our friend Tommy. To Mose, the Honorable Mose Colonel, member from Little Kimmenbrack West and Little Kimman, I owe you a depth of gratitude.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I'm just going to say to all members that I'm allowing deliberate some latitude because of the emotiveness of this situation. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so you can drop the formalities for this if members wish.
I have to give you a vote of gratitude. Having the opportunity after being elected, perhaps you felt like you were a bit responsible because it was you and Honorable Kurt Tibbetts that convinced me to contest the 2013 elections. But giving me the opportunity to serve 4 years as your counselor in tourism and transport, what is now known as the parliamentary secretary. I want to thank you for your trust and belief in me. You always involved me and allowed me to participate in all aspects of the ministry. I can't say that I thoroughly enjoyed attending every event for you on the weekends while you were in the BRAC, but but yes, I was a victim of my success in that one. If I had messed the first one up, you probably wouldn't have had me return for the others. But I can say this to you, and the Speaker just gave me permission, Mose, that you always had my respect, but we've now also become very good friends. And I will always give you a call and say, "Moses K., my MLA," and ask for your advice. But the people of Kimmenbrack and Little Kimman owe you a debt for all that you've done, and I'll touch on that a little bit further on. But I want to also say that I owe you for your unwavering commitment and support to myself. To my friend Barbara, member from Georgetown South, the hardest working person in the group. We were at a podcast and we were talking about women in politics, and they asked me, I said, "You want to find out about women in politics, whether we respect them?" I said, "We don't respect Barbara, we're afraid of her." When Barbara said jump, we said how high, and you better not make her repeat it twice. but her dedication to her constituency and to her country is to be molded and admired. She may be retiring as an MP, but I know that she remains committed to her constituency and committed to the People's Progressive Party. Minister Ebanks, she's not going to let you get away with them yellow. She's going to keep going at those yellow lines. I can tell you that, to the last day. Mr. Speaker, to yourself, sir, much was said last night, but like Barbara, I know that you remain committed to the Red Bay Prospect and PPM family, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in your role as chairman of the party. Mr. Speaker, it'd be remiss of me not to also thank the former leader of the party, Mr. Roy McTaggart, member for Georgetown East, for his trust in me and for his support in putting me forward as leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, once again, this showed continuity, stability, and reliability in the People's Progressive Movement. Mr. Speaker, with the big shoes that I have to fill, myself, Roy McTaggart, that is a member from Georgetown East, and a group of young and enthusiastic, experienced, and some new candidates are ready to rise and not only fill, but to make even bigger footprints on the political landscape of our three beautiful islands. Mr. Speaker, I know your love for music, and this moment takes me to a song originally written by Nina Simone and in recent times made popular by Michael Bublé. And the chorus goes, "Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good." So, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it is very sad to see my colleagues moving on. But we are ready, and with the support of former leader Mr. Roy McTaggart, myself, and our candidates are willing, ready, and capable of carrying on the mantle and representing the People's Progressive Party and the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to just say thank you to all colleagues in this House for over the past term. You have all been respectful to myself, and I hope I have been the same to you. Started on this side with the opposition, and then we slowly grew to the point where we have to now call ourselves the official opposition. But no matter what side each of you are on, I thank you for your respect, and I hope that I paid you the same. Members of the government, I thank you for your commitment to the country, to continue to work together for the betterment of all of us and our constituencies to get us to this day and to show the world that we are a mature democratic society. This is what democracy is about. It is not perfect, and you will have these instances, but it's how you react to them. And we showed the maturity, and we showed the love of country to continue on. So I thank each of you in the government. Good friends, Minister Seymour, yeah, we don't have to say nothing, right? We're good. Got the plan. Solid. To the Premier, Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, cuz let me take a moment, and I know she's listening in the other room, she had to step into a meeting. Let me take a moment to recognize you for your unwavering commitment to serving our country, even in the most challenging of times. Madam Premier, your dedication and resilience have not gone unnoticed, and I appreciated your willingness to respect our agreement to support your minority government. And more importantly, I commend you for the spirit of unity and cooperation that you have consistently displayed throughout not just the last few months, but your entire tenure. The people of the Sister Islands have been fortunate to have such committed representatives in the Honorable Mose Colonel and the Honorable Premier Juliana O'Connor Connolly over the years. I recall a time when the BRAC faced significant challenges: a declining population, lack of infrastructure, lack of growth, no real future. But under their leadership over the last almost 2 decades, we have witnessed remarkable progress. And today, the residents, including the new ones who want to come there now and take over, enjoy world-class infrastructure, including paved roads, dissecting across the islands, piped city water across Kimmanbrack, and more recreational and open public spaces per capita than I'm sure than anywhere else in this region. This progress has transformed the BRAC and Little Cayman, providing residents with the quality of life that they deserve. And many, instead of a decline in population, we see many Kimmanbrackers moving back home, moving back to Kimmanbrack where they find a better quality of life, even than here on Grand Cayman. And I will admit, we have a family home in Spot Bay, and I love to vacation and find time to go there. But I want to make sure that everyone knows I'm not one of those now that want to come and run things. I like to just go enjoy myself and come back home. I sincerely hope that friends and family in the Sister Islands recognize and appreciate the tremendous achievements that these two have accomplished and what they have achieved over the years. But I can tell you what, I will, over the next few weeks, be sure to remind as many that I can. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a moment to speak about the Deputy Premier. I just want to say to him that it has not gone unnoticed, the tremendous maturity and the loyalty he has displayed in his commitment to his government, but most importantly, to the people he served over the past couple of years. As tumultuous and challenging the political landscape has been, the Honorable Deputy Premier has shown a steadfast dedication to his principles, and that's with PLES, and to the welfare of his constituents. Many may criticize his style, and I see many are taking aim at him. In fact, it seems many of the new groups have made it their goal to remove him from office because his unwavering commitment to his people, but especially those who he can identify with, those who need a voice, those who are often written off by our society. We heard the Honorable Deputy Premier's story on Wednesday during his winding up on the referendum debate. We heard of the role, Mr. Speaker, that you played in that story. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say, today, that I hope that his story will continue to be written. And let me also say, if he wishes, we in the PPM would be happy to be a part of that next chapter. And so, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I will close with a quote from Winston Churchill. To improve is to change, and to be perfect is to change often. Colleagues, people of the Cayman Islands, thank you very much, and may God bless you all, and see you in the next round.
The honourable member from Georgetown East. We got Georgetown East too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am mindful of the time, so I will be even more brief than my predecessor. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to begin this afternoon by saying a huge thank you and just really bigging up the Minister of Tourism for the message he brought this morning with regard to his announcement that the government was increasing the monthly assistance given to those who most need it from $1,250 to $1,500 a month. Mr. Speaker, I was overjoyed when I heard it. And I say thank you to you, Kenneth, from the bottom of my heart. You know, and every other member in this House knows that I have advocated incessantly for that these past 4 years in my role as Leader of the Opposition. First, to increase it to $1,250 and then to the $1,500. And I say thank you to you and to your government for your response in acknowledging that and in taking the step that you did today. I truly say thank you. And I will sleep and have a much bigger smile on my face now than I had when I came in here this morning, Mr. Speaker, over that. So thanks again for that. Mr. Speaker, the next thing I wanted to address is just an ugly rumor that has been circulating about me in the last few weeks. Mr. Speaker, several people, including members inside this chamber, have asked me, said they have heard that I am not running. And Mr. Speaker, I have struggled with that because I have no idea where it comes from. But Mr. Speaker, as early as January, I had declared in my New Year's message that I would be seeking re-election in April. So somebody is stirring some mischief. I don't think it's anyone inside this honourable chamber. But I felt it was important that I actually clarify and state so here when I had the opportunity, and I will say so again publicly in other public forums, and declare now I am a candidate and will be a candidate in the April elections. So I'm not going anywhere. But then to Mr. Speaker, honestly, today is a very sad day for me. And I say this with a great heaviness of heart. As politically I'm saying farewell to 5 people who have been such a central part of my political life, and people who have done so much to help mold me into the representative that I am today. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I should say of course, Sir Alden, I'm speaking of you, my good friend Moses, Miss Barbara, David, and I cannot forget Miss Julie, served 2 terms with her. Mr. Speaker, through your collective interest and guidance of all the names that I have mentioned, have been a real help and assistance to help to mold me and show me the way in ways that I could never have anticipated. So Alden, to you, your unwavering support for me as political leader of the Progressives is something that I can never forget. I don't think I could ever have been as successful as I was without having your backing, without having your guidance, and having you there to show the way and to challenge me as a political leader. It is something and an experience that I've had that I can never forget. And I owe you a huge, and everyone else that I have worked with, a huge debt of gratitude for all that you have done. And although we are saying farewell to you from this chamber, I hope that as a progressive, that it doesn't mean that we will not see, that does not mean that we will not see you again. And I remain hopeful that you and Moses, Barbara, David, Miss Julie will be there to provide guidance and advice when we need it. And I know that as in taking over the leadership of this party, it's a changing of the guard for the party. And while it is just Joey and myself that are remaining on as the most experienced and having been here for 12 years, I know that we will need your help and advice as we move forward. But like Joey said earlier on in his contribution, Mr. Speaker, we're ready to step up. And I think we, together with the new candidates that we will bring forward in this elections, will demonstrate in the debates and the campaigning that we will conduct, demonstrate to the people of this country that we are ready, and that just because while there is significant change, it does not mean that the Progressives are dead. It's a time of renewal, and one that we will bring our experience and our desire to make the biggest impact that we can in helping our people to be the best that they can be. And so I thank you all. I thank you for, I keep repeating myself, but I thank you for your guidance, your help, and all that you've done for us. And I wish you all the very best, wherever your feet take you, in whatever you choose to do. Lord knows you've given so much to this country, and I know you have more that you can give and contribute as well. So, while we say so long, it is not farewell forever. Mr. Speaker, I next want to thank the staff of the Parliament for their work. Mr. Speaker, I've not known a more dedicated group of people and a team who have given so much in service to this country and to us as members of this Parliament. They have been extremely responsive, supportive, and have done everything they can to make sure that our lives here in Parliament are as easy and as comfortable as they could make it. I know in my role for the last 4 years as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, I've had 2 great parliamentary clerks to work with. The first being Miss Susan Burke, who left us at the end of this last year. and she's returned to go to school, university in Canada. And then also Ms. Tishan, who has joined, McLean, who had joined the Parliament a few months before she did. They're both excellent parliamentary clerks, and I'm looking forward. I thank them for their work and their service. And Mr. Speaker, like Joey just said earlier too, I hope I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I don't come back in opposition and be asked to take up chairmanship of the Public Accounts Committee. But I have enjoyed my work with them, and I've enjoyed all their interaction and their commitment to the parliamentary process and all that they have done for us. Mr. Speaker, I have also to thank the office staff at the PPM office, Ms. Sharon Ebanks, my good friend Roy Tatum, who has been a rock in his support for me and working for me as political advisor and my assistant. Mr. Speaker, I could never have fulfilled these last 4 years without him. And he's a man that gives 150%. And I thank him for the bottom of my heart for what he has done and the support he has given me. Also wanted to mention as well his daughter Sarah, who has been an assistant as well. She came on it only within the last year, 18 months, but she has performed well in terms of the work and the assistance that she has rendered to me in the office. But Sharon as well has been like the Rock of Gibraltar. She's just always there, ready to respond, ready to do what you ask her to do. And she will, I'm hopeful that she will continue to be with us as we move forward in the office. And well, I hope to see Roy Tatum in a very different role as he is contesting this election as a candidate, PPM candidate for the district of Red Bay. And I'm looking forward to getting out on the campaign trail with him and working with him in that regard. So I can't sit down this evening without also acknowledging and thanking my family for the support that they have given me as well. Mr. Speaker, one of my, always call him as my biggest supporter was that of my father. And Mr. Speaker, I lost him in this term. It left a real big hole in my heart and in my being. My father came to every rally we had. He supported me financially, and gave so much of himself because he understood what I was trying to do. And I was so grateful for him and for all that he did for me. So I say to see, thanks, Dad. I hope you're resting well. And we'll meet again someday. I thank my wife, Glenda. She too has been like a rock in support to me. Lord, every election I've been through, and I've been through 3 with her, she helped me. She typed speeches. She worked on so many Excel schedules late at night, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then would get up and go to work by 8 o'clock to do her day's work. Thanks can never be enough for what she did. And my children, they have been so supportive of what I've been doing and understand too what politics too is all about. It's their first time in with having any exposure to this whole thing we call politics. And being involved as they are. They have assisted me particularly during the election campaigns, as in the elections there, and monitoring of the voting process, and so many other ways as well in canvassing and helping with the canvassing as well. So I thank them all. You say thank you a million times, but you feel so empty because you just don't think those words just not enough. And then I need to conclude with thanking the good people of Georgetown East. Mr. Speaker, they have seen fit to return me to office on 3 separate occasions. And each time I have gone to the polls, Mr. Speaker, I have won by increasing margins. And I am grateful for them. I say I must be doing something that they see that they're pleased about. Otherwise, they would never do that. But I know so many have expressed their support for me. And Mr. Speaker, I just hope that they will find it within their hearts as well to return me to office on April 30th. And I'm hopeful and praying that on the morning of May 1st, that I will wake up and find myself having been returned to office one more time. So, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you to all my colleagues here. It's been an interesting 4 years. Not been the easiest of 4 years, but it certainly has been interesting. It has certainly been challenging. But, you know, here we are at the end of the 4 years and on the cusp of another general elections. I bid you all well and wish you all well. And, you know, I look forward to, once the election's over, to being back here in this Parliament to continue the good work that I know we are going to lay out to the electorate in the coming weeks leading up to the elections. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to everyone else, and farewell to my colleagues.
Honorable members, there are still 9 members to speak. So I do not believe that I can survive here until that is over. We've been here for more than 3 hours now. So I'm going to call a brief suspension for refreshment. Let us endeavor to get back in here by 5, 10 past 6 by that clock. So the half an hour, essentially. Let's see if we can get this done at a breakneck speed and finish by 9 o'clock. The Honourable Minister from East End.
Say that again, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a short statement, so hopefully that you won't be here till 9 o'clock tonight. And as it's the last sitting of this term, first of all, I'd like to give God thanks for taking me through the last 4 years to serve. And Mr. Speaker, I've been honored to represent the constituency of East End for the 2021-25 parliamentary term in this honorable house. The experience and the knowledge I've gained over the last 4 years has given me a good insight into the legislative and administrative process of government. And Mr. Speaker, there's much more to learn, and it is my intention to run for election to represent the good district of East End, the people who entrusted me over the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the accomplishments for my community, but Mr. Speaker, I will discuss those on the campaign trail to the entire community, especially those who are parenting much false narrative and wearing blinkers. It has been a distinct pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to be a servant leader, and with the help of the good people of East End, I will continue to do that come May 1st, as my colleague across the aisle said, when he wants to wake up May 1st and learn that he's still representing Georgetown East. And, Mr. Speaker, it is the people of East End I represent and who I work for. And I want to let them know that I will continue to work tirelessly for them. Mr. Speaker, I want to also express my sincere thanks to every single member of this honorable house, because, truth be told, Mr. Speaker, we all came here for one simple reason, and that is to do well and ensure our country does well. Some of my colleagues in this house I knew before I got elected, and some I met after I got elected. There were ups and downs, but along the way, I learned a lot from them. And Mr. Speaker, there's still much more to learn, because I figure we are probably in Survivor Series 4 about now, eh? But, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the time and the friendships I've made in this house. It has been a pleasure to work with you all. The staff of the Parliament have been awesome, and I will always be grateful for their willingness to always help. To the ministry staff, led by the chief officers, Echenike and Ebanks, I say thank you to them all. I don't want to call names, Mr. Speaker, because I will undoubtedly forget a lot of them. So I just want to thank every single member of the ministries I've been associated with, and I'm proud to have been associated with, for their help and their kindness. I also want to thank those who work on the boards that the ministry is also responsible for them carrying out the mandate of the government. I also want to thank my cabinet colleagues, the governor, the deputy governor, the attorney general, the cabinet secretary and his staff, and also my elected cabinet colleagues for their support over the period of time that I spent in cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, I want to again thank the good people of East End and my supporters across the Cayman Islands. And I also, Mr. Speaker, have to thank some of my biggest supporters, and one of them being my father, known to many as Papa Gerolo. He's been there with me from the first day when I mentioned that I was interested in doing this, and he encouraged me to do it. And he stood by me even more recently at an event where him and I attended. And while I was speaking to some other people there, he was standing about 10 feet away from me, and I heard him say something on my behalf that I will forever be grateful for that. But he didn't know I was listening. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been done in our communities and by the government for this country. And I want to let them know that we will continue to work and give an opportunity to continue to get other projects that we started and hope to get started, like the East-West Arterial, where we will certainly be giving our people in East End a better quality of life once we can get that done. But Mr. Speaker, lest we forget that all that we've been through in this house, the tumultuous times, the discussions, the fights. As you said, sir, it is a fraternity, and we must always maintain the friendship, no matter what side of the aisle that we sit on. We must always maintain that friendship. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to seeing many of you back in this house. I know there are some who is not going to be contesting the election, and I'll speak to them individually. But I want to thank each and every person here who's helped me on my journey here, those who've helped me on my journey from the beginning, the Premier, who I've had many discussions with, and I'm indebted to her as well. Thank you, Madam Premier. And the AG for his advice, and all of my colleagues for their help in different projects across this country. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister from North Side.
Mr. Speaker, I was looking at my speech just now, and with the time, my first re-entry was close to 40 minutes, so I decided that with all the list of accomplishments, I have to save that for when we're on the campaign trail, and I'll cut it down to 5 minutes for you, sir, just to make me happy. Mr. Speaker, I remember the first day walking in here, excited, motivated, happy to be here, happy to serve the people of North Side. Mr. Speaker, I remember the first debate in this house, and your first speech across the aisle was Alice in Wonderland you started with. And the story still follows me every day thinking about it. Because I just still try to wonder if you chasing me or I chasing you.
No, you were speaking of going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, and I don't want to get in the rabbit hole tonight with him again. But Mr. Speaker, I always remember that one. And I said to myself when I went outside, I said, man, what I did Arlen so much that he wanted to come at me so hard. And Kenneth said, you're lucky. The first time he called me a leper. I said, okay, all right, I'll take that then. Well, Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege to serve with, I was thinking about today, 2 premiers, 4 deputy premiers, 3 finance ministers, 3 speakers, and 2 governors. I believe I should say I'm getting qualified for the job now, after all of that. Yep, and COVID on top of that too, sir. So, after going through all of that, I said, boy, I think you got to pat yourself on the back, and when you list the accomplishments you got done, I think we did pretty good. But Mr. Speaker, there are some things that still are there that we just never got the opportunity because of the time or other means of obstacles that we find in our way sometimes. And a lot of people have listed it. And I just want to touch back on one that Minister from, I remember from West Bay, North, and mentioned about the one Apple Blossom site in West Bay. Was probably one site that I was the most motivated about getting accomplished to make sure when I first visited that site. And Mr. Speaker, with a glimpse of hope, it's still there, at least not sure about getting it finished. But I know I'm going to push my hardest to getting it started. And that's one that I really am committed to, this, trying to see how we can make sure we get that started before now and April. Because while we are out there campaigning, the work can go on. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege to serve with my people, and it's been wonderful. I've been times of sitting and listening with some of them, arguing with them, some of them telling me, boy, you know, you guys gotta get this thing together. Some of them, the challenges that we had, some of them sitting and having a drink with them, some of them even having a meal with them, and then trying to work out every solution we could. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to let them know that the Northside dream is still there, the Northside hope, and the Northside aspiration that I came in here with. That fire still burns inside of me. And I'm here to serve my people. And Mr. Speaker, like a lot, I think it's what, 6 people have said so far that, or 5? 6. But I think it's only been 5 that's announced that they're not running so far. 6? Okay. We'll see what the night has left revealed then. I don't know who else is retiring. But I'm going to do that right now, sir, to let you know that I'm not one of them that will be retiring. I will be coming back for the next election. As a matter of fact, I was saying to my friend next door to me right here, the minister from East End, you call him, and I wonder if I could just leave a folder right here until March the 1st, right? And or May the 1st, sorry, May the 1st, and come back and find it right there. Mr. Speaker, I've had a great time, learned a lot. I thank the first Premier I served under for giving me the opportunity, for seeing the light in me, to give me the opportunity to stand up here to serve as a minister, the Honorable Ween Panan, and also my second Premier, for continuing to see that light in me and said, no, I want you to continue doing what you're doing and working along with me. Speaker, it's been a very emotional time for everybody. I'm not usually the person that gets too emotional, but sometimes I do. But I just want to say to everybody, it has been a great opportunity working with a lot of you all. It was a major learning curve. And Mr. Speaker, working with you on and off too. But I always know where to find you. As a farmer, I'm sure I'll get the opportunity to come and visit your farm someday in the future, yeah. Oh, no. I'll leave that for someone else. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my hard-working team back in the government admin building, led by the very well-known Chief Officer Eric Bush. And yes, today also is his birthday. If you just give me time to say hello, happy birthday to him. I know he's watching and listening. You know, I've actually missed a little gathering that they had today for him for his birthday in the office. You know, Tristan Hides, Leda Nicholson, Andrea, Quinlan, Exie Thomason, Wendy, Jason, Luzanne, the whole bunch of them. Mr. Wesley Howell, Miss Debbie, Miss Nellie, all the chief officers that I've had opportunity to actually work alongside, ask questions with, was able to point me in the right direction when we needed to, give you the right advice. It has been a pleasure working with them. And I look forward to coming back and working with some of them right after this elections. So, Mr. Speaker, not to take up too much of your time, because I'll leave the rest for the campaign trail, but I just want to thank everybody in here. I'm sure everybody came in here with the right motive and the right reasons, is to serve your people of this country. And that was the main thing that we all came here for first, is to make sure we put the Cayman Islands first, the people of this country first. And that's what we want to continue doing, is make sure that we put country and our people first. That is my motive, Mr. Speaker. No man shall be left behind. And no women. Let's make sure we get that straight too. Let's get it straight, right? Mr. Speaker, I could not even leave out the Deputy Governor, Mr. Franz Manderson, always willing to help, always there to answer his phone call, no matter what time of night it was. He would, sometimes I call him at 11, 12 o'clock. I said, well, just check and see if you were up. He said, oh, no, Minister, how can I help you? He always answered, that's one thing for sure. If he didn't answer, he would text me right back and say, Minister, I'm in a meeting, but I'll call you right back as I finish. Miss Gloria, it's a pleasure. AG, it's been a pleasure with you. I know you said that you may be one of them that's announcing tonight too, that you may be. Okay, I'll leave that. I won't break it. But it's been a pleasure working with you too, sir, for all the advice you have given. And I want to thank everybody tonight. And I want to thank my constituents in Northside for giving me the opportunity again to come and serve them. And I look forward for that opportunity coming in April and returning back and continue hitting the road hard and working as hard as we ever worked for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Usually I use my own birthday time to reflect and to give God thanks for allowing me to see another year. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, I know most people may not be aware of this, but there was a time in my life where I'd actually wrote my own obituary. I went to work one day, Mr. Speaker, and the next day I woke up in the hospital. And a week later, I was actually fighting for my life in Cleveland Clinic. And while I was there waiting on the surgery, I remember being in a lot of pain. I made the mistake of, well, back then I think Yahoo was the main search engine, it wasn't Google, to do a little search on my illness. and looked at the mortality rate and realized, wait a minute, Chris, you're going to die. And at that point, at 33 years of age, having spent about 8 years of my life, well, 12 years of my life at that time, outside of Cayman, 8 years of school in Jamaica, 4 years of school in New York, I decided to do my family a favor. While I'm up, couldn't sleep, let me just do my funeral program, pick out the songs, write all my obituary, because the 8 years of school in Jamaica, nobody would have known about those, and the 4 years in New York. And I said, let me save them the trouble. And it is when I reach the part of my mother, my relationship with my mother, and being Rose Saunders' only son, I recognize that while I may have deserved to leave this earth, I don't think God would have taken Rose Saunders' one son from her. And it was at that moment I actually stopped typing and decided, you know what, I'm going to live through this. But it took me a while, about 2 hours, to accept the fact that I was going to die. And I can tell you, the first 2 hours was a bit brutal. You're thinking about your kids, your wife, and everything else. And a certain peace came over you of just accepting it. But then a will to live came on. And it was at that time, Mr. Speaker, that I also didn't like what I wrote about myself, in the sense that I was given an education that was paid for by the people, the Cayman Islands, and I never really gave service much back to the people. I spent my time making money for other people and not serving the people who gave me that initial investment. And that was one of the turning points where I decided to get more active in social issues, not just political issues, but doing more in the community, trying to give back, starting to tithe, take at least 10% of my salary, give it away, whether it be someone in the supermarket or something, but just start giving back. It is almost like the person, Alfred Nobel, who invented the Nobel Peace Prize, that came about because he was reading his own obituary in a newspaper, and they referred to him as a merchant of death, because I think he had invented like dynamite or TNT or something. And he didn't like his own obituary that was written about him, and that's how the Nobel Peace Prize came about. I say that to say, Mr. Speaker, as I listened to my good friend, the member for Georgetown Central, and the Minister for Tourism and Deputy Premier, spoke about his second chance in his recent debate, I too remember my own second chance. Because, Mr. Speaker, at 18 years of age, I was let loose in the streets of New York to go to university on a government scholarship. Christopher go to class? Nope. Christopher went partying like crazy. I was let loose in the Big Apple, the big city. And because I was one of those persons, Mr. Speaker, that was lucky enough to cruise through high school, get good grades from not studying much, but from having a really good memory, I thought I could have taken that approach to university. First year GPA, 1.69. Oh yeah, so all of those rules I said to people that Education Council has now put in to catch people with all of those bad grades was because of me. Because in 4 years of government scholarship, I don't think I ever once produced any grades to the education department that were bad. They only saw the good grades. So all the rules that they put in now was designed to catch people like me back then who were basically getting away with it. And yeah, that's right, it's confession. No, but it's part of the process. But I know what it is like to have a second chance. And that's why education has always been passionate to me. This morning, when I was getting ready, I was almost tempted to wear my red tie, which was the last present I got from my father. And I've never had an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to really thank my father, what pushed me to get involved in politics. But also to the point that I never really appreciated him when he was alive, and that is the one regret I have in this life, that I could think I could have been a better son, although I focused on him being a better father. But, Mr. Speaker, I remember the first time I went to school in Jamaica. I didn't want to go to school in Jamaica. But according to my father, he didn't want me growing up around 4 girls and turning no sissy. And I had to go to Jamaica, get toughened up. And you know what? While I hated him at first for it, I can tell you, those 8 years of going to school in Jamaica, looking back at it, I'm glad I did. Because the resolve, the tenacity, and everything else that is instilled in me prepared me for just about for anything that comes. And Mr. Speaker, 4 days from now, February 11th, is going to be the 35th anniversary when Mandela was released from prison. And I remember that Sunday, Father made sure we were all in the living room and we were watching that on TV of Mandela being released from prison after 27 years. And I had mentioned in one of my early debates about one of the 3 poems that was instilled in us. And one of those poems was actually Invictus, a poem that Mandela read almost just about every single day in 27 years of captivity in South Africa. And that was one of the poems that my father first introduced us to. For those of you who know my father, know Dr. Frank was a good friend of my father. My father's one of them who used to spend a lot of time at the library. And he used to spend a lot of time over there with Dr. Frank. And that's one of the reasons that despite whatever differences I may have with Dr. Frank, I could never say anything bad about him because of his relationship with my late father. But the thing about Invictus that I like, Mr. Speaker, it goes, out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, yet the menace of the years shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, or charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And it is those words, Mr. Speaker, that is instilled in me that gives me the tenacity and the resolve to keep going ahead. And that's why when sometimes people would think that something bothers me, my super strength is actually the fact that nothing really bothers me on a personal level. You know, that song, if Jah is standing by my side, there's a line in it that says, my foes attack and I just smile because they don't seem to understand my style. And let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I now know all of those years I spent away, the thickness of it gave me for my skin, but also more importantly, it made me appreciate what it is we're fighting for here in Cayman. Because let me tell you this, it is only after you have really been away from Cayman and you have seen other places, you know how special this place is and why it is worth fighting for. The one thing, Mr. Speaker, that I've always taken in my own political approach is just to ask one question for me. What is it that keeps me awake at night? And more importantly, what it is that keep the people of the Cayman Islands awake at night. And that's the reason why the issues of healthcare, pension reform, cost of living has always been issues for me. Because those are the issues that are keeping our people awake at night, their quality of life, and everything else to go with it. So, Mr. Speaker, as we prepare for another round, and I can tell you right now, I am definitely running for re-election as long as I got good health and everything else. I'm definitely going for it. So I won't be joining the 6th. But, Mr. Speaker, from a political, legislative standpoint, I really want to thank some of the members that was here the first time I got elected. Ezra Miller from Northside, Ard McLean from East End, Tony Eden from Savannah, who were good colleagues with me on the side, Bernie Bush from West Bay North. But, Mr. Speaker, the best political lessons I've actually gotten since being elected in this parliament actually came from observing you. You know, they always say to sit down and to study, I guess, your opponents is something else. But to watch you work and watch you operate is a master class in itself. And I hope you actually do write a book. And I'm going to say to people, the minister from Northside mentioned the Alice in Wonderland story. And I'm sitting down, I'm saying to myself, if that's all the licks he got from Alden, he got a great plenty. Because let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I will never forget August 2017. We were doing that SPS. You gave a very good speech. It was your last term. You're going out big and bold. You can't be premier again. And we in the opposition got up, and we wish you all the best. We congratulated you for forming a government again. And on your reply, you beat the hell out of us. I'll never forget that. And I remember Mr. Tony saying to me, Chris, was that really necessary? I said, Mr. T, yes. And I'm going to make him eat them words. Every single thing I made up my mind that he brought from then, I'm going to oppose. Even if I agree with it, I'm going to oppose. Because one thing he made us clear, it is not your job to agree with the government. It is your job to offer an alternative to make sure we are doing our job. And in doing so, you made us better legislators. Because even if you came with a good idea, it forced me to find out what else could have been the alternative. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we learned from Pace at Pace University, which is a Jewish university, is they have something called the 10-man rule, where there are 10 of you in a boardroom, and you're meeting on a monthly basis. Each month, they're set aside where one person must be the designated person to disagree with the other 9, even if you're in agreement. And that's to make sure that you never fall into the thing of groupthink. So in politics, when people talk about, oh, we want people of like-minded mindset, that is probably one of the worst things you can have in politics, is groupthink. You need the diversity of opinions. You need the diversity of views. You need the arguments. This is what democracy is about, having the difference of opinion, having difference of ideas. And then you debate them, you discuss them, you have the dialogue. Then you find consensus. But we have reached a point in Cayman politics now, Mr. Speaker, where we're trying to find consensus without having to debate. We're trying to find consensus without the arguments. And these are where we make our mistakes. Opposition is good. Difference of opinion is good. Having a different outlook is good. And this is what we need to focus on. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Georgetown West for giving me the opportunity to represent them. Of all the jobs I've had, I can tell you this has been the best job I've had, the most stressful one, but the most enjoyable one. Because at least for every single day, even if there's one person that you have helped, you can say, you know what, you made somebody's life a little bit better. Mr. Speaker, one person I really have to thank more than anything is my family, my wife. You know, last year, I almost would have been number 7. I got a really great job offer that I really thought about for about a week. I'm almost certain I was going to take it. And my wife talked me out of it. She said, Chris, until you get that healthcare thing sorted, you're going to hate yourself for the rest of your life. I know you. And for me, that free healthcare, Mr. Speaker, is one of the things that I am not going to let go. There are at least 14,000 Caymanian voters is going to be hitting 65 in the next 12 years. And they're going to be struggling with health care. 2,000 people cost us $78 million in 2023. Think about that. 2,000 people cost us $78 million, cost the taxpayers $78 million. What do you think is going to happen when 14,000 people hit? And so, Mr. Speaker, that is one issue I cannot let go, and I will not let go. And more than anything, that is one thing I'll be championing. Because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in a service-based economy, where 95% of the people, including us inside here, make a living from providing a service, what do you think will happen? We have a 1 heart attack, a stroke, an aneurysm. We're literally one medical emergency away from our families being bankrupt and for us being unable to provide for our families. Are we comfortable living in a country with so much resources that God has abundantly blessed, that so many families can be one medical emergency away from being bankrupt? And I think we need to put that safety net in, and I'm not going to let that issue go. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I mentioned already, and I'm going to say this, and I've said it before, I don't know what or how I will behave when Rose Saunders closes her eyes. But I'm going to say this much. People have already put my mother in the hospital already. And I'm telling you up front, the next time she goes back inside there is going to be a side of me that people are going to pray never, ever comes out. Okay? They have done that to my mother already. So while I can live with the stress and the thickness of skin that I've been blessed with to ignore a lot of the stuff, the people in our lives take these things to heart. And I'm telling the people I'm out there that have this nasty way of dividing our people with the nasty politics. They better pray to God that Christopher Saunders' intelligence is continuing to be used to the betterment of this country. Because the day I decide to use my mind for something else, know also I'm getting away with it. Don't think, I'm not going to tell anybody I'm going to prison for anybody, because I'm going to prison for nobody. I'm getting away with it. So I want to send that message clear. Because I already got some nasty comments already coming out. And I'm going to tell you, this is how it starts. And that's the reason why I'm glad the member for West Bay West brought the motion he did. Trying to divide this small population already as it is not the way it is. We are all Caymanians. The purpose of elections is to determine the will of the people, nothing more. But there seems to be a power grab inside this country where people are hell-bent on getting power by any means necessary. And I'm going to tell you this much. You study history. Revolutions aren't started by poor people. Revolutions are started by educated people. So when our young Caymanians come back and can't get opportunities in this country, those are the ones that history tells you starts revolutions. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us and anyone looking to come into this chamber to get it right, to give every single Caymanian an opportunity. And that's why I said what I said. Caymanians need to start feeling entitled once again inside this country. This thing of being passive and soft and nice, it don't work. We're competing with people who are coming from countries that they don't play by the same rules as us. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I said I have come to appreciate your tenacity and your resolve. That when you are focused and determined, I have seen it, and most of the times, I think you've been on the right side of history. We have had a few disagreements along the way, and I've come to admire that. So, you want to stick with the issues, you want to stick with ideas, you want to stick with ideology, I am fine with it. But all the personal stuff, let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I tell people all the while, you know, I come from a house with a praying mother. And let me tell you something. I've seen people getting sick, got sick, and all I can sit down and say, you know what, God, I could not have done a better job than that. And I leave it as is. So I tell people up front, be kind, be nice. As I said in Desiderata, try to be on good terms with everybody, because we're all just trying to make this place better. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank every single member inside this parliament, those who I agreed with and those who I disagreed with. Because at the end of the day, I consider all of you patriots. I consider all of you of meaning well for this country. But it is very easy sometimes to get distracted and caught up. And that's why I tell people, find your relationship with God. If there's one thing that politics have done for me, it has improved my relationship with God. Because let me tell you something, it is only through the grace of God sometimes, Mr. Speaker, that I can tell you that the other side of me, a side of me that I let go, a side of me that I don't want my kids or anybody to see, that I've let go. And that's why I tell you, God, everybody, I tell people, I pray to God, I thank Sean every day. Because I can tell you, I know what it is like to be full of bitterness, and I know what it's like to be full of hatred. I have been down that path already. And I can tell you, if it wasn't for my own illness, where I had to take a check on my own life and realize that I was not right in what I like about myself, and God gave me the opportunity to change it, is the reason why I can stand here today. For my good friend, the Minister of Tourism, and Kenneth Bryan, I want to thank you for always being in my corner. It means a lot to me, so much so that nobody can't even say anything bad about you in my house. Even if I'm on the phone arguing with you and disagreeing with you, when I hang up off the phone, Sean, and just like, you know, Kenneth could be right, you know. I'm like, not today. I don't want to hear it. Even she defends you. Yeah, no, John, I can tell you, we have been on sides, same side, different sides or whatever, but your family and my family have a relationship that goes way back. And I can tell you this much. It has not been lost on me in 2017, when everyone was even trying to pull you and I apart. You stood there with me, you worked with me, and you helped me get elected in 2017. I've not forgotten that. So you have always hold a special place in my heart, regardless of what people may see. We don't agree on everything, because I tell people, Kenneth and I have the most political debates and differences, but there's nobody in that I can tell I love more like a brother than Kenneth. And the same applies to you. So don't care where we sit. You know where you stand with my family. And you know where your family stands with me. You know, David, I wish you all the best. I've said before that if I've ever gone into war, the one person I would want beside me is you and your brother. Because let me tell you something, you guys are stalwarts. Can't take that from you. Barbara, I'm going to miss traveling with you. Listen, I can tell you, she and I have been on the most CPA conferences, and Barbara brings a kind of way, a magnetism about her that don't care where we are, people always come over to us. And I know it's because of Barbara, really, not because of me. But, you know, I've always enjoyed it, and I can tell you, she really loves this country very much, and I wish her all the best in her new life. To the member from Cayman Brack West, Brother Mose, thank you for the work that you have done serving this country. You know, I know sometimes people give Cayman Brack a hard time, but my mother is originally from the Brack, so I do have a soft spot for the Brack. When my grandmother first settled in the 1940s, she did settle in Cayman Brack. And even my Uncle George McCarthy was actually born in Cayman Brack. My mother was conceived in Cayman Brack, but was born in Grand Cayman. You know, so I know a lot of people pick on Cayman Brack, but I want you all to remember this. At one point, Cayman Brack was the commercial hub of this island. And if you look at the business people that drive commerce in Grand Cayman, it is the people from Cayman Brack, whether it be the Fosters, the Cockadals, or anything. So this thing of always trying to move Cayman Brack into a different category is something we need to stop. And this is the reason why I always talk about one Cayman. 3 islands, 1 Cayman. And we need to get that steady. Because what the people of Cayman Brack have also contributed to this country cannot be measured. And Premier, Honorable Premier, I wish to God you would really consider running. Even if it's just to keep out that other person from coming inside here. Because let me tell you something, woe be unto the people of the Cayman Islands if that mindset that wanted to sell just about every single government asset, from water authority to Radio Cayman, every single thing he wanted to sell. You better pray to God and hope to God the people of the Cayman Islands have enough sense to not unleash that kind of mindset into this parliament, and especially sitting on that side. How could you want to even sell water authority? Something that everybody needs. Everybody needs water. You vex with water authority because they're not making enough money. You want water authority to charge us more for something everybody needs? Like, what kind of conscience is that? What we're talking about? I'm talking about Dan Scott. That's what we're talking about. That mindset. Immediate sale of Radio Cayman. But Mr. Premier, this country owe you a debt, you know. Because after they put out a Project Future report, at least you had the audacity and the temerity and the God-given common sense to say this man is a madman in clean clothes. No, that's all right, but I know that's probably what you meant. You know what I mean? So the country owes you because, listen, no, it's good because people need to understand the mindset. These campaigns come out where people put these nice little pretty thing and this and that and how your mama doing and all of that when you're planning on cutting every benefit your mama get. Something as simple as a free school lunch they want to take away. Even a little emancipation day, one more little holiday for people, they want to take away that. What the Raider came and never did to him. Scholarship, same thing. Rich people, the member for West Bay North, they won't say it. You know? So, yes, he wanted to get rid of the government administration building too, yeah. Yeah, listen, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. If they believe, oh yeah, the charter school, privatized schools and all of that, let me tell you something. Listen, Port Turtle Farm, like you sit down and you wonder, what could be the mindset we try to sell every single asset that people own that we have worked hard to build? You want to sell it? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you as the Premier from then for rejecting that mindset. Okay? So, if they believe that Christopher Selvin Saunders is going to sit back and allow that mindset to get up inside this parliament without any resistance, they make a sad mistake. And let me tell you this much, and I'm going to say it publicly. My brother, Joey, Leader of Opposition, I wish your party well in the next election, because if there's one thing I can say about the PPM, you guys have a social conscience. I give you guys that. You know? So, I never think that day would come, but I would actually say it. Because let me tell you something, if that mindset is unleashed in this parliament, God help us. So, learn from the then Premier who was able to reject it and stood against it. Because don't believe, my friends, that there are not elements in this country that wants to take every single thing that the people of the Cayman Islands have. So, my friends, be on the guard. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish for now. I just want to thank my people of Georgetown West for once again. But I'm going to tell you, this election is going to be the fighters versus the fat cats. And if they think we're going to roll over and play dead, they better think again. Because the Cayman Islands will not want to be ending up like many of those other countries where you have these rich oligarchs running everything and the poor people are left to just fend a kind of feudal system. That's not happening. Not with the education that the people of this country have paid to give me. I'm going to use it to fight for them. I'm going to use it to defend them. And I'm going to make sure that their lives are better. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, for anybody who don't want to deal with this healthcare issue, we're going to be at odds. I am not letting this issue go. So if you want to be good friends with me, let's start looking at how we can get our free healthcare for our people, because that is something that's going to be badly needed. If not, it's going to bankrupt this country. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your service. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your mentorship. And more than, I think it's safe for me to at least say thank you for your friendship. Because for some of the stuff you have done for me, it could only have come from the heart. And I just want to publicly thank you. And on behalf of the people that I still represent at Georgetown West, thank you for your service to this country. And I wish you all the best. And I would love to come to see you next go around, sitting in that same chair, so we can move the parliament that those standing orders we just passed, we can move it to the next level. But no, we're the wig. Thank you all very much. You all have a good night.
Does any other the member for West Bay Central?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing members to say a few words before this final meeting of Parliament is adjourned. Mr. Speaker, I know it's no secret that you've spent over 20 years in this line of service, and just last night you delivered your remarks in just a few minutes, so I will try not to be long. I'd like to start my remarks the way that I start each day, with a few moments of gratitude. Tonight, it's life, support system, and being entrusted to represent West Bay Central. Life, Mr. Speaker. I'm so grateful to God for his goodness to me. He has gifted me with good health, something that I never take for granted. Mr. Speaker, no MP can fulfill their duties without being given this gift. I'm also thankful to God for the wisdom and grace that he bestows to me daily. Support system. Mr. Speaker, it has been said today by all the members that have stood so far how important our family is to each of us. And we all know how difficult this role can be, and they see firsthand the amount of sacrifice that is required from those of us who serve. As the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said, we miss a lot, which means they miss a lot. They miss having us at various family functions because our life of service takes us away from them. To my husband, Michael, he has been my rock, my confidant, and my greatest supporter. My children, they're the reason why I'm here. I thank them for being so understanding when Mom can't be there. My mom, who started my political journey with my dad, and I too, like the member for Georgetown East and the member for Savannah, lost a parent during this term. My mom now makes sure to remind me of how proud she is of me and how much my dad would be. She never fails to message me to encourage me, and I look forward to her message every time I finish a speech. My siblings, my sisters, my brother, my aunts, my uncle, and of course my Wilkes family, they too have been my support system. My constituency team, Miss Nikki Ebanks, Miss Glenda Lee, Miss Sophia Bryan, and Miss Betty Ebanks, as well as my former COAA, Miss Rachel Ebanks. Parliamentary staff, especially the driver to the Speaker, Mr. Franklin Smith Jr., and the PA to the Speaker, Mrs. Tasha Porter, who, as you know, Mr. Speaker, they are more than gatekeepers. They are guardians of the Honorable Speaker, and they take that role with great pride and responsibility. To the ministry staff, all of the staff of the Ministry of Sustainability and the Director of Environment, as well as my personal assistant, Ms. Doris Jackson Swaby. Lastly, and importantly, I'd like to express gratitude to Ms. Sophia, our nanny, who lovingly cares for my children. Mr. Speaker, it's important that I mention how grateful I am for these individuals. They make my work seem easier and give me reason to smile every day as I work towards my pursuit to serve our country. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm filled with gratitude for being entrusted to represent West Bay Central. Serving as a representative of West Bay Central is one of the most profound experiences of my life thus far, one that has taught me a whole lot. Shortly after becoming elected, I learned a valuable lesson. What I learned was that my predecessor was correct. Mr. Speaker, on the campaign trail, my predecessor, Captain Eugene, advised about the learning curve. And indeed, there is a learning curve. Young novice is what he called me, Mr. Speaker, and he was right. Many of us were. Despite my background in government and legal training, I quickly realized that transitioning into the role of an elected official involved a period of adjustment for all new members. Mr. Speaker, on the last page of my manifesto, I made a promise to my constituents. I ran as an independent, so I didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I simply didn't know where I would land on election, and so I made 7 promises to the people. I'm not going to list them all, but I will list 2. 1 was that I promised to lead with honesty and integrity, and 2, I promised to always put my constituents first in any decision I made. Mr. Speaker, transitioning from Deputy Speaker, Parliamentary Secretary to Speaker might not have been a smart political move. However, it was in keeping with my promises to my constituents. While stepping into that neutral position, may not have garnered me the political support I could have sought, I made that decision out of a profound love for our country and its people. It was crucial for me to prioritize the interests of the Cayman Islands, and it was no different than when I vacated the speakership or when I resigned as a minister. Above all else, I have remained steadfast to putting the country above my own political advancement. Mr. Speaker, to those on the government side, who I consider to be friends, I do hope that our political positions, despite them having changed, we will one day be in a position to crack a joke again in the kitchen. I would like to thank the member for Northside for resuming the works in West Bay. I know that the minister has been doing lots of work in other constituencies, and on behalf of the people of West Bay Central, I'd like to thank you for recommitting to starting Apple Blossoms, and I do hope that in addition to that, I know you've been working hard on getting the Morgan's Harbor dock started, and I hope that we can see that sometime soon. Mr. Speaker, he isn't here now, and I hope he's listening, but my colleague from West Bay North, Bernie Bush, has been a force to be reckoned with. Despite my changed position, he has always showed me the same face while respecting the opposing positions we recently were in. He has displayed that you can have differences in opinion and still be true to who you are. I always tell people, I know you talked about war room, Mr. Saunders, but if I had to be stuck in a room with one person to fight for Caymanians, it would be Bernie Bush. He has been a man of his word, and his fight for Caymanians will be etched in my mind and heart as I continue this journey. As we look to the future, it is clear that we need a cohesive group of leaders who are dedicated to making decisions in the best interests of our country, rather than what may appear to be politically expedient. Our collective strength lies in our ability to unite for the common good, prioritizing the welfare of our people. I would like to say to the voters, whether you vote or not, a new government will be elected. Despite feeling hopeless in your own country, voting is your chance to elect the best of what is presented to you. I found a Facebook post the other night, and I want to quote it because I thought it was very profound. It's from a well-respected Caymanian man, Mr. Leo Anglin, and I quote, "The weight of political leadership is immense, and the decision to seek such a role shouldn't be taken lightly. It requires a deep introspection, an honest assessment of one's own capabilities. Community involvement is valuable, but it's not the sole detriment of fitness for leadership. A true leader must possess both emotional maturity and sharp intellect qualities crucial for navigating the complex challenges that shape a nation's destiny. Formal education is important, yet as Sir Thomas More wisely observed, quote, one of our greatest problems of our time is that many are schooled, but few are educated, end quote. This rings as true today as it did centuries ago. We need leaders who not only understand the issues, but also possess the wisdom and empathy to make sound judgment for the betterment of all, end quote. It is a call for thoughtful consideration, not just for the opportunity, but of the profound responsibility it entails. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to thank West Bay Central for their trust and support. I look forward to taking this experience gained, along with all of the lessons learned, to return here to embark on legislating for a stronger, more united Cayman Islands, where our people thrive and futures shine bright. As I reflect on the past 4 years of serving West Bay Central, I would like to quote my father-in-law, Clovis Wilkes, who too, like some of the members here today, just recently retired. And I quote, "I am not ready to retire. I am ready to refire," end quote. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I am humbly expressing my desire to continue the journey by seeking re-election for West Bay Central. It has been an honor to represent this constituency, and I believe that there is much more work to be done. And with the support of my constituents, I'm looking forward to further advocating for the needs and aspirations for all Caymanians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for West Bay South.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 minutes? It's been too interesting a first term for 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, it has been the honor of my professional life to be an elected member of this honorable House and to represent West Bay South and its good people. Election night is a night that I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if you remember your first election night. Is it a night that all of the members will ever forget? The first night that you won the election? You may tell us about it.
Can I tell you that in those long ago times, I was actually standing in the Grand Court addressing the judge in a manslaughter trial when I was told I had won. Because it took all night and into the afternoon before the count was in.
So, yes, yours was memorable. The polling station for West Bay South is John Gray Memorial Church. And as the good Lord would have it, that's the church that even when we lived in New York, when we come back home, was my dad's church. So when the results came in, I think I went for the third box. And my counting agent said, you don't need to come back, because there's not enough votes in the fourth box to overcome the lead. I knew that when I returned to the constituency office, it'd be pandemonium, so I just stopped in the parking lot just to pray. And just said, Lord, if this has been your will, then I'll try to do as much good work as I can, as quick as I can. And then, of course, it was pandemonium. I thought for the terms of the subjects I was able to manage and be responsible for. Thank you, G. Wayne Panton. For financial services and commerce, I had 3 goals: get off all these lists, refresh some of the products, and try to find new areas of growth. And then for investment, innovation, social development was to modernize the legislation, increase some staff levels, enhance some of the facilities, and to bring online the national digital ID. But reopening the country got in the way at first. That was a very taxing time. There was many a drafting nights with legal drafting, all the regs, all the restrictions, all the regulations. All of us had different constituencies with different views: open, not open, close, open, close. Long hours. West Bay South is economically diverse, so my WhatsApps went right down the middle. Some said open, some said you're crazy to open. Long nights, poor Cheryl Neblett and her team, telling them one draft and come back with another. Sam Rose publishing things on a Saturday. So yes, we did some good work. I mentioned the business owner stipend. And by the time we got all that out of the way, we were then able to get rolling. Member for Georgetown West, I think even as a civil servant, to me, you held one of the records of a finance committee I ever seen. I think we started at 9:06 and we ended at 9:30. Yes, a record. But then we got rolling, started to do some good work. Financial Assistance Act got passed, and started to get on the road with the AG to try to get off of the FATF gray list. A lot of those meetings in different cities, AG, Miami, Mexico City, trying to convince them. But eventually we wore them down. And then there was the EU Parliament Tax Subcommittee hearing. And I'll never forget, rest her soul, Debbie Bodden, who was instrumental. It's hard to imagine now that she's been gone. But she was an absolute ball of fire walking into those halls of Brussels and telling me, don't worry, Minister, you got this. You just got to tell them the truth about Cayman. Rest her soul. Jean DaCosta was there. We had some adventures on the road. He's our rep to Asia. And then, long 2023, we began the long, arduous road of trying to modernize social development legislation. The Older Persons Act, the Adoption Act, the Children's Act, Maintenance Act, just carried over the line once it was all packaged and done by the now Deputy Premier, but it was excellent policy work, excellent journey. And the digital ID legislation came online. So hopefully that's teed up and that can actually get rolling in the next term. Even hopefully the trial period could start before this term ends. I'd also, along that journey of those achievements, can't forget the ministry staff. We talked about him earlier this week. Chief Officer Dax Basdeo is an absolute soldier for Cayman. He's a man of few words, but the words that do come out, you need to listen to. He also is unflappable. I don't think I've ever seen him panic. And we've been in some tight corners. I've never seen him panic. On the social development side, Chief Officer Tamar Ebanks, a couple of times we had to pinch ourselves. We were just little kids running around John Gray Memorial Church on Sundays, and now she's a chief officer, and I was a minister. It's fantastic to grow up, to try to be responsible. You wouldn't want us to be chief officer and minister when we were running around Matrix Club, nightclub, back in the day. But we grew up. And there's also some stalwarts that I think is worth mentioning. We talk about AG, but AG has a co-pilot, Miss Cindy Jefferson-Bolger. Wow, a complete resource. The registrar of companies is literally on her shoulders with her staff. She's not just filing away and cranking out documents. She knows each of the laws that the entities operate under like the back of her hand. Anytime I've ever gone down to her with an issue that may come up with industry, she could stop me right there. Let me point to you, section whatever, this is what they're not following. Which also begs the question in terms of when we talked about folks who are retiring, you have to look around the civil service. And the public service, a lot of talent is about to go out the door into to celebrate their soon retirement. Cindy Scotland, Mr. Richie Smith, Joel Walton. These are some stalwarts that have built these industries. I know that each of them have various succession plans in place, but hopefully they get the recognition that they deserve because they've helped build and develop and advance some of the authorities that are responsible for some of the most lucrative transactions in the country. Can't forget secretarial admin support. Miss Angela Marbury is absolute rock. Antoinette Vernon was an absolute rock for me in the ministry. All of the ministry staff in all of the departments. Member for West Bay West talked about Miss Tamara Hurlston. She is also a true soldier in the social development. Help you be able to package things. Like, we did some good work. Minister Seymour, I'm going to try to do my best impression of you. The bus warden stipend. I've been saying it, I've been saying it, I've been saying it. That must have been at least 7, 8 caucuses straight. Pet peeve, I've been saying it. We did it, it's in place. We've gathered the data. It was an interesting exercise because those are individuals that are not in the civil service system. So Treasury was like, yeah, that's a cute idea. But they're not enrolled in the system. So we have to work with the bus companies, the data's there, and I don't see why any administration wouldn't continue that. Along with the good work that's done at the Business Development Center and the stipends and the classes that they do, because small businesses are the heart, small, micro, and medium businesses that are the heart of commerce in the country. And in terms of new growth areas that were identified as we really got rolling, reinsurance has come online big time in the country. The numbers that the Monetary Authority have are off the charts now. So we're seeing that continue to grow. Family offices are continuing to grow, and tech, there's a very large tech community here that's continuing to grow. So you want to see more of that. That's why I think some of the provisions that Minister Seymour that you have in the consultation paper will be important, because there are people here who are going to provide real substance, real jobs for young Caymanians as they help the community grow and have a whole ecosystem here. And that's what you want. You want them to provide scholarships, jobs, and a future. It was also good to get some good work done in the constituency. Minister J.E. Banks did some good work, crosswalks that were needed in West Bay South, right around John Gray Memorial Church, speed bumps. One of my notes on the campaign trail is that the good folks who live on Powell Smith Drive said it hadn't been paved in 12 years. That got done. Thank you, sir. Minister, you know, as my member of West Bay Central, I'm going to echo Ms. Barbara's cries for one project that hasn't gotten done yet. I'm going to piggyback on you. The Morgan's Harbor Dock. You're chasing it. I don't know if you want to just say something off the mic in response to my outstanding PQ on the matter. I don't know if it'll go, the existing Bible is still in place, so it's just come in writing 2 days after this meeting. Any updates, sir? Be there by March. West Bay South, March 2025? March 2025, West Bay South, Morgan's Harbor Dock. He knows I'm going to do a clip and put it on Facebook. And then we also did some good work. Member for Prospect, he helped with transferring some funds so that I could beautify a cemetery in West Bay South, which is now the Badabanu Cemetery. It's only phase 1, but from the way that it looked from the time the term started to now is a world of difference. There's more to be done. It didn't even look like a cemetery. People playing cricket in the parking lot. But now it looks more and more like a proper cemetery. And we did also some transfers for Chapel Church, West Bay, to finally put the roof on that eyesore. Still waiting for them to start. I chased the church, get it updates, and make sure that that is done, because it also provides, because there's a shortage of hurricane shelters in West Bay, to get that done. And then I'd like to thank all of those that helped get here in the first place, my committee. We're going to be back at it again. I'm joining the list of folks who are confirming that they are declaring in the next election, in the upcoming election. Oh, good. This one was for Premier. She arrived at the right time. I'll have a couple past campaign committee members are a little grumpy with me, but that's because the root cause of their grumpiness is that I would not entertain a secret meeting with someone who was running against my then boss, planned to. I didn't think it was fit with my principles to be answering to the Premier and her number 2 and then go off to have a secret meeting. So they may be grumpy, but you have to stand by your principles, because I didn't think that was right, and I never did it. I'll tell you later. You didn't know. All you need to know is that I upheld my principles for you. With that said, in terms of upholding principles, we made a painful decision, 4 of us, to separate. We felt it was in keeping with our principles, and that if work was to continue, then it could continue with others. And we decided, just out of heart and what kept us together and what binds us and forms our camaraderie and collaboration and shared values, we formed the Caymanian Community Party. Not out of any sort of malice, mischief, or Machiavellian move, just because we formed something that fit within our core. To my constituency office staff, love you all to death. Laura, Di, Atlee McAllister Ebanks, my twin brother, could not get through the term without you all, particularly with a heavy travel schedule. To the members who have announced their departure so far, as Mr. Speaker's given leave, I'll just use first names, Bernie Bush, first and last names, Bernie Bush, true patriot, true soldier. You always know where you stand with him. You might get an outburst, one way or the other, if he's in favor or not in favor of what you said, but you'll know. Loud and clear. Ms. Barbara, you have represented very well, and I think you've inspired other women to stand for politics by the way that you've carried yourself, your passion for your people, the way you chase projects down, you WhatsApp ministers. I've gotten WhatsApps from you. I've gotten WhatsApps from you when I was in my prior post as a rep to the UK and Europe, when you had, remember that? You had a constituent trapped in Amsterdam. Your passion was always obvious and evident. Mose, I think you are the gentleman of the house. Never a wry word. Even when I could see something has upset you, you may go red, but the language never goes red. You always still smile, call people by their nicknames. Always that sort of kindness, I think, will be missed by all of us. True gentlemen. And David, thank you for your service. Your passion to your people on the ground is self-evident to anybody who's watching. You love your people, and you love this country. Last but not least, my family. I have to apologize again. I told my little girl I'd get home. No more business on this order paper. Dad should be home by 6. Out of all the nights, broken promise again. but we all go through it because we enjoy public service, but it means that we wouldn't be able to do it without them. So to my wife, Tiffany, son, Jackson, daughter, Savannah, Dad loves you. Dad's going to try to continue to make you proud. And I'll need every ounce of strength, love, and affection to continue soldiering on for this wonderful country of ours. Having traveled and seen so much in this term, there is still no place like the Cayman Islands. And many of those meetings with a number of other countries, and you listen to some of their issues and problems, you wouldn't throw ours in a basket and take theirs. You'd keep ours. We are a blessed gem of 3 islands, perfectly positioned, overcome challenges, and lead to an incredibly even brighter future. What a term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just toss a coin. Running out of people now.
Might as well. I think you see the flow. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, fellow citizens, and especially the constituents of Prospect, I rise for this final sitting of Parliament before the upcoming elections on April 30th, and I am filled with immense gratitude and determination. It has been an honor to serve as your elected member of Parliament since 2021, and it is definitely not without the mercies of God and the consistent prayers of the unknown that has definitely gotten me through. My journey over the past 3 years, 10 months approximately, has been deeply fulfilling, especially during my tenure as a Cabinet Minister for Health and Wellness and Home Affairs. In this capacity, I've had the privilege of not only advocating for our community's health needs, the safety of our country with my responsibility for our uniformed services, with the exception of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service and the Coast Guard. They fell under the Premier. I also served as Parliament's HR Subcommittee Chair, and I've had the pleasure to sit on National Security Council. A council, Mr. Speaker, if your memory serves you well, that you placed me on as a member of civil society back in 2017, 2018. Immense gratitude and thank you for your trust in me and placing me at such an early age in such a noble role. I am particularly grateful for the opportunity to have worked alongside my colleagues in Cabinet. That phase of my life has honestly molded me into the person I've become today. And I stand as a proud political figure to say it was an honor to serve with my colleagues, where we collaborated on vital issues that shape the future of our community and, by extension, our beloved Cayman Islands. In the early months of my tenure as Minister of Health and Wellness, I faced the formidable challenge of guiding the safe reopening of the Cayman Islands, being a newly elected first-time Member of Parliament and the Minister with the responsibility of health and wellness. This responsibility was not just a professional endeavor. It was deeply personal, as I understood the impact our decisions would have just to have to be made and what impact it would have on the lives of families and businesses throughout our community. By working collaboratively with my colleagues in caucus and cabinet, the civil servants, health and healthcare professionals, various government agencies and stakeholders, we successfully navigated a path that prioritized the well-being of our citizens while allowing our economy to begin its recovery. We often overlook, Mr. Speaker, that for the first year and a half, this administration was buried completely in COVID regulations with absolutely no bandwidth to focus on anything else. Our people were hungry for normalcy. As a result, I will take the opportunity to stick out our neck and say that this administration must give ourselves some grace and look at what we have accomplished, shackled free in actually 2 years, not 4 years, essentially. I want to emphasize that as an elected representative, it is my duty to advocate for and serve everyone in our islands. And as the minister, and for that, Mr. Speaker, remains unchanged. I may be in a different role now, being in opposition, but my commitment to the people we represent is unwavering. I pledged in 2021 that I would be your voice, your hope, your choice, and I will continue to be strong, a strong voice for all, ensuring that their concerns and needs are heard and addressed, but that's possible by each elected voter for Prospect making me their choice again on April 30th. This position is not just a when you wake up decision to run a bucket list, a check the box type thing. Serving is a role that must come from the heart, and it must be organic, not a just because decision. You can only fake for so long. Not all that glitters is gold, and we can see what's happening to our north. Like my colleagues, I will leave some of the checklist of what I have been able to accomplish, but kudos go out to my dear friend and colleague, Minister J.E. Banks from the north, because the cries of the people of Prospect going back to 2 decades for the resurfacing of roads, and we know what it was like where flooding issues are concerned. We have definitely been able to meet those needs. Not hostility, and work continues. And I must say publicly, Minister Ebanks, thank you for keeping your promise. You know I'm like a bee, I wouldn't ease up on you. And that's the fight and vigor that will never die. The constituency office of Prospect has been operational from 2021 and it is manned by the dedicated and loyalist of Miss Bianca Miles Campbell, a little giant in her own creative and dynamic way, and the one, the only, Miss Joyce Ann Seymour. This constituency office has service persons from all over the Cayman Islands, and we have even opened on some Saturdays when needed. I know that a dedicated constituency office is new for the people of Prospect. It's pretty much new, period. But I can attest that this office has been fully operational and has benefited hundreds island-wide, and this will continue to do so should the good people return me back to office. As a first-time politician, the experience I've gained over the last 3+ years has immensely prepared me for my next chapter of service. I have learned the intricacies of governance, the importance of listening to constituents, even when they feel I'm not hearing them. Things get done. I've learned the value of collaboration, even when you don't always agree on everything. These experiences have equipped me with the insight and dedication needed to tackle the challenges ahead. It has adequately equipped me so that when I return on April 30th, thanks to your continued support, and I hope you vote for me, I will be able to hit the pavement running with other elected colleagues, with the support of the civil servants, and no training would be required. I've been tested, tried, and proven, so absolutely no need to fear that you will get a good return on your investment. Now, as I sit in the opposition, one cannot say that I'm not experienced. In one term, I've acted as Premier. I've acted as Deputy Premier. Acted as Minister of PAHI, again, CBC, Ministry of Finance, Education, and I want to publicly thank the former and current Premier, along with my other ministerial colleagues who entrusted me to act on their behalf whenever they had to go on leave. This has offered me the opportunity to get first-hand experience of working in other ministries. So, Mr. Speaker, I must say that throughout my time in office, I have been able to learn that key skill of listening to the people's concerns. I've advocated for their needs, and the constituents and my colleagues know that I advocate and get things done. And I've worked tirelessly to deliver on results. So thanks to my colleagues and my friends in the government, the official opposition, and this entire House for all we have been able to accomplish nationally and on the constituency level. Together, we have faced challenges and we have celebrated achievements. I've been constantly inspired by the resilience and commitment of the people of Prospect, and it is their support that drives my desire to continue this important work. As I seek their support for a second term, I remain committed to building on progress we've made. We must continue to enhance our local infrastructure, remain fully invested in our uniform services, national security, improve healthcare access, support education and job opportunities. Let's get the wellness part done. Let's bring a permanent, sustainable solution with flooding solutions, especially in Bedrock and definitely island-wide. Your voices matter, and together we can ensure that our community thrives for generations to come. As we draw this Parliament session for this political term to a close, I want to say it has indeed been an incredible journey we have shared. It has been a pleasure to work. It has been a pleasure to work with yourself, Mr. Speaker. And prior to this, you being a Speaker, we go back from as far as 2014, 2015, of working with you in the Red Bay and Prospect community. The Parliament staff are a lovely bunch of individuals, hardworking, dedicated, and always willing to make sure all of your needs are met. The ministry staff and all that I've had the pleasure to cross paths with, thank you for your service and support. There are a few that are most deserving of special mention, and I must publicly mention Miss Nellie Pucci, Mr. Michael Ebanks, Mr. Julian Lewis. You all are so worthy to be publicly mentioned, given the nature of your roles and the close working relationship that a minister has to have. When words cannot express my gratitude, as you were all my rocks as I served in the role as Minister of Health, Wellness, and Home Affairs. To my personal assistant, Ms. Lenny Tatum, and Abigail Perez, thank you too for your unwavering support, and thank you for your dedicated service during my tenure. This comes from the bottom of my heart, and you have a heart of gold when it comes to serving your country. Mr. Speaker, there are so many more hard-working and dedicated, genuine civil servants that I had the honor and pleasure to work with, and each and every one of you, especially on that fifth floor, know who exactly I am talking about. Thank you. The laughter that fills that entire floor, the warmth and love shared every morning will resonate with me, and it's something I am hungry and truly looking forward to. To my family, this journey and life as an elected official. Is one that has personally it's been a personal decision of mine. However, it is far-reaching. As we navigate life, being in this elected role from day one of 2021, I have fought for who I am, preserving dignity and integrity. I would like to publicly thank each and every one of my immediate family for being my rock, for having my back, and for adapting to a life that there's no blueprint, a life that is definitely not for the faint at heart by any stretch of the imagination. We've all braced up and we've supported each other. And no matter what, I thank you for all you've done. To my loyal friends and supporters and volunteers, those who are in the front and those who are in the shadows, to all my warriors who defend me in my presence and even when I'm not around, I thank you for your unwavering support. I trust that as we enter the second election campaign, that people will see me for who I am and not what they create. My conscience is free, knowing that I have poured my heart and my soul into serving our country and to the people, no matter where you're from. Listening to their needs, championing their causes, and working tirelessly to create a better quality of life and a better future for all. April 30th is not just another election day. It is our opportunity to affirm our shared vision. And together we have achieved so much thus far, but there's still much to be done. Your continued support will persist in advocating for these interests, fighting for our values and ensuring that every voice is heard and respected, that dignity is shown no matter what part of the totem pole you stand. I stand before you not only as an incumbent candidate, but as a committed partner, eager to further our progress and tackle the challenges ahead. I wholeheartedly believe in the strength of our community, the resilience of our citizens, and I am inspired by the faith you have placed in me. I've been proven, tested, and tried, and no guessing is required. Let us move forward. Loyalty is embedded in my DNA, and everyone in here knows that. United in a purpose and hope, I am confident that with your support, you will return me to these hallowed halls of this elected office on April 30th, affording me the opportunity to continue the important work of making Prospect a place where all can thrive in peace and harmony. Your trust in me is a responsibility I don't take lightly. And as I close, let us remember that together there is no challenge we can't overcome. I ask for your trust, your support, as we move forward, united in our purpose and vision. Together, let's continue to make Prospect, by extension, the wider Cayman Islands, a place we are all proud to call our home. God bless, and thank you.
The honourable member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with heartfelt gratitude that I rise to pay respect to all in this honorable House that I have had the privilege to work with. I would like to extend deep thanks and appreciation to you, Mr. Speaker, for the manner and position you have taken for being fair and just. Mr. Speaker, I too wish you the best going forward as well. I would also like to acknowledge the entire staff of Parliament for their kind and generous assistance during the past 4 years. Mr. Speaker, the staff in here have made our time most pleasant and enjoyable. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank the Honourable Minister for Tourism, now Deputy Premier. For the time I spent with him as his parliamentary secretary. I loved every moment of it. I also want to thank the former minister, Minister MP Andre Ebanks, for my time as his parliamentary secretary in social development. Both gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, I love and admire. They have done this country proud. Madam Premier, thank you for everything. I thank my family for always being there, whether it is checking on my safety or preparing a meal. They know my hours are long. They know it is a 24/7 job. Mr. Speaker, it is tireless, but I would not want it any other way. My committee and my community of Savannah, heartfelt thanks to every one of them who make sure that every morning I receive an inspirational message. Mr. Speaker, I love my country and I love my community, especially the community of Savannah. And during this term, Mr. Speaker, I have accomplished much, and I'm proud of our dynamic community office, which we are proud to say has been available and served residents island-wide. They find peace, calm, and comfort in our office for some reason, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank our dedicated staff, our hardworking staff in this office, who make sure they're there, whether it's 5 days a week or 7 days a week, from morning till sometimes night. Miss Debbie Rankin, the PA for Mr. Panton, and Miss Leanne Christian, my PA, who both go above and beyond the call of duty every day. I'm also happy with the Savannah Beautification Committee, where the aesthetic attractiveness of Savannah is safeguarded by ensuring the neighborhoods are maintained to a standard of cleanliness and order. Other accomplishments include upgrades to the Savannah Newlands playground, which now has proper lighting, playground equipment, a proper hard court, bathrooms, food stalls, where children can play in a safe and secure environment and where events can be held. Much thanks to my colleague, Mr. Padon, in this assistance. Other accomplishments include liaising with the RCIPS to implement neighborhood crime watch programs for each street in Savannah. Liaising with NRA to ensure Savannah roads are in good condition, have proper drainage, speed bumps, and proper access. Mr. Speaker, I pause to give thanks and praise to the NRA staff and director. They work tirelessly, and I so appreciate them for their support. Minister Jay, I take this opportunity to thank you for being the hard worker you are. No matter when I call about an issue in Savannah to do with roads or drainage or whatever, you respond and you act. Your director, Mr. Edward Howard, is somebody to be looked up to. Having senior citizen events to provide socialization for the elderly, Mr. Speaker. These are the elderly who love to get out and socialize. We provide so many events for them. And coming up next Friday, Valentine's Day, they will be treated. Conducting senior home visits for wellness checks. Working with those in need of department and financial assistance, no matter the district. We provide counseling to the distressed. We provide services for passports, affidavits, and deed polls. And that's the enjoyment I get for being a JP. Providing immigration services, sourcing of housing, shelter, security. Providing funds for food. At times assisting with utilities as a matter of urgency. Scholarship application services we provide. Sponsoring our youth in sports and educational programs, Mr. Speaker. All this we carry out in this office. Coordinating with Cynical, overseas physicians and hospitals to expedite transport and medical treatment for clients. Mr. Speaker, name it, and those services are carried out within our community office. But there is so much more to be done. Mr. Speaker, as I stand before you, I want to emphasize that I was elected to serve. My people know me. They know what I have done and continue to do. Mr. Speaker, I know my people. I have served them with dignity, integrity, accountability, transparency, and passion for the leadership of my community and Ireland, as this has been what has been ingrained in me from birth. I will also continue to move forward with hope, purpose, and unwavering commitment to make these islands the best they can be for everyone. For this, Mr. Speaker, I thank God every morning I rise and put my feet on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I end this with today's inspirational message and quote, "No matter what happens in life, be good to people. Being good to people is a wonderful legacy to leave behind." With that, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you, and God bless these beautiful Cayman Islands.
The honourable member from Bordentown East. Sorry, the minister. The minister from Gun Square.
Mr. Speaker, I'm getting scared of you. You said 9 o'clock and I thought you were joking. And you had this all figured out and calculated right. Thank you for allowing me, Mr. Speaker, to make some short but steady contributions on the end of term. This definitely has been a term, the last sitting of the 2021-25 term. I want to note, Mr. Speaker, that where we have here the first Parliament with 3 speakers as noted. The first Premier of the Cayman Islands, which is the Honorable McKeever Bush. The first elected Premier is yourself, Sir Al. And the first female Premier, who is the only Premier to lead 2 lame duck style governments successfully throughout, and she ought to be applauded. And I said,
Honorable Minister, at great risk, I would suggest you use minority rather than lame duck in that context.
thank you, I'll practice that. But I want to clarify that what I said when I said the first elected Premier is that Constitution changed in 2009 when I was first elected, and the Honorable McKeever Bush at the time was leader of government business when he was elected in May 2009, and in November 2009 the Constitution changed, and the title changed to Premier, and then you were the first elected Premier then in 2013. Yeah. So yeah, something I've followed. And this term, Mr. Speaker, has been quite a learning one, albeit so confusing at the same time, but much can be a guide of what to do and what not to do. I've been on the opposition side twice, and I've also been on the government side twice. It's always been about country for me, Mr. Speaker, and some people say that and they take it lightly. Country for me, country first. And when the time comes, we see what happens. There's been many, many indications and highlights where I've shown that country is first. Mr. Speaker, I've shown my true commitment in everything I've done since being elected. I've done Mr. Speaker, it's not easy when you come from where I come from. Mr. Speaker, when you come into this honorable house as what they call us now as MPs, and now we see 6 MPs walking away from this profession, and it is a stressful one and sometimes an unthankful job. And some need to know that it's not always glorious. And what many people don't know is that, you know, I've always been given, I started working at about age 8 years old at By Right Supermarket, and I met David there in the 70s, and I called him my first boss, and we've always had a relationship from then because my aunt worked there with them at Treasure Cove, and so it's always been in my nature from seeing my grandmother. I used to always ask my grandmother, "Granny, why are you cooking so much food for? It's only 4 of us in the house." And she would say, "John, you never know when a stranger is going to walk up to the door and ask for something to eat." and it happened almost every day. A stranger came and she fed them. So I've seen this. That was my first sight of seeing acts of kindness. So it's from my grandmother. If you think I'm kind, it's my grandmother that started me off in this kindness. And Sunday school and the teachings from that. Mr. Speaker, Georgetown East, I want to thank you for electing me and putting your trust in me. We need more people running for office who will always think about country first and its stability. They laughed at me, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic. Maybe some are in here who wasn't elected yet. But they laughed at me for praying. And, oh, why John don't stop praying? I heard it, I hear it. And I prayed even harder. Mr. Speaker, who was Premier at the time, came to me and told me some of the comments he had heard. And I said, Premier, I really don't care. I'm going to pray. In times when we don't know what's going on, that's when we need to call on God. So, Mr. Speaker, I have had a rough 6 months. And even after my accident, which I believe someone tried to kill me, 1 inch from death. And you could actually climb down in my head. The gash was so long, and I didn't mean to be so graphic, but I say that to say that in 4 days after that, I showed up in cabinet. Nobody didn't know that I was coming, with bandage on my head and bleeding, and everybody's asking me, "Are you all right?" And I said, "I'm only coming for an hour." Ended up staying 7 hours. And that is commitment to country. I did it for country because I was needed. I was needed by the team, although the team wouldn't have wanted me there. I thank all the ministers and MPs and PS that came to my house and visited me. I thank them all. But Mr. Speaker, what many may not know is that I can't go back home through the same route. In the night, because I'm scared that I actually saved myself that night by, after the hit, I jumped out of the vehicle and rolled so that I didn't hit the light pole in the car, because the car was smoking and I thought it was going to blow up. You know. I have 6 children, you know, and Mr. Speaker, I am happy to be elected, but if you're getting more benefit yourself than from being elected, than the people are getting from you, then you're in the wrong business, you know. But the groups, I see a lot of groups getting together, you know, and most parties in Cayman have the same ideology, but different focuses in all groups. And, you know, they talk about a lot of stuff, and I heard the MP for Georgetown West mention about Cayman Brac, but what people don't know is that my family came through Cayman Brac, so anything I can do to defend Cayman Brac, I'm going to do, because I hate bullying. And I see them trying to bully Cayman Brac just because Cayman Brac is small in numbers of people being there. And I listen. I've always been an advocate for bullies from high school, from middle school, from primary school. I've always been an advocate against bullies. Against bullies. Corrected. Against bullies. And I used to teach myself how to fight just to beat up bullies. I'm proud of saying that, you know? Proud to say well, that's why you get 10 nicknames, because you never lose a fight. I'm not afraid of a fight. I'm quiet. I'm quiet in demeanor, and trust me, I will give you my heart. I have a lot of love in my heart. You know, a lot of people know my story. They heard, they know who my father is, my mother is, you know. But not many people know what it means to cry 10 years for your mother. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the PPM for giving me an opportunity like never before. You did something so skillful and called me out publicly that my constituents had me call a meeting and told me that there's no way that you're going to get anything done unless you're around the table. You better take Alden's deal, you know. Sir Alden. So, boy, you don't know how much I hated you for that. And I loved you at the same time. But, yeah, me and Georgetown West Minister came and met with you all, and we were holding strong as independents. And, oh, man. And Minister Brian, yeah, so, but we were holding strong, you know. But anyhow, thank you, PPM. Mr. Speaker, you have shown me a respect that many have never shown me. For a very, very unassuming person that you didn't really know. You heard of me. We weren't friends, we weren't buddies, we weren't hanging out together or anything like that. most people who don't know me say things about me, whether that's CMR or whoever else. I don't even know her. You know, I don't know why they call my name so much. It's like their show can't get no likes unless they call Dwayne Seymour's name. You know, you look at it, and when you call Dwayne Seymour's name, you get 10,000 likes. When you don't call it, you get 1,000. You know, I mean, I need to cash in on this stuff, you know, but so I am forever grateful. David, Barbara, I remember you all telling me, you fight so hard, you're like a PPM member. I felt like a PPM member. And, you know, I believe in the party system. That's how I came into business. The Honorable McKeever Bush sent for me in 2006, after the 2005 election, saying that he wanted me to run in the next election. And I said, no way. No way. I am not interested in that. I says, all you do in politics is people hate you. And that's what I thought. So I says, a lot of people are going to hate me if I go into politics. And I said no. I said no twice. And then my good friend Mark Scotland lost the election in 2005, and he said he wouldn't run again unless he ran with me. Well, I said, that means you're not going to run again. So, but as the years progressed, I recognized that we needed some different type of leadership in Bordentown. Over the years, Bordentown was really the place to be for politics in the 70s and 80s. And I recognized that the people, the politicians, were promising the same thing over and over again. We're going to build a boat ramp for you. Everybody going to be able to go out there. We're going to build a dock. We're going to get more public beach. We're going to get this and that, you know. And little old John, who grew up with barefoot on Gun Square Road, came in and said, you know what? I'm going to ensure that people can't campaign on these things anymore. Whether they want to elect me after that or not, then that's fine. But at least they'll have a boat ramp. They'll have a dock. I remember the party asking me if I wanted a dock. And I said, no, I don't want to bite too big. I just want a boat ramp. And then the next term, I got a dock, you know. And the amount of things that I've done in Bordentown, it's a school hall. 40 years I've been asking for a new school hall. It was too small. Got a new one, and this month we're going to cut ribbon on that. I mean, there's so much that's been done. It's probably about 5 or 6 pieces of beach land. There's land where people can camp. There's all kinds of stuff. There's a new graveyard. That's all purchased by MP Scotland and myself back in 2010, thereabout. So I don't like to brag or boast or whatever, you know. Everybody says, look, man, you should say more about what you're doing. Oh, man, we need to do this, we need to do that. It says, let one step at a time, you know. Let's just take it slow. You know, I says, God is seeing what I'm doing. You know, no one else not seeing. And I really believe that my rewards for everything that I do, people don't know half the things I do. I quell wars, I quell robberies from happening. People don't understand the things that I do and how important it is for me to be here. A man that people see like themselves, who they can connect with, who won't look down on them, who won't talk down to them, who won't be snide. You know, these are important things. Mr. Speaker, I see the time, and I am the voice of the voiceless. I'm also the face of the faceless. And I'm also the target of the mockers and the envious. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my family. I want to thank the opposition leader who's been my friend for 46 years now. Known him for a very long time. We graduated together. I've always known him to be a fighter in all two regards. And I like the way that the opposition leader goes down in swamp, play dominoes, go down in Dog City, we call it, Watler's Road, and the way he can communicate with his people, you know, same way without letting them feel like you're talking down to them or that you're throwing them a loaf of bread. So I appreciate that about the opposition leader. And as alluded to by the member from Georgetown West earlier, in terms of the social conscience, a lot of things have been said about the PPM that are not true. But the rumor is out there, the perception. I wonder what they're going to say now when some of the people that they were talking about are not running now. It's a new party with still experienced people, some experienced people, you know, new infusion. I've always known them to care about the regular common man. And that was important to me. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure that I put my name forward for the next election. I think that is what people would want. I think a lot of people would be upset if I got up here and announced that tonight, that I wasn't putting my name forward. I want to be a part of the government who works on cost of living, who works on the regulation in these banks, who works on these rapacious landlords or greedy. Homes for all is my desire, or for whoever desire them. I heard there were some 800 people on the waiting list. We need to find a way to make that happen. And I have some ideas and some suggestions and some people have sent in some proposals, etc. But, you know, we got to do what's best for the government too and try to not spend too much money and be conservative. I want to ensure that our mental health facility for our children, we don't need any more persons taking their life in Cayman. We need to understand as politicians how we rule, how we lead, and to be inclusive for children also, rather than just thinking about persons over 18 years old. We need to be mindful that we need to include children in everything that we do. I know we got education locked, and we're ensuring that every child can eat and be focused, free lunches and everything else. But there's some other stuff going on, you know, that our children are suffering from or being affected, and we need to understand what that is. Every one of our children, some are silent, and some do some other stuff, but that is my passion to, you know, to try to ensure that we find mechanisms or put things in place, you know, thanks to foundations like the Alex Pannon Foundation and so forth, which I've supported even as minister for health for the full 4 years. Spoke at it a couple times. You know, some of my family members have benefited. So we need more of that. We have the new mental health facility. We need to find a way how to reincorporate and to find a place for children, you know, that just need a little reset. So the business of mental health care now is not to house somebody forever, but to groom them back to being good, contributing citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, I definitely want to take some of these things off the list, but definitely I want to mention East-West Arterial, beautification, year-long team. I talked about 25 people being hired for the entire year, just similar to what they do in Kim Brock, etc. You know, then we won't have all these concerns. We need manpower. We need people out there. There are people that want to do that, you know. Seniors and kids, health insurance, I was working on that. It's a passion of mine. You got seniors paying $1,000 for health insurance, you know. All right. You know, and then the companies, after they work with them for 30 years, they just release them, you know, out in the wild for them to fed on their own. And then we got children who are afraid, parents are afraid to take them to the doctor because they don't have any health insurance. And then, you know, you'll have unhealthy children. And there's a myriad of them. So, and as the Honorable MP from West Bay South said, the bus wardens, you know, for years they're suffering for 2.5 months. No salary. Got to run around. So this one and that one trying to help them with their expenses. And nobody saw that as a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my good friends. If I didn't have good friends, I don't know how I would get through these political years. Mark Scotland, Peter Kimberry, Gary Berry, Rex Watler, Vincent Frederick. These are good friends that message me and make sure and check on me every day. I got some prayer warriors that send me prayers every morning. They start from 4 o'clock in the morning. And if I don't answer by 7, they're calling me, asking me, John, you all right? So there's people out there that love me. I want to thank the civil servants for what they do, our cabinet, our parliament staff, the AG, the DG, for all you all do. Sometimes people don't see it. I see what you all do. I know their value, AG. Thank you for what you do. DG's not here, but Ms. Gloria is very capable. Thank you for what you do too, acting governor. And my ministry staff, my chief officers, my deputy chief officers, policy officers, all the staff in the ministry, and all the directors of work and CBC, and Mr. Bruce Smith, Mr. Jeremy Scott, Mr. Gary Wong, Mr. Marlon Borden, Mr. Kevin Walton, all doing a great job, all Caymanians. Who say Caymanians can't do things? Do it at the highest level. Mr. Speaker, I know the time is and you know, my good colleague here from East End, he told me that my paper was 1 page, but he said last time he had 1 page and he still went an hour. But so I just want to say that in closing, that I want to thank my family, my wife and my children. You know, people don't understand how it affects my children when Mall Road and CNS says stuff. You know, that's what running everybody out of the business now. They're going to create one conundrum. They don't understand what's going to happen when they can't find good people to run, because they just tell pure lies. They've never said anything about me that was true yet. Never said anything about me that was true. my daughter got called me from overseas while in university and breaking down and stuff. And my wife got hired, stay in the room. You know, people don't understand what it does to your family. I've lost the family already because of politics, you know. Well, I don't want to go on the rant that MP Saunders went on, but I think people know me. I'm serious for a reason. So, I don't worry about a lot of things because man disappoints, but God appoints. So, in Psalms 118:6, the Lord is on my side, I will not fear. What can man do to me? Imagine what motivates me. So, Mr. Speaker, I have had the good fortune of running with the PPM last election, as my people gave me the mandate to do. I don't know why people are so surprised, because my people gave me the mandate to do that. And in fact, this term, I was supposed to be with PPM. I came over because the government asked me to come over, said they needed some assistance. I went just to sit as a backbencher, that's all, to assist the team. And, you know, became a minister again, nothing. When Premier came in and said, we want to be minister? I said, listen, anything for the country. So, team spirit and loyalty, you know, I can't appreciate the PPM so much for what they have done for my career, for the guidance they have given me. So, I'll forever be grateful to you. You don't know how grateful that I will be to you for what you've done. You don't even know what you've done for my life. No, Sir, you could have chose anybody else. You could have chose anyone else. You chose me. And you gave me a ministry. You said, take what you want. And, well, you say you got to take the Ministry of Health. You can get anything else you want, but you got to take the Ministry of Health. Nobody else don't want it. So I said, okay, I'll do it. Oh, boy. But, so thank you for that. No one wanted it. But, you know, I was happy to have had it. I mean, so I've really never had, I'm saying to the people of Georgetown East, I've never really had a full term of being a minister without interruption. The pandemic came, we had 69 press conferences. A lot of people were more jealous about that they had a lot of memes about me and Sir Alden. And I thank you for that. I went to Sir Alden and said, Sir Alden, I really don't want to come to press conferences anymore. I says, you and the governor saying a lot of what I'm supposed to say. And then I'm trying to find things to say, and then I'm speaking languages, doing all kinds of stuff. And you said, Minister, I want to tell you something. I'm not doing this without you. And you don't realize that was a defining moment. I said, this man really wants me on his team. You know, the mayor really wants me on his team. And, you know, I try to get out of it. But, you know, thank you again for entrusting me with those ministries. I remember somebody came to you and said, Mr. Seymour says that he don't like the admin building. And you called me in and I said, that's true. I says, I get elected in Georgetown, you know. And I'm reminded by MP Saunders, the MP is more important. And I can do my job. The good thing about me is that I know what I want. A lot of people don't know what they want, you know? And that's why I get through quickly with my meetings, and that's why I do things quickly. You tell me what it is, I'll research, and I know what I want, you know? And so, Mr. Speaker, for all those enemies out there, thank you. You drive me. I pray for you every morning. I pray for my enemies. And I pray that God invokes love in your heart and to care about your common fellow man. Stop spreading rumors. We're not going to move forward in the direction you think we should move as one Cayman unless we all come together and work together. If we are divided, we are going to fall. And you need to accept responsibility that you're a part of the problem. So, thank you, Ms. Savannah. But no, I don't mind that. But listen, I come here for the right reason. I ain't not got no time to try to badmouth people or talk down this one. Even when people do me things or they talk about me, I try to stay out of trouble because I'm not good in it. Because I win. I win in trouble. So I try to stay out of it. So, rest me. Rest me, is what the Honorable McKeever Bush would say. Our families is what suffers. Our families. Thank you all for this term. Thank you, Georgetown East. Thank you to all the people who are so kind to me, who are so encouraging. And I could not sit down without thanking the Honorable Premier for the friendship. In fact, I've never served, I'm going to be like fish out of water. I've never served in a cabinet without the Honorable Premier Juliana O'Connor Connolly. I've never served without you. You have been such an inspiration, a guide. You have stopped me from, you and Sir Al have stopped me from doing so much, making so much mistakes that I would have made out of frustration. And I thank you all. I was going to make one big mistake on the press conferences, and Sir Al said, "Minister, you don't look good. I need to see you." He had never asked me to look at my speech, but he just caught on to something like, "Minister, you don't what happening?" And he saw my speech and he said, "Oh Christ, Minister, you can't say that. Oh Christ, you can't say that. Oh Christ." So he took out about 10 pages. I was so upset, man. He said, "Oh man, please, Minister, please, I beg you." and thank you for that. Thank you for that. You saved me. And the governor said, "Oh, you all right?" I said, "I'm fine." But thank you, Madam Premier. I am so sad that you've decided that you will not announce that you're running until last minute. I'm so sad about that. But I thank you for, people don't know the strategist. You are one of the best strategists in the Caribbean, in the region, and even Sir Al has been telling me this. And he said the way that you strategize, the strengths that you have, being a lawyer, being a teacher, being elected for so long, being a speaker, a preacher, a woman of faith. These are the kind, if a person don't have faith, if I find out you don't have faith, I'm not following you. You can't fool me with that. So, Madam Premier, thank you for, sometimes you just out of the blue send me and say, "John, you all right?" Because you know, we're all human, you know. And thank you for being a friend. I remember slapping down my hand, 2012, and you'll know what that's about. I broke the table too. When people can't make a decision, you know. So, thank you, Madam Premier, for your service to this country. We still need you to stay near to politics. And if you're not running, if you decide that on March the 3rd, I will ask you to come to Bordentown to help me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for all that you do. Sorry that you're not running also. Sorry that Ms. Barber is not running also. Sorry that Mr. Davis is not running also. Sorry that Moses is not running also. Sorry that Mr. Byrne is not running also. But we have Joey. Boy, God bless you all. Thank you.
Honorable members have been trying to carry on until this was over. I'm afraid my prediction was wrong. We've got at least another 40 minutes. I shall have to take a short 10-minute suspension. Otherwise, it would not be good. The Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've done a very silly thing tonight, Mr. Speaker. I waited to last to speak at a time where people are tired and probably don't want to hear my mouth. But there are some essential things that I need to say. I must say that I've gone through an emotional roller coaster in the last 6 hours. Listen to the stories of the journeys of many members of this honorable House. And then cried a couple times, felt sympathy, reunited some care and compassion for some of those that I had differences with. And then one thing that I remember the most out of all of it is the fraternity of this House. Because we all are trying to do the same thing, which is to represent our people the best way that we think that we can. And all that is at play here is that we all think it's done in a different way. So, Mr. Speaker, I tried to think about what I need to say, heard all the stories about what other members said, and I started to jot down notes, and I realized I got 17 different papers here in front of me. So I might need more than 2 hours. I'm just kidding. But, Mr. Speaker,
you might lose the quorum, and then we can't possibly continue.
I promise I'll try to be as fast as I can. That I'll give you. I tried to think about what I said in my last closing remarks before the 2021 election, and I have no idea what I said. Because I was trying to say to myself, you know, what's the premise of what you say in these times, other than thanks? So I'm going to steal a little bit from everybody else, but I first want to start off by saying, thank you, Heavenly Father, for everything that you've done for me in the last 8 years. To give me this opportunity to serve the great people of the Cayman Islands. It's truly been the best part of my life. It has. So thank you, God, first. And before I go into all the chaos of the politics, I wanted to say thanks to my family. Because it's been rough. Been rough. I'm a young father. 2 beautiful, most amazing young girls I've ever met in my life. Sometimes I wonder if they're mine. I'm like, wow, how did you become so amazing? Like they're so much better than me. And I love them so much. So my daughter, Renee and Sienna Bryan, thank you for understanding, because I know I've missed a lot of time away from you. See, not even 3 minutes in and tears coming already. Anyway. Thank you for allowing Daddy to do probably the most noble job in the world, and it's to be there for your home and your people. Thank you to my wife for being a father and a mother, and most times being alone, because I'm here doing what I think is best for the future of us all and our grandchildren and our children that are growing up too. I want to say a special thanks to my mom, because quite like other members, I think my mom and my wife and my kids take it the hardest when, you know, people don't always agree with what you do. But my mother's a very passionate person, and she's getting older, and I don't want her to feel the pain. I'm young enough, I can take it. But my mom takes it hard. She stood by me all the time, so Mommy, I love you. Thank you so much for being there with me. And my father, And for those out there who are not sure, I am a Macfield. Father's name is Vernon McAllister Macfield. Because I am a Bryan, they don't know, at least the Georgetown Central people know where I'm from, just in case some other ones are not familiar. Mr. Speaker, next up on my list is to my constituency office staff. My right hand, Edlin Moore. He's old, but he's definitely not cold. And he's been a political mentor for me for a while. Rough around the edges, but keeps me in line as much as I need to be. Also to two of my office staff, Lavinia McLaughlin, who's been there with me from 2016. You know, she's become like my sister. She knows my constituents in and out. And then my cousin, Shauna Miles, who just recently came on in this last administration, who's helped tremendously with dealing with matters for my constituency. And without my constituency office working, particularly becoming a minister, I think everybody would think that I've left them all. So they take up a lot of the bulk of the pressure. It's different when you're a government minister. I pay so much respect to those who were ministers before, because you don't get as much time as you do in opposition. I thought it was going to be easy, but it definitely hasn't. Also to my constituency committee members. A lot of them, I'm not going to call out their names because politics can get really nasty. And I don't want them to deal with any backlash because of differences in the community on me. But you know who you are. We meet in the committee, at the office, Subway every Tuesday. Or what else do we order? There's always Subway or Mira. I know everybody knows Amira is on my camp. But Amira said the other night, she said, Kenneth Bryan, I'm sick and tired of Subway. You need to bring some other kind of food. All my other committee members, I thank you so much for having my back all through this chaos, because it's been a roller coaster over 4 years. I'm certain that, Mr. Speaker, you've gone through some rough times in government, but I don't think you went through anything rough like this one. And I am, the only thing that makes me feel okay to continue, not the only thing, one of the things that makes me feel all right to continue is that there's no way in the world I can get in the next government and it be as rocky as the last one. It can't get no worse. And I mean worse as in the turbulence, not because we were all bad, but the turbulence. I feel like a seasick, man. So I am looking forward to coming back, so I don't think there should be any surprise with people thinking that I'm not going to run again or something like that. I have no intentions of throwing in the towel. I still have a lot of energy and commitment and love for my constituency and my country. And to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, you know, I first got my first job as a fireman after leaving the boys' home, Bonaventure home. I lasted 2 years, fuddling around like an idiot, and ended up resigning. Got into entertainment, think I was the hot boy, went away. When Mr. K-Man, got into a little acting here and there, traveled for a bit, came back home. Jobs in the tourism industry, believe it or not. And I then got into media after going to university and getting my degree. But I never did know what it was I wanted to do. And I tell you this, I love representing my people. I don't know if I want to do anything else. Maybe, you know, starting a business or something like that,
where I can run my own show, but I love, as stressful as it can be, because boy, it gets rough. But boy, I love representing my people. I love it when I can make a kid smile. I love it when I can make a grandmother feel good because I got their children a job or help them even to pay a light bill when things get hard. That's purpose. I feel like I'm doing something. I feel like I'm valuable. So I think I'm happy to continue on if the good people of Georgetown Central and the Greater Cayman Islands allow me to continue this most noble role that I play. And no matter what side it is I'm on, or whoever I'm with, I'm going to give it 1,000% as long as the good Lord gives me breath in my body, because I know nothing different. So, Mr. Speaker, to my committee members, I say I love you. I thank you so much for standing by me. And I hope you're ready for this ride, because we're going at it again. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn my attention now to my team that I've been working with for the last 4 years in the ministry. I remember when I first came in, a lot of people said stuff like, oh, you gotta be careful with that one, you know, that. I don't want to expose the team in any way, but there's allegations, but oh, they're too much for the PPM. You got to change them out and all this. And I said, listen to me, man. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. And members would remember me talking about this. And I said, you imagine, I must try to force a change of chief officer because of people's feelings about who they like a little bit more than the other. In a time when there was no tourism at all, the country was closed. And I must have to try to, for some way or shape or form, force the hands that I have no constitutional power over to try to change them from that position to get a different chief officer, somebody who don't know the history of tourism the way the chief officer that I have now. And I trusted my gut, and I said, as a new minister, and I've fallen for that trap. Plus, he's a Cayman Braca, so it made it special for me. And I've gotten to know somebody that I can happily say who is my friend today. And I want to say thanks to. Thanks to my chief officer, because sometimes I look a lot better than I should. Or, yeah, I think that's the right way to say it. I think he made me look good. He was such a true professional civil servant. Even when I was green around the edges, I had my history from a political perspective in this parliament, but it's a totally different world. Being in charge of a ministry and working with other staff. And I remember for the first 6 months, I was scoping him out, you know. What he up to? Whose side he on? He really PPM? Supporting me? That all kind of nonsense going through my head. And that's when I've learned to respect the true value of the civil service that serves this country. And anybody who gets into this, oh, they're on one side or the other, don't get them caught up into that. Sometimes they need a little push, yeah, but don't expose them to that. In every civil servant, there's a hard-working person, and if you build a strong relationship with them, they'll give you everything they got. I want to say a special thanks also to my PA, who has had two, one first, and then she went on to Better Pastures, got a policy officer job, and then Ms. McField, who has been dealing with the chaos of dealing with me. But she is a McField, so she knows how to keep me in line. So when she said, listen, I want to hear none of your nonsense today, you know, get these emails approved. So I appreciate her for
Don't take no nonsense from me, and she's a Georgetowner, so I respect everything about her. So my PR manager, Miss Gina Matthews, what a wonderful human being, awesome woman that I've ever met. I tell you what, I just Miss Gloria, letting you know now, I intend to win my seat. I intend to be with a group of people and be a part of this government. And anybody who tries to go for her, it's going to be a problem. I'm coming back, and she will be a part, whatever team I'm a part of. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to my deputy chief officers and all the other staff within my ministry who take up the slack when I'm not on the ball, to my accounts team, my policy officers who help develop the policy, my Department of Tourism. Obviously, everybody knows how amazing our Director of Tourism is, but the thing is, Mr. Speaker, it's not only her. We have such a strong team in the Department of Tourism that supports the director, just like me in the Ministry of Tourism, that supports me and that makes her shine, because she has to be away a lot. And there's hard-working staff on the inside that don't get enough attention, that do all the heavy lifting. And I want every single one of those staff in there to know how much I appreciate you, because everything that you do helps this country's tourism industry to be as vibrant as it is, particularly, Mr. Speaker, coming out of COVID. It's no easy task. You heard some other members speak about coming out of COVID and reopening this country safely. Remember the fights me and the former Minister of Health used to have. I say open, she say close. I say open, she say close. And we did that for a little long enough time until everybody got to a safe place, a comfortable place that we all could agree that we have to now reopen the country. So they helped transition that to let the rest of the world know that we are open for business, because financial services was able to operate from the computer. But in the service business, you actually have to serve. So thank them for, particularly all of the stakeholders out there, for the hard-working team that helped us to reopen. Mr. Speaker, I want to now turn to my colleagues, to all members from the very start, including the former Premier, Wayne Panton. I don't mind fighting over policies and stuff, but we still did an amazing job opening the country safely. I think that's something that the PAC administration could be surely proud of. We took our time, we did it, we were diligent. Happy to say that there was no loss of life directly to us opening the gates, cruise and stay over and flights in. And, you know, there was criticism about, oh, easy to shut it down, but it's harder to close, harder to open. I don't know how hard it was to close it, so I'm not going to compare it. But I know it was hard to open. So, and I think former government and this government should be proud of themselves for how we safely took our country through a time in our history which will never be forgotten. So I'm proud of us for that. I want to say thanks to the Honorable former Premier. Again, I guess I can't say that you didn't have to give me the post, because I think we were all there together choosing who was who. So it wasn't like a party and there's a selection thing. I think we all agreed together, but I thank you for being willing to work with me. And all my other colleagues who are no longer a part of this administration. I want to say a special thanks, though, to the ever so sweet ever so amazing, Miss Heather Borden. Woo! Like a godmother, like a god. I think she needs some angels, some wings, because she is the mother hen, the one that keeps you warm, the one that will make you smile, and the one that will show up with cake everybody's birthday, no matter whose birthday it is. No birthday not gonna get missed without Miss Heather bringing some cake too, and keeping us cool and keeping us calm for your beautification efforts. The wings come out once you get home. Your positivity kept this country at a level when sometimes it got out of control, so I love you for that. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to the rest of my colleagues. That is, I'm still working with. By all means, I had a great relationship with the other ones, had our political differences, and this is about recognizing the fraternity. But I got to give a real serious special thanks to the Honorable Premier who stands beside me now. Transition happened. There was a new Premier, then there was a new deputy. I was supporting her as minister. Unfortunately, we lost 4 more members. She gave me the opportunity to be the deputy premier. But not only just gave me the opportunity, but really gave me the opportunity. She put me in positions where I was able to speak at a major opportunity, chamber functions, press conferences, go out and speak on behalf of the government. And any elected member always thinks about, oh, one day could I be leader? Passes through every one of us minds. I know everybody thinks about it. Or have thought about it once. And you never know how or what to do with it till you get the opportunity to feel it. And the chance to expose my potential leadership skills, I thank you, because I don't think I would have gotten it otherwise. So I appreciate that. And my mom said to say thank you for taking care of her son. Mr. Speaker, I think I may be taking a little bit of advice from the former Minister Moses, where he said, when you asked him if he wanted to take over as leader, he said, thanks, but no thanks. I think the closer you get to leadership, the less likely that you want it, because it is a lot of work. And just to put doubts or clear people's minds, I have 2 beautiful daughters, 14 and 15. And I think any leader needs to give the country the whole of themselves. And I can't give 150,000% because I need to make sure that they get through college. And once they're done, then I'll shoot for the top, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about my other colleagues, particularly the one that left. Not left, let me rephrase that. The one that resigned from the government first under some difficult circumstances, Honorable Christopher Saunders. We came into this administration together with a special bond, him, myself, and Bernie, because we were already elected before. And Chris and I is like brothers. I know even after his departure, some members were mad at me for having a relationship with him, and I think most people knew I didn't care. So most people, knowing me, how strong-minded I am, didn't even bother to say anything. And I'm glad for that, because I don't think politics should get in the way of bonds like friendships. So my brother, thank you for riding with me. We will see each other again after the election. And with the Lord's will, I think we'll be on the same side. I want to say thanks to my other colleagues. Jay, the action man from North Side. He used to be the action man from East End, but I think they switch it now. We call him Suge Knight. Not because of his appearance, but when he asks you to do something, he's so big and rough, you're afraid not to get it done. I think that's why he gets so many things done, you know, because people are afraid of him. But I want to say thank you to him for all the hard work that he's done and never being unwilling to help my constituents wherever he can. And thank his team for helping with how far we are now with the Central Scranton Community Park. And I'm happy to say that things are developing very well. I hope it looks more, people can visualize it better by April the 30th, because sometimes it's hard to sell people conceptual plans until they start to see it. My good friend, Mr. Rankin, for those in East End, I want you to know something. You have a Caymanian that is committed to making sure that when he's in government, keep Cayman. I think his history behind the cultural foundation he came from allowed him to display such input into discussions about prioritizing what we need to feel like, look like, sound like as Caymanians. And you have a strong member there. Oh, the good member from Georgetown East. Ooh. Now that's a character. But I tell you what, I have no questions about his commitment to Cayman, because like he's expressed, if he feels it's in the best interest of his country, he don't care who like it. And I think that that is an element of commitment to the country. I don't always agree on everything, but I know he's committed. So the good people of Georgetown East. Georgetown, yeah. The good people of Georgetown, you don't sound too good? Yeah, I'm talking about you. The good people of Georgetown East, you have a strong representative. Don't let him go. Mr. Speaker, I want to also highlight some of the things that I've accomplished, because it's important that people know that I wasn't just fuddling about, because I know that sometimes people, it's easy to forget the things that were done over a 4-year period. Like people don't remember what it was like when the country was closed, and the testings and the lockdowns and all that stuff, and the stress and the pressure it was to get businesses back open again, stipends and transitioning from stipends back into business and slowly get things back going. And I hope that today's contributions will remind some people of those things. Not only mine, but some of the others. But I'll quickly just run through some of the things that I was able to accomplish. It just came to my mind tonight. I'm almost certain that I missed out loads, but I'll just say them. For the first time, we have scholarships specifically for pilots. I introduced that, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying before, I helped reopen our country's borders because I knew how important it was for our tourism product. Mr. Speaker, under my watch, I introduced new flights, expanded the airline services, now to Panama, to Los Angeles, and of course we had flights directly to Barbados. And we'll have some more coming up in this year, all because of our vision together of expansion. And I know a lot of people love that Bahamas flight because a lot of people like it for the shopping purposes. And it's opening, sorry, Panama, what am I saying, Bahamas? My apologies.
The Panama, that's because apologies, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to Bahamas on Sunday for work, and Bahamas must be in my head. The Panama flight. And it's opened up a lot of trade opportunities, but also leisure. We've also redeveloped the long-term plans for the airport and the runway and the airport itself development for extension of the car park to the extension of the runway. And I must say this, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be asking the board to take a very, very close look of the runway extension and have even closer consultation with the people from the Tropical Gardens area, because it will have an effect on them, though I know that there is plans to address the waterway access. So it's not like they won't be able to have their boats able to come to the water properties that are on the edge of the water. That won't be an issue at all. Matter of fact, it would be better because it would have to have a stronger canal available for them, and that the runway would also protect them from any major storm surge. So from an insurance perspective, their properties would be a lot better. But I think there may need to be some consideration for compensation, because their view will be diminished to some degree. And if they're going to be the main affected party by it, I'm going to ask the board to consider that, to sit with those who are directly affected visually by it, because it's not like the sound is going to get any louder or anything like that, but the main thing is the visual component and their property values. Also, Mr. Speaker, while as minister, I helped with the creation and the passing of the legislation for a brand new authority, the National Attractions Authority. Also, Mr. Speaker, through my tenure, the revenue for tourism was the highest that has ever been collected in any one term from stayover. Mr. Speaker, under my tenure, I also created the craft market that is now behind us after the long-standing location that used to be at the top of Boilers Road was no longer available to us because the property owners were planning to develop the site. And Mr. Speaker, you heard me talk about the delivery of the Central Scranton Park, which I have been committed to, and I want to thank all my colleagues for their commitment to helping me deliver that. Never have they ever gotten or said you can't get help to do it. They saw the plan, they believed in it, so I thank them all for the support. And we're now starting to see the structures come up. And I think that the people will be very, very happy after it's completed. Mr. Speaker, we also secured the waterfront property at Whitehall Bay, just above Lobster Pot, so we can secure more of our natural view of our waterfront for years to come. And it will also be the new home for the Seafarers Park. And Mr. Speaker, I know it was your vision to have the Seafarers Park behind the Parliament, and I hope that you would embrace this new location as even more improved, because it'll be right there on the water. And I think you'll be proud as you see the designs in the future, as the seafarers have agreed to the concept and the public works project managers have been helping with it. Nightly? Oh, I like it. Just do it. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight the fact that I never quit no matter what. No matter what, how hard it got. I know there was differences of views, but I believe in commitment. The time for change is at elections. There will be fights, there will be arguments, and I'm certain that you had loads of them in there, but you had a mature or experienced group to be able to handle that internally. We weren't so lucky. But I know that you have to continue on. Mr. Speaker, I had countless cleanups in Georgetown Central. You see on my Instagram and Facebook page
me and my bees out in the yellow getting things going. I kept communications up via the radio. I was always committed to being on the radio, sending out WhatsApp communications with my constituents, whether it was Christmas, whether it's hurricane season, whether it's Easter, or just updates, job advertisements, whatever it is. I try to use my technology and my phone to my best advantage, because I know, being a minister, I wasn't able to be out like when I was a member of the opposition. And I really hope, Mr. Speaker, that the good people of Georgetown Central understand and appreciate that's the difficulty it was to also manage being a minister and being out how I used to be when I was in opposition. And I know that they wanted me to be on the government side, and I know they wanted me to be an opposition a minister within government. And I just want them to recognize that the reason why you may not have seen me as much as you used to, it may have dropped about 30% compared to what it was like when I was in opposition, because I was out on the road all the time. But with a higher responsibility, there was more time that I had to commit to keeping the country afloat, keeping the economy going, and democracy on its feet. But I never failed or never waned from the love and commitment to use Georgetown Central. I also visited people in my community, or made sure I do phone calls or at my constituency office clinics every Friday. I ensured, Mr. Speaker, the salary and the benefits for the Cayman Airways employees were increased to be more in line with the civil servants' benefits as per the Public Authorities Act requirement. Mr. Speaker, I also purchased a new plane, or this government under my, as minister, and their support, was able to buy a new plane to improve the connections between Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. Mr. Speaker, you heard me say earlier today in a statement the creation of another water sports zone in Bordentown, because there was a vision to develop more water sports events. We opened 3 new zones so young people can be in the art of water sports and potentially have tourism events. Mr. Speaker, I launched the $50,000 grant for new tourism, small and medium-sized tourism products and businesses to diversify the industry. Mr. Speaker, I was the chairman of the tourism organization for 2 years, the first and only chairperson from the Cayman Islands, to be the leader of the region's tourism future. It was an absolute delight to do it. And I think that exposure gave me a lot of experience in regional matters, which allowed me to represent the Cayman Islands even better. I was also delighted to accept the recognition of being the Minister of the Year for 2023. And I was so delighted to do that and get the recognition on behalf of the good people of the Cayman Islands, because it's not about me. Because getting recognized as the Minister of the Year is because of the hard work, not only of me, but of my government members and the department and the civil servants, and the monies that we allocate, and the way our stakeholders work to make just the post holder who's minister look good. Because it wasn't about Kenneth directly himself, but the product that was behind the minister. So it was an honor to do that on behalf of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I help back school programs yearly, church programs yearly, Christmas programs yearly, unemployment clinic programs, senior programs, community cleanups, sporting programs, sporting events for traveling for kids going away, youth programs in the summer camps, rehabilitation programs. All of this every year for 4 years. Mr. Speaker, we've had the most international music events in the Cayman Islands in the last 20 years and this 4 years under this administration. Rather than having one major event, we decided to take the money and spread it across other promoters. And for the first time, we had four major big international artists in the Cayman Islands events, from Capella to Out of This World to some of the other reggae concerts and other concerts I can't come to mind right now. But I know that even those who are young enough and still go out and enjoy themselves were really happy to see that there was more entertainment happening in the Cayman Islands. That's because of our commitment to making sure that the tourism industry and local entertainment had better offerings. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I created a film rebate program that allows the rebate to persons who want to do films in the Cayman Islands, to allow an increase in film-making activity here in the Cayman Islands. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know it's getting late, so I'm not going to, wow, that's 40 minutes already. I'm not going to go on much more on those things that I've done, because we could be here all night. But I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, my journey started in 2017 when I was in opposition, learning the hard way, sometimes even by myself in the corner, and many times learning from long-serving members like Arden and Mr. Anthony Eden and Mr. Ezra Miller, and also working closely with friends and partners like MP Christopher Saunders and Alva Suku. So now in 2021 to 2025, Minister of Tourism, and now the Deputy Premier, Mr. Speaker. I've learned so much in the last 4 years. And now I understand both sides of the House, opposition and government, how to hold members accountable, and also how to be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. But as I start to think about coming back to this honorable House, there's some things that, like other members have said, that needs to be done and shall be a major priority. At least the top 3 issues would definitely be immigration reform, National Development Plan, and healthcare reform. Because if you were to look at the very issues that are affecting people, you can tie it back some way, shape, or form to one of those 3. Whether it's a cost of living, whether it's employment, whether it's your pension, whether it's traffic, all of the things that we're thinking about can fall in those 3 buckets one way, shape, or form. Immigration reform, National Development Plan, or healthcare reform. So those 3 things are 3 things that I will endeavor to put my full focus on in the next 4 years. And I hope to be a part of a team that will bring that as a matter of priority. Mr. Speaker, I know there's a number of people out there who are seeking to become members of this Parliament. And it's a noble thing to want to do that. But I want everyone who wants to seek the hallowed halls of this building to remember that this is a special fraternity. And your journey to this house needs to be one in a positive way. Because if you have to go through slander and fighting and all the negativity that comes with the politics, I'm not sure that when you get here you're going to be in the right frame of mind to do things in the most democratic way or carry out the conventions of this fraternity, of this honorable house. Because we may have our squabbles, but a lot of times people don't see when we go have lunch in the back. So don't be mistaken from what you see on the forefront. There's still respect for each other. And I don't want any further divide in our country because we don't need it. And I'm committed, Mr. Speaker, to just keep it to policy. Because I ain't planning to, if I have to fight against somebody and bring somebody down to be here, then I don't think it's worth it because I'm damaging the thing I want to heal. So I beg all of you, even incumbents, as well as newcomers or those who wish to be here, let's stay positive. Remember, the kids are going to be watching us, and they learn from our behaviors. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to some of the, actually, I want to address something the Honorable Leader of Opposition said. Mr. Speaker, you know that you've seen my growth. I think the Honorable Leader of Opposition has also seen my growth. And with that growth is my understanding of respect for what I was once a part of and what the progressives offered the Cayman Islands. And understanding now that I'm in government, what you had to go through and what you had to experience. And I am so elated to hear from the Leader of Opposition and his kind words to me, offering me an opportunity to be a part of the progressives. I thank him because it takes a level of respect for one another to publicly say that without even knowing whether I would accept. And he's put himself out there on a limb to ask to be a partner with the progressives. And I thank him because it tells me what he values about me and where I've come to. And I just want to say that I will definitely be speaking to my people about that because I am no fool. The country wants stability. They don't want to go through a lot of the chaos that happened the last time. So they're going to want to see surety of where you're going to be standing, who you're going to be standing with, whether you're going to have a group or not. And I have a lot of conversations to have with the good people of Georgetown Central. So I want to recognize that it didn't go across my head. I was didn't know how to hold it, how to handle it when he did that. So I appreciate that. I respect the request. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, I want to talk about the people that I represent. All the voters of Georgetown Central and the Greater Cayman Islands. And I'm going to speak about something that we talked about in the good member of West Bay West's motion, about compassion, about the diversity of our population. And I want to say thank you to all my constituents, all my Caymanians, those who are generational Caymanians, the Jamaican Caymanians, the Honduran Caymanians, the Bajan Caymanians, the American Caymanians, British Caymanians, the Filipinos, the Dominicans, Nicaraguans, and the many others that are now part of Georgetown Central that are Caymanian. I want to say thank you for allowing me to serve and be your representative. It's the best honor of my life. And I hope to continue to do that for you. Mr. Speaker, I've lost a lot of constituents over the last 4 years, unfortunately, to passings. And I hope, as they're in heaven, that they are happy with the service that I've provided. Because when you give that X for the full 4 years. and I don't want to let them down. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thanks to those persons who helped me throughout the way, because I don't have no pile of money. Thank God for the salary that we get, because there's so many people in need in Cayman, and that's why we were not afraid to increase the seaman benefits and poor persons relief, or give grants and duty waivers or what have you here and there, because unfortunately we don't have even a strong financing political system where we can help our communities. I need to start a nonprofit myself so I can go out and beg more, because it takes people who would go and say, here's a couple of food cards or some CUC vouchers or some water authority certificates, because, Mr. Speaker, the amount of people that come to you in need, I want to apologize to you, Mr. Speaker, for something. You remember when I was your personal assistant and the office was on Crew Road, and I was dealing with all the calls coming in, people coming in. And I said, but all these people coming in, Alan, you need help, man, you need help. I can understand the juggling effort that you had to go through, because you just don't have it all. I mean, unless you're like my good friend from Newlands, who has a retirement package or a bundle. Now, by all means, that's not a bad thing. I'm happy for a Caymanian who has it, but I don't have it. So I'm so grateful for people who help us, and there's many of us that depend on people in the community. Woody Foster, just to give an example, because everybody knows he helps. And there's some people who don't want to be known, but they help us because our salary isn't enough. They help in the community. And for those who have helped me over the last 4 years, I thank you. I thank you, because you've helped many, many families. Many, many families have food on their table. Many families to keep their lights on. Many families that were able to get their kids' school supplies. So while we inherited the glory, it's because of your help. And I will say to you, on behalf of all of them who gets help from those various people out there who are silent angels, thank you. Because we have to do a better job at our social security support. Either that or ensure that Caymanians get better help so they can help themselves. Because we're not doing that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Miss Wellington, Miss Tit, who has been ever so kind to me. She allowed me to have that sign there for years. And I always promised her I would keep it positive. It's all about uplifting. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. Prepare yourself for hurricane season. And she always treated me good, so I thank her so much. And I wish her best healings. Unfortunately, she had a fall recently. And I ask everybody praise for good healing. What a wonderful woman. And also Miss Morrison at the corner of the airport, by the roundabout. I know everybody is familiar with my signs. I committed to that cause because the number one thing you need to do as a representative is to keep in communication. And I know I had to do that because I was going to get busier as a minister. So I suffered the consequences because it's not cheap. It's not cheap to print like that. But I thought it was important. Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, I want to say to those persons who have announced that they're no longer going to run for office, Barbara, I really wish you were still going. Honest to God, with my whole heart. Georgetown South, you are going to miss probably one of the most amazing human beings that I know. And I can say to you, in the public and behind any closed doors, she fought and fought and fought. I see her rough up Sir Alan McLaughlin about her people, and not many people bold enough to do that. That's the truth. And Barbara, Miss MP Connolly, I want to say also I'm sorry that you had to go through so much of this crap that you went through over this 4 years. You didn't deserve it. Your family didn't deserve it. And it kills me to know that that could potentially be the reason why you're not running today. It kills me. Because you can talk about policy. We are allowed to disagree about policy. But we have a fraternity at this honorable house that we can't go too far. Let me tell you something. Wait till you're no longer elected. Wait till you're after you're no longer elected. When the society, because we treat those who leave this honorable house like nothing, while in other jurisdictions, they're respected, even if it's just for one term. And for those who are coming, who want to be a part of this house, you may not understand it now, but trust me, if you ever get the chance to be in here, you will understand. You sacrifice. You see how small this island is? Everybody know everybody, and they don't want to touch it with a 50,000-foot pole, much as a 10-foot one. Once you get into government, the lucky ones like the Honorable Marco Archer got lucky to get back in the government. Chucky got lucky to get back in government. And I know, Sir Alan McLaughlin, I'm not going to make any assertions, but I know that it was your support that also got him there. Because let me tell you something, when you leave this business, they leave you to suffer. Hanging out to dry. Well, unfortunately, I don't have a pile of money that I can go say, okay, I'm done. I think selfish on the side of the road, and that's one of the best administrators that this country has ever seen, had to leave after being unelected, nothing, and ended up selling fish on the side of the road after sitting in this honorable house. We got to do better on how we treat each other, man. We got to do better on how we protect each other. We got to do better about the communications of information in this country, because not only is it good and humanly right, but the disinformation and cloudiness of our people about facts and information is so distorted, they're not going to believe anybody, even if you're being honest. It's just, the world is already complicated as it is with technology and its advancements, whereby you can get information instantaneously. Before that, people were done in a structured way. You waited for a reputable news network, and you listen and you say, okay, this got to be factual, because there was principles that went along with it. There was morals. The information wasn't so easily distorted. Once you have a society that's distorted that bad, it's going to get crazy. That's why right now you have a group going, I want to know exactly what the project is to the cent. I want to know exactly where it is to its measurement. Exactly, because we don't trust none of us come in the house because of lack of trust. I mean, you're going to get some government, you got to give a little bit of leeway. The reason why I supported the referendum is because we just need to know whether the country wants to accept this thing or not, and then let the next government decide. If we keep on doing that, we're not going to do nothing. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I went off on a little tangent there. Let me just make sure that I've covered all my points, because I would hate to know that I didn't say all the things I needed to say. Oh, let me continue on. I was saying about...
Let's say, Honorable Member, that we are soon not going to have a quorum.
Mr. Speaker?
It's after 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to finish off giving thanks to those members who served. The Honorable Moses Colonel, the good member David from West Bay, Georgetown West, another member who I wish didn't decide to stop running. I tell you, if we have too much of a change in here, too drastic, it's going to be chaotic. I think I agree with you 100% what you said last night, Mr. Speaker. I want to just say also to Honorable Bernie Bush, thank you for your service, because you also represent me. I'm also a voter. So thank you for your many years of service. I thank your family for the sacrifice that you made. And I hope that the country also recognizes the sacrifices you made. And now, Mr. Speaker, you notice
that I left out yourself and the Honorable Premier thus far, because I'm going to wrap up on that point. Mr. Speaker, we had a rough ride. We had a long, drawn out. But I think I would have to agree with the good member from Georgetown West. I learned a lot from you, directly and indirectly. You can learn by watching, and I'm so glad I had the opportunity to sit over there and watch, because if I didn't get to see you in action, how you handle your government, I'd have been masterclass. I wouldn't have been able to handle much of it here, because a lot of the newer members go, well, how you handle this? I say, boy, I remember how I saw Alan doing this and saw Alan doing that. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the way that that we've now moved past all of that, and you even offer information of mentoring. I appreciate that. It means a lot. The Honorable Premier, I know you are a woman of prayer. I would like to think that I'm a man of prayer too. And I honestly, with all of my heart, I'm going to pray as hard as I possibly can between now and March the 3rd that you change your mind, and that the Lord gives you, I'm telling you, this country needs it. We can't afford that much change. The wisdom and experience of this House, yourself, the Honorable Sir Alan McLaughlin, the Honorable Moses Colonel, there's a lot of experience going out the door, and we didn't do a great job of succession planning. And I thank you for the exposure. That's what I'm talking about. But if you choose, and the Lord does not change your mind, I want to say thank you. And I want to say to the people of Kim and Brock, you guys better honor her up there, because she gave you all her life. And she didn't do it as a man. She did it as a woman in a different world. She had to fight against a lot of things. Mightn't like the policies, but she fought through UDP, fought through PPM, fought through PAC. There's got to be something valuable in that if you just sit and think about that. And rise through the midst of it all. I'm definitely going to steal a lot of the things that I see how you've been able to maneuver. Another person that you can learn a lot from politically. Mr. Speaker, I think I've said enough there. But again, lastly, to my good people of Georgetown Central, I look forward to a campaign. And I promise that I will continue to serve you as hard as I've ever done. And don't let anybody else sell you different stories. You have a good representative who's here for you and will continue to fight with you and for you. God bless you all. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for these remarks.
I believe we have one member left, even though I think we're going to lose the quorum.
It's okay.
Honourable Member for Newlands.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I know we're late into the evening, and I'm standing between people getting home to their families, and I don't want to belabor this very much. Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member, this is a very technical point, but this is the last sitting of this House for this term. I cannot adjourn the House properly without a quorum. We'll just have to walk out of here, leave the House still in session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We just have a bare quorum. I'm not sure how much longer people are going to be patient. The AG is not running for election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly, you know, many of us have sat here and given our respect and time to those members who spoke. So I appreciate the time which members take to remain here for a few minutes, just until we can complete this last meeting, and as you say, sir, be able to adjourn properly. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that I thank God for giving me the strength and the health. If I'd known it was going to be as hard midterm as it was, I probably would have asked for a lot more strength and a lot more health at the beginning. But Mr. Speaker, I have certainly had the privilege of representing my constituency and representing this country. I want to say what an honor and what an absolute privilege it has been for me to represent my beautiful constituency of Newlands. And I will certainly be contesting the upcoming election on April 30th, because I would love to be in a position to continue to represent my constituency of Newlands and to be a part of moving the Cayman Islands forward and addressing all of the significant issues that remain to be addressed in this country, sir. We all know what the challenges are. Housing, inflation, cost of living. Those are some of the primary things our people are really concerned about, cost of living, and that is something that we have to find the strategies to address. Of course, we have lots of ideas, and those will be articulated during the campaign. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to my family, to my wife, to my son Cody. Mr. Speaker, as has been noted before, we can't do this job without their support. I know that I have, in the past, in another life in the private sector, I have invested lots of time away from family, building a career. Mr. Speaker, this role is something that's extra special, but it requires all of the time commitment that members have referred to earlier. The added benefits is that you are really contributing to the betterment of your community and the country. That is something, sir, that I know all of us are dedicated to achieving for our various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, the work that remains to be done, including things like immigration reform, that our people are quite concerned about. These are all things that we have to be committed to, and as I said, we'll be articulating perspectives on those. I'm sure many of us will be. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the staff of Parliament. I want to thank yourself, sir, for the work that you have done as Speaker. I certainly want to thank the work that was done previously by my colleague, Catherine Ebanks Wilkes, when she was Speaker. I know it's a difficult job. It's a test of endurance, as we've seen on so many occasions. But it's a really important job. So, Mr. Speaker, the hard-working staff of the Parliament deserves our thanks, deserves all of the accolades we can give them. Mr. Speaker, having been in two governments and being able to interact with the various teams in the civil service, that has been a wonderful experience as well. The political arm working with the civil service arm is what is necessary to move things forward in this country. Mr. Speaker, too often I have heard comments along the lines of, which suggest that perhaps there are distinctions between the political arm and the civil service arm. And perhaps, they maybe have different allegiances. Mr. Speaker, I believe very strongly that you have to trust the people you work with. Otherwise, you are not going to be able to work together, which you must do in order to achieve the best for the people of the country. So I would encourage those, particularly those members that haven't been here before and are interested, anybody that might succeed, don't come in with that kind of perspective. Mr. Speaker, the civil servants are hard-working, committed people, and they try to do the best to implement policies, implement the objectives, the initiatives of the people that get elected, that come in as the government. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I think that I've achieved a lot in terms of improving my constituency, making it a more beautiful place, making it a more livable community, one in which people feel respected, feel that they have their issues addressed. But we have challenges, Mr. Speaker, and some of these challenges are things that have to be addressed, not just because it's relevant to my constituency of Newlands, but because it's also relevant to others. And that relates to issues around stormwater management in particular. Low-lying communities are suffering from climate change issues, and these have to be addressed. If it's going to impact some of us, the impact will be across all of us. We already have an issue with housing in this country. If we have areas where we are losing, where people can't live, then that is a major issue for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I think my community has more well-developed parks now, re-equipped parks, than probably just about any other similar community. And I think they're all very proud of that. And the families there enjoy utilizing that equipment. They enjoy being a part of the community. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a large part of what we have to be seeking to do, to make lives of people better, to make the country better, to make the communities stronger. That is what Bill's country and, Mr. Speaker, the Caymanian Community Party feels very strongly that this is the way forward to help our people, to develop our communities, to strengthen our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say in relation to my colleagues who are here, and there are sometimes references to people quitting and people leaving, but Mr. Speaker, one of the hardest things to do is to stand on your principles and the values that you feel are important to you. It is really hard And it takes a lot of courage to take the action of separating and moving away because you feel that your principles and values are significant, are sacrosanct, and they're in danger. So this is not, and I've watched these individuals, and we've seen some of the discussions in here over the last few days. I know that there were a lot of tears. There was a lot of probably fears, concerns, but they did the courageous thing, and they acted on the basis of their principles and values. So I am happy to be aligned with them. I'm happy to be a part of the party, and no, I am not the leader in the back. The leader, well, if you don't want me to look at you, I don't know, do you have a problem, sir? Yeah, well, yeah. The leader is the member from West Bay South. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to campaign just like everybody else is. We've been watching this courtship of certain people go on for quite a while over the past week, and that's fine. We are all here because we care about this country together, and we are here to try to serve our people. Those that have decided that they're no longer going to run, I agree that they are going to be missed. They're absolutely going to be missed. There's a tremendous amount of experience that will be departing. I don't know, I believe, people ask me if this one and that one isn't, or do I think they're going to run or not. I said, I don't know, wait till the day after nomination day. I'll tell you then. We'll know for sure. Mr. Speaker, I know, being a member of the PPM in the past, I know how hard people like Ms. Barbara work, and how much she has pushed, and how much time she has invested. And yeah, somebody said earlier that, you yourself might have been challenged by Ms. Barbara, just like she challenges everybody else to do better. That's probably true, and I know I've seen it. There's a certain expression that she has used, which I can't repeat in here. It is not, I don't know if it's unparliamentary, but it begins with a very fast version of something that sounds like good, and it ends with a MT, and she used that when she was frustrated. So she has been an excellent. No, yeah, but if you know, you know, right? They all know. So I wish all of those who have decided not to run the absolute best. I too am disappointed with the decisions of all of them, but that is the decision they've taken. And you as well, Mr. Speaker, I know you have, I have never heard you say you weren't running before. So when I heard that you said you weren't running, I was absolutely sure that that was the case. You're a man of your word. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the teams of people that I have worked with in the government building. I want to thank the Honorable Attorney General, the Honorable Deputy Governor, Ms. Gloria, absolutely, as the current acting Deputy Governor. Phenomenal job they have done, and I hope that that continues for a long time. I know everybody gets to a point where they can't continue on a long-term basis, so I think we have to recognize that and accept that change occurs. But we thank them for the dedication that they have brought and the integrity and the value, the strength of their perspective and opinion and effort that they have brought to their offices. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of the civil servants really, but in particular the senior members, the senior management team that I've certainly had the privilege of working with directly in the past. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity to thank our staff in our community office, our joint community office of Savannah and Newlands. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Debbie is from Cayman Brac, and I heard someone else using the term earlier about the Rock of Gibraltar. Well, we got one big rock that right off the edge of the northeast corner of the bluff there, that they call Little Cayman Brac. And I think she is as tough as that. You know, that gets battered a lot, northwesters, northeasters, and it has survived. And it looks just as strong today as it did 20 years ago. And that is, I think, reflective of people that we have working with us, people that are committed to serving our people, serving our constituents. We're very proud of them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would again close by thanking my family for all that they have allowed me to do, apologizing for all the times that I've not been there for them. But I know that they understand the nature of this role. Mr. Speaker, again, I would close by thanking my constituents, the good people of Newlands, who I will be seeking to represent going forward again after the next election. Mr. Speaker, this has been the honor of my life. Being successful in private practice really is not comparable to the privilege that you feel in representing the people of your constituency and the people of our wonderful country. Being able to make a difference in their lives, to add value to their lives. It is an immense opportunity. It's an immensely gratifying experience. And it is something that I will certainly never forget, and I will seek to continue to do as long as I have strength, sir. With that, Mr. Speaker, I know there's perhaps one or two others that may want to speak, but I'm going to thank you very much and thank members for sticking in until we have completed this process this evening. Thank you.
Honorable AG and Honorable Deputy Governor, before I ask the Premier to move the adjournment, would you wish to say anything?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am reluctant for a number of reasons, not because I don't have anything to say, but I am conscious that it is very late and there seems to be a bit of austerity as it comes on to other things. But may I just take a minute to say so that to those who are leaving, I want to wish them very well, thank them for their service. And there's a saying which says, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. So that is how I suggest they weigh their contribution They have served well. It is a noble call, and they have every reason to be proud. So, for those who are offering themselves for re-elections, I extend my best wishes. I thank you, sir.
Honorable DG, Acting DG.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will begin by saying that given the significant contributions of the members of this honorable chamber, I had written what I thought was a very fitting and gushing remark, 6 pages long. And as the hour progressed, I put it through AI and said, could you give me a 10:30 p.m. version? And it is that half page that I now offer. Mr. Speaker, as the acting head of the civil service, on behalf of the Honorable Franz Manderson, who cannot be here with us, but I know who would want to leave words of acknowledgement and thanks to the members of this honorable house, I would like to express our appreciation and our best wishes to the dedicated members of this honorable house. Your service, your sacrifices have greatly benefited our country. The Cayman Islands has been blessed with exceptional leadership, especially during challenging times. Whether facing global recessions, rebuilding after hurricanes, or responding to COVID-19, our leaders have consistently prioritized the well-being of our people. I want to acknowledge the contributions of the 5 honorable women MPs, the largest cohort of women ever elected to represent these islands. The Premier, our Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Conley, Honorable MPs Catherine E. Banks-Wilkes, Barbara Conley, Sabrina Turner, and Heather Bodden. You are role models for women of all ages. The Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Conley has exemplified public service in various roles, always providing guidance and support. Her nurturing approach, combined with her commitment to protocol and dignity, have paved the way for other passionate women leaders. Mr. Speaker, I also pay homage to you, Sir Alden, for your pivotal role in addressing crises and challenging the status quo. Your leadership during the pandemic, particularly during the Operation Bring 'em Home, showcased your ability to inspire and trust the civil service. On behalf of the civil service, I want to say it has been a privilege to serve with all of you. Our annual employee engagement survey in November 2024 showed that 90% of our workforce is proud to be a civil servant. This is a testament to the enduring values of our political leaders. Thank you to all who have served faithfully in this hallowed hall, and to those who continue to answer the call to serve the people of these blessed islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Deputy Governor. Colleagues, members, you know I delivered quite a extensive speech last night under the impression that we were at the end. So thankfully you would have to listen to me again tonight. I just want to conclude by thanking my constituents, my family, all of my colleagues over the many years for the opportunity to serve, and to thank all of you who have said such kind and sometimes I think extravagantly generous things about me, but I treasure all of them. I'm not one given to tears very much, and so I've shed none over my decision to leave. I'm the furthest thing from impulsive that you could find. I decided to leave almost 8 years ago. It's taken me that long. And so there was never any question about, in my mind, about me running again. It's not often that you're able to do this as a politician, but I've been able to leave the way that I like to live my life. It's difficult to do that as a politician, which is on my terms. To leave while people are cheering me to come back on, to come back in, to continue, and not to the jeers of them ushering me out of the door. And that's how I've always wanted to live my life. Just remember this. I wanted to make sure I remembered it properly. In public life, those who cheer at your inauguration will also applaud at your hanging. That's the nature of public life. Hero today, villain tomorrow. Sometimes it's just the circumstances that exist that cause you to lose the confidence of the people. It's not always that you haven't performed well. So this is a very difficult business, and as I said earlier and others have said, it is a fraternity, and it's only a very small percentage of people in any country that get the honor and privilege to serve as elected members. Always regard it as that, a privilege. I listened to the Honorable Deputy Premier today and remembered when I felt just like him. Can't wait to get back in that race, to get back in there and do good things for my people. And that's how I know most that elected politics representation is no longer for me, because I just don't have it in me anymore to fight those fights. Public service is in my genes, and as long as I can draw breath, I will always want to do whatever I can to help my country. But I think 24 and a half years is enough as an elected representative. And so I leave with a great sense of satisfaction at what I've been able to help contribute. And I will always value the opportunity, the friendships, the fraternity that is representational politics. Not just here in the Cayman Islands, but I've had the fortune to travel to many parliaments in many parts of the world and to build friendships and relationships with parliamentarians in many places. That I will forever cherish. Thank you all. Honorable Premier, would you move the adjournment of this House for this term for the final time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before so moving, Mr. Speaker, I just wish for the records to reflect that in December last, I gave my expressions of gratitude and my farewell. And with your kind indulgence, I would just like to leave these words for the purposes of the record. If I carry the gospel to the lost and near and far, I won't stand empty-handed at God's judgment bar. But I dare not relax until I've done all he asks, lest I should leave behind an unfinished task. If I have wronged a brother, if I have wounded a friend, give me the strength, precious Savior, to always make amends. And when I've come to change my worlds and reach glory at last, then I won't leave behind an unfinished task. When I've come to the crossing, I'll be leaving behind all my earthly possessions, but this I won't mind. If I would make my heart glad when I leave all I've had, if I don't leave behind an unfinished task. Oh, you have run the race. You have kept the faith. These words I long to hear my Savior say. And when my life on earth is past, there's just one thing, Lord. I ask, don't let me leave behind an unfinished task. It is my distinct pleasure to make the motion for adjournment for the final time for this House to be adjourned, sine die. I thank you.
The question is that this Parliament do now adjourn sine die. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. The Parliament of the Cayman Islands stands adjourned sine die.